Up next, Smiles Lewis welcomes you to Streamathon 2020 Week 4.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Smiles Lewis, and you are tuned into week 4 of the new Saturday Streamathon emergency fundraiser series started by the nonprofit 501c3 Scientific Anomaly Institute, aka the Anomaly Archives, located here in Austin, Texas. Thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be another great weekend of another great Saturday of fantastic presentations, music, and weird film and videos. And we've got a great lineup today. Coming up momentarily, we've got Michael M. Hughes on demystifying the tarot, and then at 2:15 we've got Aaron Gullius doing a contactee countdown. Then at 3:15, Micah Hanks, UFOs, a historical perspective. And 4:15, we've got Ed Conroy, author of Report on Communion, one of our newest board members for the Anomaly Archives, talking about what's it all about, Alfie, reflections on 5 decades of anomalies, local and global. And then we're going to be going into a series of interesting presentations on the mystery hum phenomena, which I was unfortunately an experiencer of, thankfully, very briefly a few years ago. And then another experiencer and researcher, Steve Colhayes, is going to be presenting his ideas about this being connected to what's sometimes called gas pipeline syndrome, having to do with ultra low frequency sound. And then we're going to be having a special screening with with a special screening with special guests of the Doom Vibrations documentary by director Garrett Harkowick, with special guests Garrett Harkowick and Steve Colhayes. So we've just a real brief update. We have made the big jump. We reached our $5,000 first milestone, and then that kicked in the $5,000 challenge matching grant. So we have reached the halfway point for our total goal of $20,000. Of course, that $20,000 is 3/4 of that is our estimated annual rent. The rest is just expenses that are associated with doing business and that sort of thing. Not too much to ask, but I know people are hurting. So if you can't give, don't. But please, if you can, we could really use your help. We have a long way to go. And this is the fourth of 3 more Streamathons happening between now and the end of the year. So thank you for everybody. Thank you to everybody who's given, and thank you to all the presenters who have donated their time and their energy and their very valuable information to this effort. We have so much scheduled for today, and I want to go ahead and get on with it. So we're going to go to the intro, and we'll be back with our first guest, Michael M. Hughes. So stay tight.
Up next, Michael Hughes presents Demystifying Tarot: How to Ditch the BS and Become a Better Reader.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Our next guest is Michael M. Hughes, who is an author, speaker, magical thinker, and activist. He is the creator of the internationally viral Spell to Bind Donald Trump and all those who abet him, the largest magical working in history. He speaks on politics, magic, pop culture, psychedelics, the paranormal, and tarot. His latest book, Magic for the Resistance, Rituals and Spells for Change, is published by Llewellyn worldwide and is available via Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, and Llewellyn, and at your favorite local bookstore. Support your local bookstore. His acclaimed supernatural thriller series, The Blackwater Lights Trilogy, is available from Penguin Random House. Michael lives in Baltimore with his wife, 2 daughters, and a rabbit named Tony Turnipseed. Did I get that right? Turnip Seed.
Close enough. He won't be insulted if you get it wrong.
Oh, good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's really a pleasure to be here and lend whatever support I can to this great resource. I mean, you've been at this for a long time, and it is really deeply appreciated by those of us who love the weird and the anomalous. So wanted to give you a shout out, and thanks for all you're done. And I hope people will throw some donations your way while we're talking or afterwards.
Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I've followed you online for so many years, and it's finally great to connect in this more direct way. And I just really, you're one of these people I really want to support your efforts. And so we'll be popping up the information. Of course, people can go to our website, anomalyarchives.org, and find the links to Michael M. Hughes' website and all of his resources and books and so forth. So without further ado, we can go ahead and load your slides and get you going.
Okay. Yep. All right. Let me share my screen here. And here we go. So we're going to talk about tarot today, but I hope I don't puncture too many sacred cows or pop your balloons too much. Because I've spent a lot of time. I've spent a good part of my life working with tarot, studying tarot, and there's just a lot of BS out there. So we're going to address some of that, and hopefully you learn something, or maybe you might get a little, angry because it's something you believe for a long time. But I do have a disclaimer, so let's get forward. Let's get towards that. Okay, here, and let's go. First of all, disclaimer. That is, much of what you're about to see and hear is an opinion. Tarot reading is an art, not a science. You are free to disagree with my opinions, but the historical information in this presentation is backed by rigorous academic research. Also, naughty words ahead. I'll try to keep them at a minimum. So my story. I discovered tarot back around 1976-ish. When I picked up this James Bond 007 tarot deck, which I still have to this day. It has now been renamed, weirdly, the Tarot of the Witches. So if you wanted to pick up that deck, it has nothing to do with witches or witchcraft. I guess they just thought that would be a good selling point. You'll see that's kind of a common theme today. Some say that it possibly was Jane Moore as Solitaire in the Bond film Live and Let Die, where these cards were displayed that drew me to using tarot, but that's just an unfounded myth. Now it's become quite an obsession. This is my top shelf collection of tarot cards. So be warned, if you get into this, if you get into collecting tarot cards, it can kind of take over your life, as it did mine. So let's look at the best way to avoid spreading BS. And I see that all the time in tarot forums, among readers when they talk to each other, among students of tarot. I think the best way to avoid spreading further BS is to learn some history, real history. And so let's look at the tarot as I learned it. First of all, I was told that tarot is ancient Egyptian for royal road, as in a royal road to wisdom or understanding. And the tarot is the distillation of the the wisdom and teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, who kind of rolls the Greek Hermes and the Egyptian Thoth and the Roman Mercury kind of into one teacher, one set of teachings, the Hermetic teachings as they became known as. Also, that the tarot kind of encapsulates the wisdom of Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition. It may sound funny if I say Kabbalah. Most people say Kabbalah, but I talked to a rabbi and that's how he said it, so that's how I say it. So tarot also incorporates all this Jewish mystical tradition teaching as well. And interestingly, kind of to confirm that, there are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. There are 22 cards, major cards, the major arcana in the tarot. So that, I was told, is not coincidental. Also, the alchemy. Tarot is an expression of all sorts of alchemical teachings and lore as well. So it really is just packed with all this esoteric knowledge and wisdom. And astrology. The tarot incorporates astrological signs, the zodiac, and that each card was designed with an astrological function within it. How did we get tarot? Well, the Gypsies, or as they're known today, the Roma or the Romany people, they brought this ancient wisdom from Egypt in a pack of cards, and that's how tarot came and spread to the West. So we have the Gypsies or the Roma to thank for bringing all this ancient wisdom to us. Also, I was told that our modern playing cards are just kind of a debased form of tarot cards. So these beautiful tarot cards just over the years just kind of got degraded, and the major cards were removed, and what we're left with are these silly little playing cards that we play games with. Now, it's funny because when I teach courses, I teach a lot of tarot courses. This next slide really infuriates people because they've been busy writing all that stuff down while I've been talking. Everything I've just said is a huge load of BS. You may have heard some of this stuff over the years. You may have read it in books like I did. You may have been taught it orally, passed down from people. It's still, some of this stuff is still written about in books out there. It's BS. Don't believe it. And the best way to learn history and to understand the tarot is to look at real history, not that bogus history that I just spent some time passing along you. So where did tarot come from? It did not come from ancient Egypt or Sumeria or Atlantis or Lemuria. It came from China, as a certain infamous popular figure might say it, China. 9th century China, in fact. And why did tarot come from China? Because paper was invented in China. And you can't have cards until you have paper. So around the 9th century in China, when they had already invented paper and were already using it to count currency and things like that, they started making playing cards to play games with. Here's a visualization of what some of those Chinese playing cards looked like. They had 4 suits, which is interesting because if there's one thing that's remained the same down through time is the 4 suits, just like we have 4 suits in our playing cards or tarot card decks today. And the Chinese cards were cakes, strings, myriads, and figures. And then we sort of trace the evolution of playing cards to Egypt and the Mamluk dynasty. The Mamluk were tough people. They kicked the Crusaders out. A long-lasting dynasty, too, from like the middle of the 13th century to the 16th century. They were a force within Egypt. And they had these amazing cards, which are now known as the Mamluk deck. There's a few surviving examples of them in museums. If you ever get a chance to see them, they're absolutely gorgeous. And like most cards of the time, these things were hand-painted because the technology to mass produce cards had not been invented yet. So these beautiful cards are like gold embossed. And you'll see the 4 suits here are scimitars or curved swords, coins, polo sticks, and cups. So right here we have what are the beginning of the 4 suits as we know them in tarot. So what happened? These cards spread. There was a lot of cross-cultural communication and trade. So these playing cards really caught on. They started spreading westward and northward through Europe. And we can kind of watch how they change as they spread. And changing from swords into spades, as we see them as spades now. The clubs turning into staves. And coins remaining largely similar and turning into diamonds. So what you see is because the Europeans didn't play polo, so they didn't know what these polo sticks were, so they just made them staves or rods. They didn't use curved swords, so they straightened out the swords. These elaborate cups, and you can look at all these suits and this cool little diagram here, and you can see how they got more abstract as they spread. So they weren't images of things anymore. They got abstracted to when you look along the bottom row, you can see the suits as we use them now, mostly in US, European decks. If you go to Germany or Switzerland, you can still sometimes find decks with the little bells instead of coins and acorns instead of the clubs. So I love this little diagram, and it shows how as these symbols spread, they changed as they were adopted by different cultures, and they became more abstracted over time too. So where do we get the tarot cards from? Not ancient Egypt. The first mention were called Carta da Triumphi, or triumphs, cards of triumphs. And it's basically a regular deck of playing cards with an extra suit added to it. Triumphs, also known as... I can't get that word out, so we'll just call them triumphs. They were first mentioned in 1442, and they were used for a game called Taroki. And that's where we get the term tarot from. It's not the Royal Road in ancient Egypt. It was a game similar to bridge in that you make bets, and it's a trick-taking game. So it's a very intense sort of game. You can still play this game, and it is still played in Europe. If you wanted to try it, there's even an app you can download. But like I said, it's a complicated game. I kind of gave up on learning it. You really need a group of people who know how to play it to really understand it well. So tarot came from northern Italy in the early 15th century. But where did this term triumphs come from? Well, there are these parades. Imagine Mardi Gras, but these elaborate parades with these allegorical scenes on them, rolling through, late medieval, early Renaissance Italy. Just immensely beautiful things. This is actually a painting of what some of those look like. They were incredibly elaborate, like rivaling a lot of the parade floats that we see today. So a real spectacle. And why they called them triumph parades is because first you'd have like the low people on the totem pole. You'd have maybe a beggar and a fool leading the parade. Then you'd have some of the nobles, and then you'd have the clergy, and at the very end, like in this instance, this is a Roman triumph, so you'd have the Roman emperor riding in, so that each float that comes by, each group that comes by, triumphs over the previous one, until at the very end, it's the emperor or the pope or whoever the big cheese is. And there was a really popular poem. It was kind of the Star Wars of its time. Like everyone knew this poem. It was called Il Trionfi, or the Triumphs. And this is just a little painting showing love, chastity, and death. And if you look at the elements in this poem, you'll start to see the outline of the tarot deck. You'll see love, temperance, fortune, also as the chariot, the Pope, the Emperor, the Empress, death, time or the hermit, the devil, the wheel of fortune, the sun, the moon, and eternity or the world. And if you're familiar at all with tarot, this is exactly where it's coming from. right here in these triumph parades, which in turn became that word I can't say, and which became tarot, the game of tarot-key. And I have to show you some of the pieces from this painting. I'm a big fan of the death card. Like he's just goth as hell, riding atop this death chariot pulled by these black bulls, just crunching people below his wheels. That's tough. I mean, I find death just one of the more fascinating of the characters. And look at this Deathmobile. I mean, that's badass. And if you might not be able to see it unless you have this on a big screen, but one of the guys lying there in that green cloak is wearing a papal crown. So that's the Pope down there. So death doesn't stop for anybody. I mean, he's like a Baltimore driver, and I live in Baltimore, so I could say that. He just rolls right over everybody. He's death. But man, this is cool. This is another great woodcut from about 1499 when card games were really spreading. And I love this because down in the right-hand corner, someone's cheating. There's one of the players has his foot on a card, and there's like his little squire or something down below going through the cards and getting ready to feed him some cheating cards. So yeah, there were cheaters, always cheaters. So the first tarot deck, the oldest that we have in existence, was made for the Visconti Sforza family. They were a ruling family in Italy, in Milan, from about the middle of the 13th century to the early 16th century. These cards, again, were hand painted. They are in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, I believe. I'll fix that if I got it wrong. And you can see them there. These cards are beautiful. They're big. They have gold foil that they're embossed with. They're hand painted. And right here we see the Empress on the left, the Magician on the center. And if you're into like that, I see UFOs and everything. If you look at the Magician's right hand, is that a UFO? No, it's probably a hat. It looks like a UFO. That's what I always see when I look at it. And to the right is Father Time, who later became the Hermit in later decks. Here we have the Star, the Hangman. We'll talk a lot more about the Hangman, and Death again, badass Death with his death bow and his hollowed out, guts, and this weird little flappy piece of a cloth on his head. You could tell I'm a fan of death cards. And here we have the Sun, which is being carried around by this little cherubic sort of dude. And in the tarot, and in traditional tarots, the cards like the Three of Cups were 3 cups. The Five of Swords was 5 swords. Sometimes they're called pip cards because they just have those items on it. Later, we'll see that some artists the tarot, and each of the cards have some sort of scene on them. This is the famous Rider-Waite deck that you've likely seen images of everywhere. Maybe you read with it. Maybe you've had a reading someone has done with it. And so here we have 3 cups, but there are 3 women having like a wine mom kind of moment with these 3 cups, holding them up and dancing around. And to the right, we've got 5 swords, this little creepy scene with this sketchy red-haired dude doing up to something, it looks like. We'll talk about the Rider-Waite too. It's not my favorite deck. I appreciate it for what it is, but I'll explain my issues with it. This is my favorite deck, though, Tarot of Marseille. The Marseille deck really kind of standardized the numerical sequence of the major cards. They're the basis of nearly all modern tarots. So you pick up your Rider-Waite deck or Waite-Smith deck, whatever you want to call it, and you look at, or any of its bazillion clones that exist today, it's basically in this same sequence. Marseille was like a major production center for the cards. So there's actually estimates by Michael Dumais, who's probably the leading playing card historian, is that there are 1 million of these decks produced in France during the 17th century. So they were huge. They were everywhere. But they're paper, and paper, as you know, kind of degrades. So we've lost countless numbers of them over the years. And here's an image of a workshop. Now, at this point, the reason why they can make so many of these, because they used wood block prints. So they could mass produce these things. They take a big block with the cards, images carved on them, ink up the red, say, or the black, stamp a sheet, take it off, take the next color, stamp the sheet. So in this way, as woodblock prints, you're limited in color, but you still get this kind of really beautiful resonant image. And here we have the tower, or as it was known, the house of God back in the day, getting struck by lightning, these people falling out. And on the right, we have the moon card, which is one of the most enigmatic cards. We're really not sure why that symbolism of this weird little crayfish lobster thing and two dogs barking at the moon. It's one of the stranger cards of the tarot. But cartomancy, reading people's futures, divination with the cards, when did that come along? Well, it was a long time. Tarot was just a game for a very long time. The first mentions of it as divination, strictly divination, around 1750. So it was pretty late in tarot's history that people started thinking, maybe I could tell fortunes with this stuff. Who do we thank for this? These guys, the Freemasons. Full disclosure, I am a Freemason. So, but these guys, they were a different crop of Freemasons back then. This is like 18th century France, where what we call the birth of the occult tarot, when tarot starts taking on these kind of mystical dimensions, that it's not just for taking somebody's money, when you have like your tarot, aka poker sort of night with your buddies. And that's because these Freemasons at this point, these guys are filthy rich. They can sit around and read books and talk to each other and spend time at the lodge. They're not the poor people out there, digging up turnips to make a sustenance living. These guys had plenty of leisure time to sit around and talk about Rosicrucianism and Kabbalah, Illuminism, Hermeticism, astrology, mesmerism, which later became hypnosis, was just starting to take off in this era. I mean, this was kind of the mystical and the esoteric really had taken a hold of kind of the elite culture of the day. And most of these men, and they were all men, because you couldn't be a woman Freemason. That's what they were into. So this guy, Antoine Court de Gebelin, he was a Protestant pastor, but he was also into the weird stuff, like all of us. He saw a countess playing tarot, and his mind was blown. He sees all these esoteric symbols, all this stuff he's been studying, suddenly just hits him in a flash. And he says, oh my God, the tarot must have come from ancient Egypt. It has all this symbolism, and they were all into ancient Egypt at the time. And remember, the Rosetta Stone had not been found and translated yet, so you could make up anything about ancient Egypt, kind of like some people still do today. So he wrote a book about his discoveries. He was the first to make this amazing connection that there are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, and they were all into Kabbalah. It was their thing. And there are 22 tarot major cards. So there has to be a connection, right? I mean, this has to be the wisdom of the Jews and not just ancient Egypt. It's like everybody rolled all of their wisdom into these cards. Then this guy comes along, Jean-Baptiste Alliette, who had the cool idea to spell his last name backwards and take on his occult name as Atea. He wrote a book about playing cards used for fortune telling or divination, because that's what people used back then. But then he discovered tarot cards. He said, wow, you could use these for divination too. He coined the term cartomancy, or using cards as divination. And one of his teachers told them about the tarot. The cards were the keys to the secret wisdom of the ancients. And of course, that was the Egyptians, because the Egyptians, everyone just projected everything into ancient Egypt because they're cool, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? So Atea prints a book of his discoveries, and he starts going off. The tarot is the ancient Egyptian book of Thoth. This is it. This is the book of Thoth. It's just been turned into cards over the years to kind of keep or conceal the wisdom. And it originally had been engraved on these plates of gold by these Hermetic priests of Thoth after the Great Flood. And they put them all up in the pyramid so that initiates could be brought into the pyramid and see these golden plates and like learn the lessons of the tarot. So he was kind of like the ancient aliens guy of his era. I mean, just making shit up out of nothing and saying, oh, this is it. This is the real deal. So he actually designed the first deck used specifically for divination. And of course, he made it all Egyptian-y, and he put some magical symbols in there. And also, interestingly, at the top, there are words that are upside down. And that's because he was the first to sort of come up with the idea that you could read a card's meaning upside down as well as right side up. And it might mean something different or the opposite of it, or something like that. Let me see how much time we got here. Okay, I got to keep rolling. So he also, this is some other cards for his deck, and they also he had put in some weird cards like plants. He added plants to the tarot. Pretty cool designs though. This man is a trip. Alphonse Louis Constant, and because if you were anybody and you wanted to sound magical, and you had to be into the Kabbalah, even though it was Christian Kabbalah, not Jewish. That's a big difference. So he changed his name. He gave himself the Hebrew name Eliphas Levi. Originally, he had been studying in a seminary, but he fell in love with one of the young women he was teaching and said, you know, to hell with the celibacy stuff. I'm getting the hell out of here. He was into everything that all the rest of these French Masons were into. Rosicrucianism, again, Kabbalah, but Christianized Kabbalah. It's very different. If you want to learn Kabbalah, study from a rabbi. The Kabbalah that underlies Western esotericism, in my opinion, is basically appropriation. They took it, they Christianized it, and like almost all Western esoteric and magical systems are like based on this Kabbalah that Jews don't even recognize. So rant there, but I think it's an important one. He was also a ceremonial magician. He was into all this stuff. He tried, a lot of these guys were into syncretism, like taking all esoteric stuff they could get their hands on, smashing it all together and trying to make it make some sense, make some kind of organized system, like into like an Excel spreadsheet of their day. So he wrote this book, Transcendental Magic, which is, still in print. Fascinating book that rolled everything esoteric and occult into one mishmash and tried to structure it and make it make sense. So the reason why, if you look in tarot books, books of occultism, magic books, they all have these tables. Well, this is associated with this and this. There are even books of magical associations, like giant books. I have a few of them on my shelf. It's thanks largely to Eliphas Levi that we have, the swords is Scorpio and air, and coins are bull and Taurus and earth and salt, and yada, 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 on and on and on. Thank you very much, Eliphas Levi. He started this trend. Now, there was a secret magical society that really brought the tarot to the modern world. Without them, I don't think we'd be talking about tarot nowadays. And they are, as some of you might recognize, some of you know the history of these guys, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I could do a whole talk about these guys. I have many times. But they were the most influential cult organization maybe ever of the 19th, 20th century. All these famous people, William Butler Yeats, the cream of the crop of society, British society, were in this organization started by these three guys. Again, Freemasons, esoteric Freemasons, Mathers, Westcott, and Woodman. They basically said they found this book. There was a secret code of an ancient order. Most scholars kind of believe they just basically made this stuff up. And there's nothing wrong with making stuff up. Everything is made up, right? So, yeah, they made it up. And, I mean, if you think Eliphas Levi brought together a bunch of stuff and crammed it together to make something new out of it, the Golden Dawn, their curriculum was like insanely complex. Western esotericism, Kabbalah, astrology, alchemy, magic, meditation, psychic development, scrying. But at the heart of it was this big emphasis on tarot that they got from Eliphas Levi. But the tarot was like the root of the Golden Dawn magical system. So what they did, they took the Kabbalistic tree of life and they mapped cards to this tree of life. And mind-blowingly, there are 22 paths, 22 of those little paths between those little circles, Sephirot. And there are 22 major cards. So they took another fascinating coincidence. So they mapped each of the cards to the number cards they mapped to those little circles, Sephirot, and they made this just ridiculously complex, mind-bending, mind-hurting system. So what happened to the Golden Dawn? Well, they, like most kind of occult groups that are led by a very charismatic leader, sort of cultish devotion, the power went to his head and he kind of lost his marbles and the whole thing basically exploded, fell apart, splintered into all sorts of offshoots. This guy was one of those offshoots, Arthur Edward Waite. He didn't like the magic in the Golden Dawn. It creeped him out. He wasn't into magic. He leaned more Catholic. He leaned more sort of devotional magic rather than, trying to make stuff happen kind of magic. So he started his own order because that's what you do. When you leave a magical order, it falls apart. You make your own version of it to fix it. The Independent and Rectified Order of the Golden Dawn. It had much more of a Christian emphasis. And he wanted to design his own deck, but he had no artistic skill or whatever. So he found another refugee from the Golden Dawn, Pamela Coleman Smith, a.k.a. Pixie. She was born in 1878 in London. She joined the Golden Dawn. William Butler Yeats brought her in to the Golden Dawn. She was a great artist, an illustrator, writer. She made these little theaters, like miniature theaters. She worked on costumes and stage design. She was not, though, as far as we can tell, a woman of color, and that's become like a contentious thing in the tarot community. She grew up in Jamaica. She spent a lot of time in Jamaica, but she was born to very white American parents in the UK. But there's this big thing. People have come after me with pitchforks for saying, I don't think she was a woman of color. I mean, you can make all sorts of guesses based on just the kind of the way she looks and the shape of her face and everything like that. But as far as we know, she was just a white woman who spent a lot of time with her family in Jamaica at one point. So between Arthur Edward Waite and Pamela, they made the Rider-Waite deck. Okay, the Rider-Waite, also called the Smith-Waite or the Waite-Smith, in honor of the artist. First published in England in 1909. It was the first non-European deck. Became the best-selling tarot deck in the world and still huge. Unpopular opinion time. This deck and its bazillion clones, because most tarot decks are based upon the structure of this deck, is responsible for more bullshit about tarot than anything else except maybe Miss Cleo. And also, I do have Miss Cleo's deck because I'm a completist. I had to have that. This guy, a lot of you know him, Aleister Crowley, not Crowley. He says Crowley rhymes with holy. That's what he liked to say. Was initiated into the Golden Dawn. He made his own deck, the Book of Thoth, he called it. based on kind of his beliefs in occultism, his received religion of Thelema. This woman, Lady Frida Harris, painted the art for that. And man, this is a trippy deck. If you want to do a reading for someone on psychedelics, pull this out and watch their pupils just get the size of their entire eyeballs. Just amazing art. Became very popular in the 60s when it was reprinted for obvious reasons. But it's really a Crowley deck. Like, you need to understand Crowley's teachings to understand. He crammed it full of all the symbolism and all his teachings. And, it's almost like a graduate course if you want to understand all the symbolism that he jammed into this deck. You can still read with it even without knowing all that stuff. And it's a beautiful deck. Although I should take that back. If you want a deck to take to Burning Man to read for people while they're under the influence, you might want to get this Major Arcana by Oliver Hybert. There's like eyeball-headed people, and they're melting everywhere. Psychedelic day-glow colors. Just an aside, I really like this deck. Here's some other. I love the card on the left, which always looks to me like a circuit board, kind of ahead of its time. The Magician card is, he's kind of doing his lesser banishing ritual. The pentagram there looking all solemn and creepy. And on the right, it's Uncle Al with his sense of humor and his there's the devil card is basically a penis with balls with sperm people floating around in them. But that's Uncle Al. That's our Uncle Al. The death card, his death card, though, is one of my favorites. Lady Harris really just captured something here. Beautiful, beautiful resonant imagery card. Here's some unpopular truths I'm going to start winding down. But here's the things people get so angry and fight about. And again, my opinions, you can definitely disagree if you'd like. This is the real opinion part. Now it's history. Now we're getting into opinions. I think tarot works like every other form of divination. You can reduce it to a simple equation. You take randomness and you add symbols to randomness, and you add human consciousness and our ability to look for patterns and to tell stories based on pictures. And what do you get? You get synchronicity. So I have a good friend named Dan. People have asked him to do a tarot reading. He didn't have his cards. He used little packets of sugar. He numbered them 1 to 22 and did a reading with it because he knew what the cards represented. You don't need the cards. The cards aren't the magic. The magic happens here. The magic happens right here. I tested this by coming up with this game I called Symbols. I basically had access to all this crappy, like 80s clip art back from the early days of desktop publishing, when that was a thing. And so I just used all these symbols. I printed them out on these little pieces of paper, mixed them all up, and I would ask a question and just draw a symbol. Oh, it's the piggy bank, or oh, it's a smiley face, or oh, it's a stop sign. And it was amazing. Like, my friends and I would sit around, just ask questions, and we got some really interesting data out of this. Just stupid little symbols on pieces of paper. So that made me realize you could take any collection of symbols, mix them up, select them at random, and you can find meaning in it. And you may even find good advice. That's how divination works. So what you don't need for tarot is spirit guides or dead people, inherited gifts of any sort, witchiness. You don't have to wear goth makeup and dress in flowing, Renaissance clothing or anything. You don't need crystals. You don't need psychic ability of any sort. You don't need esoteric knowledge. You don't have to have any spiritual view or even any spiritual view at all. I mean, you can be an absolute stone cold atheist and agnostic and use these cards in a psychological model and get good information out of it. So when you're a reader, I would encourage you to consider you don't have to prove your abilities to people, right? Tarot is a shared creative exploration. You put down some of these pictures, you're reading for someone, you say, you talk to them, they talk to you. It's a dance between the two of you. You don't have to prove that you are Miss Cleo and you see the future. You can just have a conversation with these images. And the person you're reading for has an equal role. And as a reader, professional reader, but doing this for almost 30 years and getting paid for it, and people come back to me, so it must be kind of working, is I just talk to them. And sometimes they'll see something in the cards I would have never seen before. And I'm like, awesome. This is great. This is how it works. Here's some crap people say that drives me absolutely bananas. You must be gifted your decks. You can't just buy a deck. You must come to you as a gift. What? Like, people don't just go around giving tarot cards, right? It's not a common gift. What if you want to study this? What if you want to read tarot cards? You're just going to sit around and wait for someone to go, oh, I think I'll get them a tarot card deck. What if you live in some godforsaken, red state, fundamentalist hellhole community where people would burn you at the stake if they knew you even read tarot cards? Buy yourself cards. That's the most ridiculous piece of garbage I've ever heard. You must cleanse your cards with salt and sage and under a full moon. No, you don't. Okay. They're paper. Okay. They're cardboard. If your belief says cleanse the cards, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to tell you you're doing something wrong, but I've never cleansed my cards. It's not like they're a psychic dish sponge that soaks up energy whenever I'm using them. They're cardboard. They're paper. Okay. They don't soak up anything except coffee if you spill it on them. You must listen to your guides, dead people, spirits, in order to do a good reading. No. If you do that and that works for you, awesome. Cool. Keep doing it. Whatever works for you. But don't believe you have to do that. That's crazy. Also, pro tip, avoid readers that look like stock photos. Spreads. You don't need spreads. I will repeat. You do not need spreads. If I could have the time back, I sat with this James Bond 007 spreadsheet, putting cards down and reading what each one meant and everything, boring the shit out of everyone that I was reading for. I'm sorry if you're one of those people. When I was like 11, 12 years old, I apologize. I take it all back. I'll never do it again. You don't need spreads. Take one or two cards out. Read, ask a question, take one card. Ask a question, someone else ask a question, take 3 cards. Put them down, see what happens. I sometimes do entire hour readings with 3 cards. That little white book that comes with your deck, throw it away. Put it in a drawer. Get rid of it. Look at the cards yourself. What do they mean to you? What they mean to you is what works, not what this little book published by the card manufacturer says. And this drives me crazy. Jumper cards comes with special meaning. That's your shuffling cards. And one of the cards flies out and lands across the room. No, that does not mean a message. That means you just need to learn how to shuffle better. Slow down. If you can't shuffle, just mix the cards up on the table. Okay? No jumpers. You don't need to read jumpers. Man, we're getting close to the end. But this is fun. I love talking about this stuff. Tarot is not a pagan invention, nor was it historically a tool of witches. Its iconography was explicitly Christian because it emerged in Christian-dominated Europe. It's not a pagan thing. It can be, and you can read with a pagan deck, but it wasn't built that way. And think about what that means. Like the original, someone will read today, the Hierophant is the master of esoteric wisdom, the high priest of all the mysteries, when in fact, he was the Pope. He was the Pope. Okay, the Pope. And the real Pope, I don't think approves. But that card was originally the Pope, not the arbiter of ancient Lemurian mysteries. The high priestess, she is the guardian of the deepest feminine wisdom. She sits between the pillars of Boaz and Jachin with the moon at her feet, channeling the ancient mother goddess cult. That's wisdom has been transmitted through time. No. She was the female Pope. And the Pope definitely does not approve of that particular heresy. But think about how that might make a reading different. And if you don't believe, if you think that the reading tarot cards makes you pagan, I'm sorry, bro. Look at this. There's judgment, the last day, revelation. where people are rising up, the angels blowing his horn, people are coming out of the grave to go back to Jesus. That's not pagan. Look at the Ace of Cups in the Waite Smith deck. That's the Catholic communion. That's the paraclete, the dove of peace, of the Holy Spirit bringing the communion wafer down. Bro, this is as Christian as it gets. It's even Roman Catholic. The hanged man. Well, the hanged man brings consciousness. He is taking time out from the world to go into his inner world and bring back wisdom. No, bro. The hangman was a hangman. Anyone playing with the Visconti Sforza deck would have gone, that's a traitor, because that's how they hanged traitors in that era, by the foot. And Jews also, there's some really horrible images of Jews being hanged by one foot as well. So, yeah, I mean, sure, meanings change, but try to keep in mind what the original meaning was. Tarot does not have any of the following baked into it. Kabbalah is astrology, hermeticism, witchcraft, alchemy, ancient wisdom, etc. It was a game that people played. It took each other's money, like poker. That doesn't mean this particular system isn't meaningful to you, or the deck isn't useful to you if you use the witch tarot, if you are a witch, if you are a pagan, if you are a druid and you use a deck for whatever your spiritual system is. That is awesome. Use it. It can do good things for you. It can support your spiritual practice. Absolutely. It can provide good readings. Just don't say that it is the only way. Okay. Like if you want to do this Golden Dawn thing, that's awesome, but it's not the only way. So kind of to bring things to a close here and sum things up, knowing real history will make you a better reader. If you want to try expanding, get a historic deck like a Marseille deck and just play with these for a while, just the major cards, okay? Look at them with fresh eyes. And maybe the magician, instead of being this man of esoteric, hermetic mystery with a groovy snake belt, might just be a carnival huckster like this dude, or maybe like this awesome guy. And look at the Fool. So instead of being this hippie in this awesome tunic with flowers all over, carrying a flower, blissed out on MDMA, just like kicking it with his awesome little dog at an EDM festival, maybe instead the Fool is this just homeless guy with his pants ripped, trudging around the city with this little monstrous dog getting ready to shred his twig and berries. How does that make your readings different? How does looking at the evolution of tarot make things different? So thank you. I love this topic. I love talking about it. If you want to hear more about it, up there, Michael M. Hughes, don't forget the m.com. Get on my mailing list. There's my book. There's a copy of my book. You can get it at your local store. They love you when you shop there, especially during a pandemic if they're keeping safe. So thank you very much. I'll take questions if there's time.
Well, thank you, Michael. I think that's fascinating. This is one of those talks that I'm going to be going back to and revisiting over and over again. It's amazing to me how popular tarot is right now. It really, I think divination in general is having a resurgence, perhaps because people have such a sense of uncertainty about the future, perhaps. But it's absolutely hugely popular right now, and I'm really interested to learn more about it. I don't have that much experience with it, other than I know a number of friends who use it very well, and I've mostly experimented with I Ching, but even there, I've had such really dramatic, for me, personal synchronicity, meaningful feedback that I do find that there is value in this, even if I put on my rational skeptical hat and like try to psychoanalyze, well, I'm just projecting and whatever. But I like you describe it as a dance. I think that there's really some significance to that. We do have a couple of questions, and yes, I will just say, at least some of our viewers are not taking kindly to some of your comments, but hey, that you were expecting that.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, again, like I said at the very beginning with the disclaimer, these are my opinions, but the history is pretty rigorous academic study. There's always, things that maybe historians missed, and alternative history. I'm totally open to that, but the rest is opinion. So, if you think I'm full of it, that's cool. I think a lot of tarot readers are full of it too, and that's okay. We all do our own thing. There's no tarot board. So yeah, the question from Morgan, the idea perhaps forgotten is that gifts come usually with love, which is a kind of blessing. I agree with that. I believe some people are psychically gifted, and that's a wonderful thing. I just don't think you need it to do divination. Like, maybe it helps. I've certainly had psychic experiences and flashes when I've been reading cards, but I know people who do not consider themselves psychic at all, who are amazing readers. They're just good at looking at pictures and telling stories and having communion with the people that they're reading for.
I also am very much in line with the need for a historical understanding. I mean, obviously somebody can probably just take these and run with them and do a perfectly good job with it. But I think, as with any subject, if the more you explore its history, the more depth and breadth you'll bring to the experience. We had volunteer. Victor, what's your rarest, most favorite deck?
Oh, man. I have a lot. I'm a fan of the Marseille decks. I've got so many up on the shelf back there. There's also a deck called the Solabusca deck, which is the first deck that had, like, all the cards were illustrated with scenes, so they didn't just have 3 cups. They had all this weird, really beautiful art. It reminds me kind of like Hieronymus Bosch. And some of the cards look like H.R. Giger. So the art is kind of dark and weird. There's been a lot of, kind of speculation about what those cards mean. Lots of fascinating stuff. So I have one that's like a collector's edition of that. But I just love historic decks. Marseille decks in particular, I have a ton of them. I also wanted to show this one because it's one of my favorites for these types of shows, is the UFO Tarot.
Oh, nice.
It's really cool. Like, I love the art. I don't really use it as a divination tool, but just for, like, as a piece of art, it's got some really cool. If you're into UFOs and tarot, I really recommend that one.
Oh, that looks great. Yeah, definitely. Sign me up. Let's see. Just some compliments for the presentation, and an upcoming presenter for next week, I believe, Twee Snyder. Love the real history. Great. Have you ever considered making your own tarot deck?
I have, but I'm such like a stickler. I'm such a fan of historic decks. It's the rare modern deck that actually captures my fancy. I guess, in a way, maybe I'm just sort of a snob, but I don't like decks that look real, like, cartoonish, like really like modern illustrated style kind of decks. I'm just drawn to the historical stuff. It's what resonates most with me. I get the best readings out of it. Anything that looks like superheroes or like Hello Kitty and stuff like that, it's not my thing, but they can work for people. I'm not putting them down. It's just a personal aesthetic. I'd love to do a deck. I'm just not sure how I would do it.
You mentioned Giger has to. There's got to be a Giger deck.
There is a Giger deck. It's pretty Gigerish and creepy. It's cool. It's hard to find and rare. There's also an H.P. Lovecraft tarot, which is kind of cooler if you're into Lovecraft. So I do have, like, some novelty kind of decks like that, but really the historical ones are the ones I get the most out of readings with.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation and taking the time. Really appreciate it. Folks can go to michaelmhughes.com or you can go to our website and find the links there as well. And of course, he's got a number of books, fiction and nonfiction, that you can purchase to help support Michael's work. And really, just thank you so much, Michael. I look forward to
support this guy here. Support all the great work he does. So
thank you.
Please, I'm going to make a contribution, and I hope you guys will too. And thank you for letting me help with this, because it's a great cause. So.
Really appreciate it. So we'll have you all back again soon, I'm sure, and in some capacity. We're gonna keep rolling on. So
awesome.
Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
All right, that was Michael M. Hughes. You can go to michaelmhughes.com and find his work there and check that all out. Coming up next, we've got a nice new, there it is. We've got coming up next is Aaron Goulias, a contactee countdown, top most influential or fun UFO contactees. That's coming up in just a few minutes. That makes me, and I see Aaron is there in the waiting room. So I want to play something because Aaron's coming up. So let me see if I can switch this over here and play you something. I bet he'll recognize this. Not many other people will, but check this out.
And I brought with me some songs which have come through, I understand, from the space people, and they have a content which I would like to share with people, for I think there's a lot in it that you will understand when you hear. Thank you. There's a cockeyed feeling in the world today. The power of politics is here to stay. The China, Russia, and the USA. Boy, don't let them fool you. Take a look at this world of ours. Just one mud ball in the sea of stars. Other planets have no color bars, 'cause they've got perspective. Yanks and Ruskies put men into space, but it's all a mad politician's race. What happens if in this year of grace? It makes you giggle. The population stands and stares while men in capsules explore upstairs. Why we can't even manage our own affairs. Some cheap colonization. Decide they could people on Venus and Mars. They could lads and lasses, they could cars and cars. They got better transport than four-wheel cars. Have you ever seen them? Those flying souls twisted through our skies must take some power to make them rise. But government departments just hide their eyes. Call them meteors. With all the lies that they print and shout, the general public has its work cut out. Figuring what it's all about, but just you keep on trying. Suppose you know why I'm telling you this, so you won't shriek or shake your fist when you discover Martians do exist. They're real nice fellas.
I see by the newspapers here that Kraft Ericke, head of the Space Flight Division of the American Rocket Society, he recently says man must prepare soon to meet with intelligences of other solar systems. You know, there are many that feel that this has already happened. Now, with the voluminous file of photographic evidence that we have on hand, it is quite possible that they may...
Nope. That goes into another video. Anyway, that is actually the opening credits for a documentary that we were going to show at the 2001 National UFO Conference here in Austin, Texas, called, I believe, Contact. Oh, I just had it. Where is it? Contact UFO, Alien Abductions. And it featured researchers like Bud Hopkins, John Mack, David Gottlieb, Betty Hill, Eddie Bullard, Mark Rodiger, Walt Webb, Michael Swords, and others. I just think that Contactee is adorable, and I love that song. And I think it may be Lenora Croft. I'm not really sure. I know I've had like Greg Bishop and others educate me on who that is specifically. But anyway, we're gonna just a real brief announcement. So yeah, we're still at the $10,000 mark. We could really use your support. We're halfway to our goal. We have a long way to go. That is the good news, that we are halfway through the Streamathon, starting the second half, the fourth, fifth, and sixth Streamathons these Saturdays, today and next Saturday and the Saturday after that, all to raise our annual budget of $20,000, which was to cover mostly our rent at our current location. However, we did get the less than good news a week and a half ago or so from our landlord that we are not, in fact, going to be able to renew the lease at our current location. So we are hunting for a new location. So if you're in Austin, or you know somebody in Austin with real estate information, or you just drive around and you see something that's like, that's the perfect place for a weird library, please send an email to me and our organization at contact@anomalyarchives.org, or you just go to the website. You can find the contact links there, and we'll be glad to hear from you. That's how we found out about this wonderful location that we've been at the last 3 years. Was one of our email newsletter subscribers said, hey, there's this great location. So really hope that you'll consider supporting us by helping us find a new location. So folks, we'll be back in just a minute. You can also support us with...
May I please have your attention? I would like for you to see the Anomaly Archives poster. It features many creatures and artifacts from the stranger reaches of the globe and beyond. First, you will find a cryptid named Patty, an elusive creature rarely caught on film, but here immortalized borrowing books from the archives. An MIB is seen in the background doing what we can only believe is deep research into our files. A ghostly apparition has appeared and is seen reading a book about a very scary subject. At regular intervals about the archives, the poster also features forgotten treasures and mystical symbols. The longer you stare at the poster, the more fantastic things you will find. To view it long after the video has ended, visit the archives shop, where you can find it emblazoned on t-shirts, posters, and other household objects. Thank you for your attention.
So yes, you can go to our merch store. You can find a link on our website. You'll see all kinds of great stuff, hoodies, shirts, coffee mugs, mouse pads, and actual just posters of that wonderful artwork by Red Pill Junkie from absurdbydesign.com. So, all right, we're going to be back in just a moment. We're bringing on Aaron Goulias in just a little bit, so stay tuned.
Up next, Aaron Goulias presents Contactee Countdown, Top Most Influential or Fun UFO Contactees.
right, everybody, welcome back. This is Smiles Lewis, and you are tuned in to week 4 of the Anomaly Archives Streamathon Fundraiser series. And our next presenter is Aaron Golias. I first became aware of him several years ago, and have just been so glad that I was made aware of his work. He's published a number of books, and he has a fantastic podcast that I've been listening to religiously for so long. Aaron Golias was born in Indiana in 1975, raised on toy-themed cartoons, game shows, and Star Trek reruns. He has nonetheless achieved some sort of success in his life. Golias received his BA in history from Hanover College in 1998 and promptly went to work for the state of Indiana, assessing disability insurance claims. Wearing out his welcome in the civil service within a year or so, he shifted to the thrilling world of proofreading. Realizing he was only really good at history, he returned to school and was awarded an MA in United States History from Indiana University, Indianapolis in 2003. He then moved into teaching, eventually landing at Mott Community College, where he has taught since 2006. Golias has presented numerous scholarly papers at conferences for various organizations, including the American Culture Association, the Popular Culture Association, and the Educational Technology Organization of Michigan. He's contributed to numerous to numerous history, education, and popular cultural resources. His first book, Extraterrestrials and the American Zeitgeist, Alien Contact Tales since the 1950s, was published by McFarland in 2013. He has also contributed a chapter to Doctor Who in Time and Space, Essays on Themes, Characters, and History and Fandom, 1963 to 2012. About the ways in which fan expectations shaped the 1996 and 2005 revivals of the classic science fiction series. He lives near Flint, Michigan, with his wife and son. And Aaron, sorry, Golias, I am just going too fast for myself. How you doing, Aaron?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. So, did you recognize that contactee? I think she's either British or South African. I'm not sure.
I recognized her. I can't place her, but I've heard the song before. I'm not sure. I've heard the song. I'm not sure I've seen the video that accompanies it, but I've heard the song.
So I was Googling for information about it earlier, and I mentioned, what is it, Contact UFO Abduction or whatever, that being the title of the video, and it has a bunch of classic black and white UFO contactee conference footage, and there is an archive of it with some of the original archival stuff, so should be able to find it. Cool. So looking forward to digging into that, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about what contactees you find the most interesting, fun, and influential.
Yeah, I was winnowing the list down until a couple hours ago, still trying to figure out who to leave out. Sad.
Well, we should get you set up here, and
let me share my screen, and let me do this first. I will do that, and then I will do this, and then I will do that. And are my slides showing up?
There we go.
Okay.
Great. Well, I'll let you have at it.
Okay, and I of course hit the button to move to the second slide before there was the title slide. Well, hey everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for watching this, whether you're watching live or on some sort of delay, and thanks for being here for all the topics at the Anomaly Archives Streamathon here in 2020. And like Michael said in his talk, I urge you to donate if you can to the Anomaly Archives to help them continue doing their good work of preserving the history of all of this weirdness that is out there in the world that we need to keep an eye on. And these materials that they collect are vital to understanding the history of these events and experiences and the organizations and the personalities. So if you can, please help out. Today we are doing a contactee countdown of sorts, and you'll see why I say of sorts, because I'm unable to make hard decisions about some of my favorite contactees. So we'll see what happens. So as I was introduced, I'm a writer and historian and a podcaster, but mainly a history teacher. That's really what I do most of the time, and the rest of this is an increasingly time-consuming hobby, including the writing. It's if you break it down to a per hourly rate, it's definitely in the hobby category. But I am a history teacher, so if this is like one of my classes, then that's probably why. So, first question we need to examine and look at before we get to the countdown is, what is a contactee? Because these things have different definitions. We could say a contactee is anybody who's had contact with an anomalous thing, but that's incredibly broad. So we could say, well, it's somebody who has had contact with something claiming to be an extraterrestrial. Still, that's kind of broad because there's different categories, right? Vast difference between what you see in like that really cool book of humanoid encounters from 1973 that I think the Center for UFO Studies put out, and something like more modern abduction tales. There's a difference there. So what's a contactee? For our purposes, the definition is one of those people who has had some kind of not just encounter, but generally some kind of ongoing relationship with a being that claims to be from elsewhere on the earth. And these contacts can be physical, sort of face-to-face encounters, or they can be psychic or telepathic in some way. You can have spiritual encounters. You can have things that are very akin to channeling or automatic writing. Contactees have a number of sort of hallmarks to them when we sort of use this definition, and in many cases, if not nearly all cases, the contacts involve not only tales of what life is like on other planets, but very didactic instructions for how humanity here on Earth needs to basically get its act together and leave the cosmic kindergarten, to use a metaphor that is often brought up in contact stories, that Earth and humanity are sort of at the lower level of where humanoid beings should be spiritually and politically and ethically, and that all civilizations pass through these phases, and if they don't destroy themselves, they will rise to a higher plane of existence, and we too can be like the Venusians or the Martians or the Saturnians. The contactees also often have very sort of trenchant and current things to say about political and economic and social conditions on Earth, which leads me to the next question before we get to the countdown itself. Why contactees? Why contactees today? Why contactees in general? If you listen to the Saucer Life podcast, or if you go check it out at saucerlife.com, what you'll notice is that while we cover a number of topics, contactees show up quite a bit, almost as much as weird, goofy internet culture from the 1990s. So why contactees? It's because I think contactees not only provide us with entertaining and interesting stories about how people have dealt with anomalous encounters and what anomalous encounters they've had over the last, coming up on 70 years, but also it's because of those messages they convey from their otherworldly friends. Those messages about what's wrong with American society, what needs, or other societies that they live in. We'll have an example of a non-American society, but what's wrong with the society that the contactee lives in, how that society and humanity in general can change. That provides us a valuable glimpse into various historical and cultural contexts of the time. So as a history teacher, as a history guy, I think that makes the contactees a valuable source of information and insight into particular aspects of from the stuff I generally study, largely American culture in the Cold War. So I think they're a valuable lens through which to examine Cold War history. Honestly, I think for me, that's where most of my interest lies. I'm not entirely thrilled about determining whether or not this person or that person in particular did go to Venus or Mars or set foot on a spaceship. So that's what contactees are for our purposes today. That's why I think contactees are interesting. And now the countdown, and this is where I sort of hedge a little bit. It's a countdown in no particular order. I couldn't. It was hard enough to get this down to. I got 6. I wanted it to be 5, but I just couldn't chop any of the last 6 after I chopped a bunch of others. So it was hard enough to decide who to include in this sort of overview of my top 6 contactees. I could not bring myself to rank them in order, because in order of what? In order of how much they entertain me personally, in order of what I think their significance is to the UFO field. A countdown, in ascending order of who I think was the most honest or the least honest. That's difficult to do, and gets us into the realm of making judgment calls about how honest or dishonest particular experiencers were being, which is not what we do on the show necessarily, nor what I do here. So there is don't impart to this any sort of ranking, except for the first one, because I did put the most important one first, and that is George Adamski. George Adamski was born in, I think, 1891. I don't have it written down in front of me, but 1891 in Poland, comes to the United States as a young man, serves, ends up in California, serves in World War I. He's buried at Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. You can go see his tombstone. He settles back down in California after the war, and throughout the 1920s and into the 1930s, he builds an organization called the Royal Order of Tibet, which is sort of a kind of watered down theosophical sort of outfit. He would say later, according to some accounts, that in the 1930s, he would, when prohibition went out of the law and drinking became illegal again, rather, he would say later that if it hadn't been for the end of prohibition, he wouldn't have had to get into flying saucers, because he was making money sort of bootlegging wine for sacramental purposes. He had special permission to have wine during Prohibition because it was part of the Royal Order of Tibet's ceremonies. And once that boondoggle was gone, then he had to find another grift. But George Adamski would get into amateur astronomy and astronomical photography. In the 1930s, he would write various books and pamphlets, including Satan, Man of the Hour, about the negative direction humankind is going. He would write some treatises on what he called cosmic philosophy that are going to sound very familiar to those who read his later contactee books. And in 1949, he would write a science fiction novel called Pioneers of Space, in which a group of American astronauts would travel around the solar system, meeting the Martians and Saturnians and the Mooninites who live on the moon, and learn all about their far superior civilizations. And then he started photographing other things in the sky. And he would later write that on November 20th, 1952, he had an encounter with a blonde being in a sort of silvery jumpsuit who had landed his flying saucer craft in near Desert Center, California. Adamski and some friends were out for a picnic in the desert, as one does, and he would meet the spaceman and have a telepathic conversation. Well, not telepathic, but not verbal. He sort of said it was through gestures, but I'm not sure that entirely works to the level of detail that Adamski had in this conversation. Basically, in his first written account of this encounter, which was published in the book Flying Saucers Have Landed, a year later, that the Venusians were very worried about the effects of the nuclear weapons that mankind was developing. Adamski would write his longest book, Inside the Spaceships, I think that came out in 1956, I believe. And this is his sort of in-depth account of his travels in the spacecraft with the Space Brothers, as he would call them. And this would sort of be one of the standard terms that contactees would use. Adamski, why is he on this list? We can call him the first contactee, but the things he experienced and the things many of these contactees experience are not sort of unique to contactees. There were others who had who had claimed to have physical meetings with flesh and blood beings who were more advanced than us. In the 1930s, the example that always comes to my mind is Guy Ballard, who started the IM movement. He met the Count Saint-Germain on Mount Shasta back in the 1930s, and there's no flying saucer involved, but it reads a lot like a standard UFO encounter. So Adamski wasn't the first to have this kind of experience, but his story links this sort of mystical visitation from somebody more advanced, that sort of genre of story, links it with the flying saucer thing, and establishes what I think we can consider an archetypal flying saucer contactee experience. Nearly every other contactee we're going to look at today has a story that is very much patterned on Adamski's original encounter. Although, as we'll see, they often date it earlier than November 20th, 1952, in a never-ending arms race of trying to declare themselves to be the first contactee. Another reason why Adamski sort of is number one and first, and sort of have to talk about him before you talk about any of the others, is that Adamski was massively popular. I'm not sure there's a good way to quantify his popularity compared to other contactees in this era of the 1950s and 1960s, but I will say this: he traveled all over the world and gave lectures, from Europe to New Zealand to Central America, in Mexico, in all over the place, in front of, I think it was Queen Juliana of the Netherlands. He met her. He had study groups established all over the country, and other contactees would as well. Daniel Fry, for example, had an organization that had chapters all over the place. But I mean, there is still today the George Adamski Foundation, run by people who take his claims very seriously and defend his claims on their website, and who are very, I found this out when I wrote my book on the extraterrestrials in the American zeitgeist. They are very, very, very picky about who they give permission to use George Adamski photos. And when you do get permission, after swearing up one side and down the other that what you're writing is not an attempt to debunk or mock Adamski, they supply the photos complete with a George Adamski Foundation watermark that they insist is on there. So I don't think there are many other contactees whose followers in 2020 are still as sort of tenacious about the reputation of their person. Probably the closest thing would be something like the Aetherius Society that contactee George King established. But Adamski's groups, we do have an episode, I forget the name of it, but it was a couple years ago. We sort of examined sort of the aftermath of Adamski's connection with the Flying Saucer Study Group in Detroit, Michigan, and there was a woman there named Laura Mundo, who was Adamski's sort of person on the ground here in Detroit. And she was a huge fan of his. They later had a falling out, but she ran a study group that somebody reported to the FBI for being for being communist in nature. So the FBI shows up, and the FBI really is like, these people are just flying saucer nuts. We don't think if these are the communists, we don't have to be worried about the communists if this is who they're sending. So he was massively popular, and I think that popularity was never really eclipsed by any other contactees. But there are contactees whose ideas have lasted through today, such as the next person on our list, George Van Tassel. George Van Tassel began receiving transmissions from the Space Brothers in January 1952, and he will continue writing until the early 1970s. And Van Tassel was significant and makes a top 6 list. Terrible number, a top 6 list for a number of reasons. One is because he was sort of one of the first contactees to sort of really popularize the sort of channeled messages from the Space Brothers, but also because of the things he built and established that would last a long time, and some even to this day. Like in the picture over here on the right in the bottom, you see a structure called the Integratron, which he supposedly built on the instructions and with the guidance of the Space Brothers. And who were these Space Brothers? Who told him about the dangers of nuclear weaponry and the problems with all of this violence and warlike behavior in the United States and around the world. It was a group called Ashtar Command, and he would channel a number of I say it's a crazy cast of characters. It really is. There's Ashtar, who's in charge of a fleet of ships that are basically protecting the Earth from malign outside influences so that the Earth and the human people can achieve their future together. And if necessary, if things do blow up, the Ashtar fleet will be there to sort of take everybody who's pure away to start life anew somewhere else. It's the flying saucer rapture, basically. But in addition to Ashtar, who was in command of this fleet, Van Tassel would channel a number of other people. One named Klaatu, spelled differently from the character in The Day the Earth Stood Still, but still Klaatu. Cthulhu, and many other space alien brothers who share names and identities with a lot of, if you're familiar with various ascended master spiritualist tradition, there's a lot of overlap there, right down to the channeling. And one last sort of lasting impact of George Van Tassel's work is the establishment of the giant rock flying saucer conventions that took place in Giant Rock, California, near someplace in California that people know that I don't, because it completely slipped my mind. But there's a giant rock out there, and that's where they had conventions where basically everybody who was anybody in the flying saucer world would show up and give presentations up until I think into the late 60s, into the mid to late 60s. Those continued. And I think a final sort of piece of significance for George Van Tassel is that because the Ashtar messages are channeled, you can sort of claim to be a channel for Ashtar, and really, who's going to say you're not? Unless they want to denounce all channels of Ashtar. It leaves it a little more wide open. And so, to one degree or another, people have been channeling Ashtar ever since. Even at the same time Van Tassel was channeling messages from Ashtar, other people would get involved as well and say, I heard this from Ashtar as well. So that provides independent confirmation of what Mr. Van Tassel is saying. There would be an acrimonious split between various factions of Ashtar belief in the 1950s and 60s over the question of to what degree there should be a profit motive to the publication of Ashtar messages. If you've seen an Ashtar book and you're of a certain age, like my age and a bit older, you've probably seen books like, with this Ashtar Command logo, books like Project World Evacuation and Ashtar, a Tribute, that were compiled by a woman named Tuella, who called herself Tuella. She looks like the sweetest little old lady in a church basement you've ever seen in your life, and she was the main channel of Ashtar during the 1980s. There are people, once the internet comes along, it seems like everybody is channeling Ashtar. You can see examples of Ashtar channeling, penetrating various areas that really sometimes have nothing to do with UFOs. I think probably my favorite is when I started to see Ashtar, or people channeling Ashtar, who had messages from the Space Brothers about the great currency revaluation and the Nasara scam that became popular in about 10 years ago or so, 10, 15 years ago. So, when that's part of the problem with channeling is you can't really control the message as well, because people will claim to channel things. Next person on our list, Orfeo Angelucci. Orfeo Angelucci is another California contactee, and if I'm remembering this correctly, he at one point worked at, I think, the same aircraft plant that George Van Tassel did. He certainly worked at the same aircraft plant as another contactee, and I think it was Van Tassel. Orfeo Angelucci claimed that his first encounter took place in 1952, and his encounters and his story, it's incredibly complex. And this is probably the only time I'm going to just come out and say, for a lot more information about Orfeo Angelucci, I really urge you to listen to the episode about him we did, because it's a complicated story, because the first version of it comes out in magazines the first one is as a self-published pamphlet, and then his story comes out in a magazine, and then he tells it in a couple of books that were edited by Ray Palmer, who was involved with the Shaver Hollow Earth stuff back in the 40s and was one of the first really big shots in flying saucer publishing in the 1950s. And the different iterations of the story, from the self-published pamphlet through the Ray Palmer books, see the story get more and more detailed and complex with each telling. And what's really interesting about a couple really interesting things about Angelucci's contact experiences are that, one, he talks a great deal about the physical pain and debilitation he's experienced through his whole life, through some medical issues, and he is treated and helped in these things by the Space Brothers, but he is not cured completely, because his pain is also a motivator in some ways. And the other thing that always sort of comes up with Orfeo Angelucci is that on several occasions, the Space Brothers give him to drink what he calls a nectar. It's a beverage, and it's they drop a pill in his drink, and it sort of dissolves and swirls around, and he drinks it and experiences, well, the doors of perception are opened, and he understands more and more deeply. And this has led some people to look at Angelucci's story and say that he is clearly sort of undergoing some kind of hallucinogenic substance event, and people have connected it to, I think Nick Redfern wrote an article or two on this, and if he didn't, it sounds like the sort of thing he would write anyway. That Angelucci might have been an early victim of some kind of MK Ultra style mind control experimentation, which is an explanation that I think is interesting. Interesting to look at from a speculative point of view. But Angelucci's story, the books, I mentioned this in the episode that we did on him, the books are incredibly sort of dense, and they are, for me, they were a struggle to get through, and a struggle to sort of distill into something that works in a 45 to 60 minute podcast episode, much less 1/6 of my presentation time for a contactee countdown. But I wanted to make sure to mention him because it's an interesting story, and it's the textures and sort of imagery he brings up are very evocative. In one of his first encounters, he's alone in a ship that's being controlled remotely, and he sits in a chair, and he's in this chair, and the lights change inside the ship, and he hears music. And the way he describes this, it's different from just about any other contactee story that I've seen. It's much more richly described than many. And then when he's on the planet Venus with his alien friends, then it gets a little tedious. But when it's good, it's some of the most evocative contactee writing out there, which is something that we really can't say about our next person. But he's significant, if nothing else, because he might be the only contactee where everybody remembers the name of the contactee way more than they remember. Let me start that sentence again. He's odd for a contactee because everybody remembers the name of the alien more so than the name of the contactee. Everybody who's interested in this stuff, or even tangentially, has heard of Valiant Thor. Not as many people remember that Reverend Frank Stranges was the man who brought Valiant Thor to the masses. Frank Stranges had been interested in UFOs, flying saucers, throughout the 1950s while he was working for, I think it was called the International Evangelism Crusade, as a preacher. He wrote articles for flying saucer magazines and digests before he published any sort of contact account. I've got one magazine that has an article, Preacher, What About UFOs? Something like, What About Flying Saucers? Where he says, well, how should Christian clergy respond to parishioner concerns about flying saucers? And it's actually a pretty reasonable, interesting article. But then later, he reveals in some of his writings, including probably the book he's best known for, Stranger at the Pentagon, that in 1959 he met Valiant Thor, the stranger at the Pentagon. And Valiant Thor was a space brother who was, high up in his organization, and he had been sent to Earth, to the United States, to meet with American leaders and provide guidance and information on how to achieve peace and modernize our technology and economy. And he was sort of housed at the Pentagon for, I think, 3 years. And he met with both President Eisenhower and Vice President Nixon and sort of shared what he was willing to teach them. And the end result was that Nixon and Eisenhower both said that these revelations from Valiant Thor would upset the American economy, and so they had to, politely decline his offer of help. But what's some fascinating things about Valiant Thor is that Flying Saucer magazine photographer Augie Roberts, who was, pals with Gray Barker, who played a lot of jokes. Augie Roberts claimed that one of his photos at one of contactee Howard Menger's meetings in New Jersey actually showed Valiant Thor and two of his crew members, the much less interestingly named Jill and Don, the space people. So I think Valiant Thor might be the only space brother we actually have a photograph of, or at least, the one that has a photograph that a lot of people have seen. Stranges would be active in the UFO field for a very long time, up until his death in the 21st century. I can't remember what year he passed away. I don't want to say because I can't remember, but he was pretty interesting, and also he revealed later in his life that the late Robert F. Kennedy was very interested in UFOs, and that Bobby Kennedy in 1968 asked Val Thor if he should run for president, and Val Thor said, "If you run for president in 1968, it will be tragic. You should wait until 1972." but Kennedy, of course, did run in 1968 and was assassinated. So Valiant Thor, we should listen to Valiant Thor. He has wise words for us. Okay, next, Elizabeth Klarer. Elizabeth Klarer had a contact experience in her native South Africa in 1956. And her story, as it was published in, I think, Flying Saucer Review or another British publication in 1956, 1957, was very straightforward. She was near her home in South Africa, and she saw a flying saucer, and it landed, and she met a man named Akon, and he was from an advanced civilization, and he urged humanity to be peaceful, and then he left. And that was pretty much the story. And then in 1980, she publishes a book called Through the Light Barrier that expands on this story quite a bit. Because it turns out that not only did she meet Akon, the spaceman, who's in the picture behind her there, but she and Akon were lovers, and he took her onto the spaceship and impregnated her, and she had a son who was Akon the alien's son, and someday, she said, he would return for them and they would join him. And it's wild. And it's an interesting story. And the thing is, for me, that's the least interesting part of the story. It's a romance novel. It's very much not a novel, but it could be a romance novel. It's almost a dry run for some of these very sort of weird, poorly written alien romance novels that you see out there on Amazon and stuff. Because what's interesting about the story is not just the alien human interbreeding part of the story, but we've got a book that was published in 1980, written in the 70s, about an encounter that takes place in 1956. And the 1956 encounter very much focused on general sort of contactee themes of war and peace. The 1980 version, the threat that humanity has to avoid, according to Klarer, is not nuclear war. The problem is there is going to be a race war, she says, which is this is a late middle-aged white woman in South Africa writing in the 1970s, concerned about a race war. This is the point she's writing at the point where the apartheid regime in South Africa is not crumbling, but is under increasing international pressure. And so her book is very much, it's got a very colonialist feel to it. The native African people she comes into contact with are presented very much as sort of, noble, mysterious savages who have their own tales of the space wagons or the star wagons or the sky wagons who come. And how do we know why does Akon pick Elizabeth Klarer to bear his alien child? Because she's blonde and thus shares a genetic link to his own advanced people. So this is, and that sort of angle is not something that's completely absent from contactee things by any means, but Klarer's book makes it much more of a focal point. It's an interesting book, and it's an interesting story, more for the context from which it comes than the content of the story itself. And looking at the time, I think I timed this really, really well, and I'm glad I went with 6 people and not 5, because we've got number 6 here, and this one I couldn't cut him. I couldn't cut him. I wanted to, but I just couldn't, and that is Reinhold Schmidt. Reinhold Schmidt is not a guy who will show up on the list of most people's lists of top contactees in any way, unless it's a top 10 shadiest contactees ever. Reinhold Schmidt claimed to have an encounter in Nebraska on November 5th, 1967. He was out, he was a grain buyer, he was out inspecting some fields, and he claims to have seen a flying saucer. It lands, he visits it. The crew members speak with German accents, and they invite him onto the flying saucer, which has, this is my favorite part, they serve him coffee from it's a normal percolator coffee pot, except it doesn't have a cord because it's powered by the same technology that fuels the ship. He has this encounter. He publishes up a pamphlet about it, and he goes on the lecture circuit with mixed results over the next few years. He has some pretty big audiences with some fellow contactees such as Daniel Fry, but as I discussed in the episode we did about him, there's a hilarious newspaper story from 1960. He did a lecture at a high school in California, and most of the crowd were high school students. And during the question and answer session, these high school kids just take his story apart. They take apart his physics of space travel he talks about. They take apart his sort of ancient alien stuff about Egypt, because he says, I saw the book from the pyramid and it was written in English. And they point out that English hadn't been invented yet. It's very funny, but he's making money off this, and he's doing okay. And he'd been going on additional flying saucer journeys with the space people, because they were looking for special mineral deposits of a mysterious substance that would help them with their ship construction. So Earth had some materials that the Space Brothers needed. And all of this leads to, in 1961, a movie with a missing quotation mark at the end there. That's humiliating, but it's a movie called Edge of Tomorrow, and that's where the picture on the right side of the screen is from. It's a shot. It was a movie about his encounter. Schmidt played himself, and there you have Mr. X and the other crew members in the spaceship. And there was a book. They reprinted his booklet that was his story to tie in with the film. It was directed by Ron Ormond, who also directed The Mesa of Lost Women, if you've seen that classic terrible movie, as well as what we might call Christian exploitation films of the late 60s and early 70s, such as If Horsemen Tire You, if Footmen Tire You, What Will Horses Do? About the evil atheistic communist takeover of America. I heartily recommend it. I think you can find it on YouTube. In 1963, Reinhold is arrested, tried, and convicted of fraud charges after he takes tens of thousands of dollars from literally little old ladies for investments in a mining company that he based on his what he found on his flying saucer trips. During his trial, according to the newspapers, his lawyers played parts of the Edge of Tomorrow film to the jury as evidence in his defense. It did not work. He was convicted. He did a short prison stint and then faded away. I think he passed away sometime in the mid 1970s. So those are the six contactees that I thought are worthy of attention in one way or another. I think Reinhold Schmidt's lasting legacy is he is a resounding example of the way that that the saucer field can be used as a tool for fraud. To finish up, some honorable mentions that I wanted to talk about, but there just wasn't time. Al Bender of Men in Black fame. Everybody remembers his encounters with the Men in Black and shutting down the International Flying Saucer Bureau, but fewer people remember his weirdly odd book from the later 1960s where he basically is a contactee and he goes to the Men in Black's planet of Kazik, which is how it's pronounced, Kazik. It's a weird book. He's rubbed all over with purple goo and ultraviolet light. Howard Menger backdated his contactee experiences to the 1920s when he met a previous incarnation of the woman he left his wife for, if I've got that right. Truman Bethram met Aura Raines, the lady space captain. Woody Derenberger met Indrid Cold and was integral to that complex of Mothman stuff back in the day. And his daughter Tanya later claimed to have met Indrid Cold as well, but Indrid Cold's dead, if you haven't heard. And Buck Nelson met a giant space dog, summarizing that story very quickly. But that is the countdown. Thank you. The show is at saucerlife.com, and I'm on Twitter and Instagram at saucerlife, and on Facebook at the Saucer Life Podcast. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer that. But that is the non-countdown countdown.
Well, thank you for that, Aaron. The UFO field is so strange in so many ways, not least of which because, through its evolution, the earliest UFO researchers went through that period where they just immediately rejected the contactees. And then they had with close encounters, and then close encounters of the third kind, and then abductions and whatnot. This idea that, well, there might be occupants of these things that we're studying, but there's always been like a real rejection of the contactees as just probably fraudulent.
Right.
And there's so many interesting aspects there's so many approaches one could take. Obviously, it's easy to write them off. They seem more like just traditional New Age spiritualist stuff for the 50s and 60s. And yet, I do think it's highly likely. I think it's indeed probable that many of them were having legitimate experiences. And it reminds me of John Keel's silent contactees, this idea that there were thousands of people experiencing these things who never look for any publicity, who as much as they may be getting the message that you should be proselytizing, they don't, or they do it on a much more, word of mouth level.
Right.
We did have a Red Pill Junkie ask you the obvious, what are your top modern contactees? Because it's certainly evolved now. It's completely different, or is it?
Whitley Strieber. I think the most recent book of his I read that I can't remember the name of, but it was very much in the vein of a contactee book, because he has a message, and it's never just been about the abduction experience, that we see back in Communion. I think Strieber's continued evolution over the years is very much in the vein of sort of an ongoing contact relationship, and I think we see him kind of struggle to understand it, as we're struggling to understand it as we read through his books. There's a lot of weird overlap in categories with contactees that I don't think we had as much back in the 1960s. I'm not a fan of a lot of the modern modern contactee stuff, to be honest. I think Whitley probably, whether he would sort of see it that way or not, I sort of see him as sort of, thematically closer to what was going on in the best of the 50s stories, as opposed to Ashtar Channeler number 72, who has a blog somewhere.
Yeah, and Ashtar is a great example of how, like, channeling, which is its whole other subgenre, is an intimate part of this. But I mean, so much of the UFO contact experience, whether it's close encounters, contact, or abduction, involves perceived telepathy, getting messages, and channeling just being another way of that. And then there's those weird connections with the I forget if it's the Air Force, or I think it was some Project Blue Book people who actually did some experiments on the fly, seemingly with some contactees. There's just so much fascinating ways to look at it, and the idea that that I think has been brought forth with both the idea of psychics and shamans and so forth, that maybe there's this desire to be taken seriously, and when people aren't taking your actual legitimate experience seriously, you feel this need to invent more data, more evidence. And so this idea comes up over and over again of maybe they had a legitimate, real experience of some unknown, saw it through the lens of their own enculturation, but then when they weren't believed, felt like they compelled to create more evidence. I mean, obviously there are fraudulent people out there, but
and I think one of the things I sort of argue in the Extraterrestrials in the American Zeitgeist book is that, for some, I think Adamski is a good example of this. He had a relatively consistent message that he was discussing from the 1930s onward. And you can see the themes that come out in his sort of ethical and philosophical and political themes that come out in his contactee books. You can see that in the pamphlets and things that he writes back in the 1930s and 40s before the flying saucer thing even starts. So I think for somebody like Adamski, he sees the flying saucer craze as a new vehicle to promote ideas he already had, which doesn't necessarily mean he didn't have some kind of encounter that inspired him to do this. But the encounter is sort of incidental to the message in some ways, and in some cases. And I think another thing is that I've argued in the past is that the flying saucer thing provides cover for what were at the time some fairly subversive messages about the dangerous effects of rampant capitalism and nuclear weapons. It's why you have people writing to the FBI saying, I think there's communists down at this flying saucer club, because they're talking about really weird things. And from a lot of the files I've looked at, it seems like what the FBI was mostly concerned about is when people like Frank Stranges or like Adamski claim to have some kind of connection to the government that they didn't have. And so you do have some federal law enforcement investigation of this, but for the most part, especially sort of at the ground level of just flying saucer believers in their clubs, maybe saying some pretty, subversive things about the American way, they're not seen as a threat. There are bigger ideological threats out there. And so the flying saucer thing can provide some cover in that way.
And this is, again, there's so many angles that can be talked about. And I'm fascinated by this idea that, whether the American government and military felt that this was just, organic socialism, communism being expressed, or whether it was part of some greater plot or orchestrated stratagem, to use Vallet's turn of phrase. That I think this is an idea that Nick Redfern's explored, and others, that maybe this was part of some actual campaign, but that's a whole other can of worms, obviously. So, well, thank you so much, Aaron. I really I suggest folks check out saucerlife.com. It's a great podcast. I listen to every episode intently and excitedly for the next one, and I'm glad that there's somebody like you out there who is an academic working in education and working also in these fields, because I do think the historical perspective is really important, and I think a little snark is okay. So,
well, thanks. And thanks for having me. And please, everybody, donate to the Anomaly Archives. And on the 23rd, our holiday special episode will come out. And
all right.
We're excited about that. I've got all of our guest voices in, having recorded them by themselves remotely, safely. And I'm really excited about the Commander X family Christmas letter that so we're going to see what's going on with the Commander X family this year. And we've got some examples of Krampus romance novels.
Oh my gosh.
So there's that. It's it's gonna be it's It's going to be fun. So that's coming up. Thanks for having me. Enjoy. I think Micah Hanks is up next with, with
He's
more
just,
UFO stuff.
Just coming
on. That'll be fun. And enjoy the rest of the Streamathons throughout the rest of the year. And thanks again. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate it. All right, folks, that's Aaron Goulias, who you can find at saucerlife.com. And you can, of course, go to our website and see all the links to his and our other presenters' works. We are inching along slowly. We've, broken that 10,000 halfway mark, so we're very happy about that. Still kind of going along at a snail's pace, but I understand it's tough out there, folks. So, but if you can give, we'd really appreciate it. We could really use your help. We're just approaching $10,100, and we can use all the help we can get. And coming up in just a minute, we'll have Micah Hanks. And so stay tuned, stay right where you are, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments or minutes. All right, folks. That is some of the work of my good friend Ken Adams, who we'll be hearing from in upcoming Streamathons. You can see more of his work at that link. It's a Vimeo page with a lot of his great stuff. Love his audio-visual work. It's mainly visual. He has some great musicians as well. But stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with Micah Hanks.
Up next, Micah Hanks presents UFOs, a historical perspective.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Smiles Lewis, and this is week 4 of the Streamathon Emergency Fundraiser series from the Anomaly Archives. We are trying to raise $20,000, our annual budget for our nonprofit 501c3. It's called the Scientific Anomaly Institute, aka the Anomaly Archives. You can find out all about us at anomalyarchives.org, as well as all of the links to the archives of these Streamathons that are also archived at our YouTube channel. But without further ado, Micah Hanks is a writer, podcaster, researcher, and speaker whose interests cover a variety of subjects, including history, archaeology, science, and the future of humankind. A longtime researcher and proponent of the scientific study of unidentified aerial phenomena, or UFOs, Micah has authored a number of books and has contributed many essays, articles, and blogs to various publications. Along with his podcasts, he has also worked as a narrator and lending his voice to several audiobooks, woohoo, radio programs, and other recorded projects over the years. And yes, he has a great voice and a great mind, and he's always constantly working on a number of interesting projects. And he's now just launched a new project that's with some other great researchers called The Debrief, and I'm sure he can tell us a little bit more about that. Hey, Micah, how you doing?
I am doing extremely well, and of course, always hopeful that technology is going to be on our side today, which ever increasingly as we move into the future, it seems to be so far, right? But I mean, we're a long ways right now, Smiles, from, flint napping. My other area of interest is archaeology, and that was almost foolproof technology. You take a big hunk of chert and you nap it into a stone projectile and you launch that. Yeah, that's hard to mess up, although there was incredible intricacy to it. But yeah, computers, totally different thing. So let's hope for the best today, yeah?
Fingers crossed, man.
Yes. And how are you, by the way, I should ask?
Doing great. We, as I mentioned, we're still slowly progressing towards our goal, but we have a long way to go. But and we're still on the hunt for our new location. So as I've said, folks can email contact@anomalyarchives.org if you've got leads on good locations here in Austin. So, and it's beautiful outside. I see some beautiful fall colors out my window, so I'm very happy. So.
Excellent.
And I'm here with you, man.
Well, hey, look, there's no better place to be. And if I may, actually, I'm going to save it for when we get into the talk, because as and a lot of folks at home who might be aware of the schedule today, I'm going to be talking about the history of one of our favorite topics, UFOs, which is a subject near and dear to a lot of the fine folks who have been presenters. Aaron Gould, yes, my good pal who just spoke. In fact, again, this is something that I know that he certainly appreciates and enjoys, and we both like to geek out about this. But what the Anomaly Archives is involved with, and what you guys not only have done for a long time, but what we all hope you'll continue to be able to do for years to come, it has everything to do with history. And so I'll have a little more to say about that later.
Really appreciate that. And thank you so much for everything you've done for us so far. I'm just always amazed at you're one of the hardest people working in this field that I know. And you've always got a lot of things, a lot of plates spinning, or a lot of things on different burners, as they say. And can you tell us briefly about the new website? Is it debrief.org?
Yeah. Right? Yeah, the debrief.org with the added. But yes, the debrief, it's funny because, it initially had been an idea that came to mind for me personally with regard to all the developments we have kind of seen in the last few years with regard to UFOs, but also, again, with a mind for history, trying to raise the bar on the kind of discussion that I think can and should be had about that topic. But my wonderful colleagues who I've launched this with, MJ Benias and Tim McMillan, are very much of the mind and were really instrumental in, as they came on board. Tim, again, really had been there since the outset, but as this idea kind of evolved and went through different stages over the last several months, it became increasingly apparent that really, if we want to have a serious conversation about UFOs, it might be helpful to bring that conversation out of the realm that's exclusive to that subject, again. And I have to admit, I'm one of those people, really, who for a long time, we UFO researchers or UFO advocates, zealots, pick whatever term you want for it. But again, people who are passionate about this subject, we guard it jealously. We almost are protective at times. Actually, I think we're very protective because it's something that's meaningful to us. But I think that really anyone who really studies this deeply begins to see also that it's deeply meaningful in the broader scope of a lot of things that we're seeing right now. And even if you're one of the harsh UFO skeptics and you don't think that there's a literal phenomenon behind it, I don't happen to be one of those personally. But if you were, I would nonetheless argue, look, there are things that we can learn about ourselves and maybe also about space and whether we're alone in the universe from the way that we approach how we try to understand and reconcile with this topic. So I think there's something of benefit to everybody in terms of the study of UFOs. But in order to broaden that discussion, in order really to give it the kind of, intellectual and societal even framework and definitely historical that it deserves, it's got to be put into the context of what the regular sciences deal with. It's also got to be put into the context of this is a subject that should be treated like other sciences. Science should be applied to it. And indeed, if it is what many think it does represent, a possible technology in our midst which we can't account for, it could also be paradigm shifting in the sense of Thomas Kuhn and scientific revolutions. This could be a paradigm shifting discovery that might establish all new branches of scientific inquiry. So yeah, it's incumbent upon us to move this dialogue over into an area where it can get more attention and more people are discussing it in the context of science, technology, and even national defense. That's what the debrief is all about. And we don't just talk about UFOs. But again, it's been a wild ride, and I, have enjoyed every moment of it, all the work that's gone in. So good to take a minute off, though, and be here with you guys.
Well, thank you for that. And let's, without further ado, let's get your slides up and let you go into this overview of the history of the UFO.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, we ran a test the other night, so we'll give it a shot and see how this goes. Hopefully, we should be able to do this pretty quickly here. Okay, let me see here. Smiles, let's try this. We're going to share the screen, and I'm going to go full screen here, and let me know if you can see us. How are we looking?
I think we're ready to go.
All right, we'll try that. So, UFOs, a historical perspective. My friend and colleague Smiles had proposed initially the kind of working title for this had been pre-1947 UFOs, and we're certainly going to be looking at a lot of those today. But as time allows, although if possible, I'd like to also offer a little time at the end for kind of wrap up and questions if there are any for our live YouTube audience. And hello everyone at home. We are going to be looking at UFOs, the possibility that there is evidence for what we might call the human experience that we recognize today as the UFO encounter. Similar experiences throughout history going all the way back to antiquity. But I want to add a few caveats about what exactly a UFO experience is, what that really means, and importantly, how we scientifically and in a historical context, how we study them, how we actually best implement scientific protocols and also responsible historical research when we're looking at UFOs. But before we get into all that, as promised, I do want to mention that on the note of history, it's very important what the Anomaly Archives does. Over the years, I have had a lot of friends, many of them who have been in this decades longer than me and most of us here, people who have devoted their entire lives really to the study of phenomena like UAP or UFOs and other interesting topics. Another one that I'm passionate about and I certainly enjoy is cryptozoology. Again, take your pick, but there have been incredible efforts made to document these sorts of phenomena. And what is tragic truly to me is when information that people have spent their lives documenting is lost. And it's not something we can afford to lose, especially if we understand, as I was saying there at the outset, the importance of being able to apply scientific protocols toward the understanding of phenomena like UFOs and these sorts of things. A number of years ago, actually, was at an event where I was speaking, and I was chatting with a guy who had been a former scientific advisor to the Joint Chiefs. and had said, after my experience in government advising the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I think less science involved in this field is going to be beneficial. And I said, you were a science advisor. Why would you say that? And he said, because I didn't see any progress with science. And so, I challenged him on that. I said, I disagree. And he said, listen, let me say again, I was a science advisor to the Joint Chiefs, okay? And, I have some experience in this. And I said, yeah, but with full respect to that, I don't think that the problem that you saw warrants less scientific involvement. I said, what I think we need is a better scientific approach, and we need more people willing to apply that science. And it troubles me that there are people who, again, he wasn't necessarily someone who had spent his life studying UFOs. He had been someone who had been in the sciences, came to learn about this phenomena, and then was so disgusted by the way that he had seen the establishment treat the subject, he wanted nothing to do with it. And I thought, there's nothing next to that more tragic, of course, than the loss of knowledge. And so when we try to document the history of a phenomenon, very much like the Anomaly Archives does, documenting all kinds of things, preserving historical records, collections, personal collections, people's actual personal book collections, their files, their own original research, these kinds of things. That information, if it can be preserved, it can be useful to future decades. Maybe future scientists who are more open-minded or who have had less exposure to an establishment worldview that prevents them from really seeing the benefit of and the merit of the study of these kinds of topics. And if we can preserve that information right now, if we can do what the Anomaly Archives, if it can continue, as I know it will, if we can preserve the information in the way that they are doing, maybe there will be future generations that will be able to do even more with what we're collecting and learning about today than we've been able to do. That's my hope, at least. And so before we really get into this lecture, I really implore people at home, if you have not yet, please consider supporting this endeavor. Please donate to the Anomaly Archives here with the Streamathon. Smiles and the gang have very graciously given of themselves, given incredible amounts of free content. And they've gotten other people, including myself, Aaron before me, and all kinds of other folks who have been contributors, who have given our time. Please consider supporting this effort, because again, it really may mean great importance to our own future and those who come well after us. If we are able to take that action today, it really means a lot. All right, so without further ado, we're going to get into things here. UFOs, a historical perspective, very much in line with what we're talking about. Why apply history to a subject that seems very, well, really, for lack of a better term, futuristic? Because if anything, UFOs seem to represent a technology the likes of which we see in, sci-fi films or read about in comic books and play in video games and things like that. But the reason I think we have to apply historical research to this, and the reason it has become so important to me in recent months, years, in fact, is because with, for instance, the groundbreaking revelations that have occurred since 2017. There was the big New York Times article co-authored by Leslie Kean, a veteran UFO reporter and commentator, also Ralph Blumenthal, and then also Helene Cooper, who covers Pentagon as, her normal beat for the New York Times. But here you have these, very credentialed reporters, and also someone who has made great strides in reporting on UFOs over the years, coming together and going into print in a paper of record like the New York Times and publishing a story that revealed a few things. One, our government and the Department of Defense is looking at UFOs, and they seem to take that seriously. Two, the name of that program, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Keywords there, threat identification. Is there any overt evidence that the UFO phenomenon is threatening? No, there's not, fortunately. But any significantly advanced technology that we can't account for must be treated in the context of national security as a potential threat. And I think that was one of the big takeaways, that we've got guys like Lou Elizondo and others who are looking at this, and in fact, right now are still looking at this, something my colleagues and I have reported on recently there at thedebrief.org. And then, of course, the other big takeaway is that whatever this phenomena is, whatever the apparent technology that our Navy has used, technology like Raytheon's FLIR forward targeting pod in order to actually capture and track and obtain other instrumental data about, whatever this technology is, we don't know what it is. And this, of course, was followed by subsequent reporting. But really, again, what was of tremendous significance to me had been the fact that earlier this year, April of 2020, a year of reckoning, I'm still waiting for the actual zombie apocalypse. And certainly with the pandemic underway, it has actually felt at times like a real alien invasion. So this has been a year I think many of us will remember for decades to come. But in all, or rather in of all years, it makes very much sense to me that we would have the Pentagon coming out and disclosing officially these 3 videos, which had already been leaked online previously. And their official statement is, we class the phenomena in these videos as unidentified. We apparently don't know what it is, in other words. And yet it was really kind of met with very little fanfare. I mean, such a momentous occasion. The DoD comes out and officially acknowledges in a press release posted on their website, we've got videos of things, a technology apparently, that we can't identify. And people are like, that's interesting. Let's go over here and look at cat videos. And I'm thinking, maybe that's the strangest thing about 2020, that we would have such a big announcement, and really it wasn't as impactful. And my colleague John Greenwald and I both went on Coast to Coast AM the weekend after the news was posted, and we, had an all-night conversation. If you're one of those late-night listeners, you know how late Coast goes. And so we're on there, we're talking about that and the implications, and it baffled me then as it does now that, again, people aren't as mystified by this as I think I am, even though I've spent my, better part of my adult life studying this. And so it's really begun to make me think, well, what is going on here, and why do people react to the subject the way that they do? And one thing you'll often see, the sorts of, I think, mainstream scientists that the gentleman I spoke of earlier had been so frustrated with during his own experience and his actual career as an advisor to the Joint Chiefs had talked about. We see those kinds of establishment scientists looking at these videos and going, look, that's our own technology. Our boys out there at Area 51, they cook this stuff up. That's all this is. And I'm thinking to myself, well, again, if we look at the history of the phenomenon, is that necessarily the most likely, the most parsimonious statement or explanation for what we appear to be looking at here? I don't think it is, because again, on further review of the history, we know that at least going back to 1947, there seems to be a plethora of information very much in keeping with, in other words, anecdotal reports, but sometimes also captured with instrumental data in support of them, namely radar, that seem to talk about the very same sorts of things that we are now seeing in these, highly sophisticated pieces of imagery, I would say. I mean, they are videos, but it's a lot more than just a video, because we also have all sorts of tracking capability, heat signatures, other information that's being obtained with this technology. And so I think that if people today who are making statements like that, that's just our own stuff. We probably cooked it up out there at Area 51, and if not, it's Russia's or China's, which again is a tremendously disturbing concept, in my opinion. But if people who made those kinds of offhand statements had studied the history, I don't think that they would be so quick to make those kinds of claims, and hence why we're going to look at the history today. But I really think that even further back than 1947, as we will demonstrate, there is some evidence suggestive of the idea that a phenomena may have been present, and that in fact within the context of people's ideological framework and using the parlance of the day, people spoke about these things that are nonetheless relatable to us today. So we'll get into things here if I can find the right button to push. I'd like to lead off with this quote by the veteran researcher Barry Greenwood, who, if you aren't familiar with his UFO Historical Review, it's a fantastic publication. And I think all of them can be read online in PDF format there at the Greenwood Archive website. Go online, look for UFO Greenwood Archive or Greenwood UFO Archive. That'll get you to his website, and then you can scroll down in the column on the left-hand side to the UFO Historical Review, only one of the many publications he produced over the years. But in that first edition, there was actually episode 0 that came out first as a test, and then he put out the first one, the first full-length edition of the newsletter. But in that first full-length edition, he had this quote, "To understand how any topic functions, one must understand the topic's origins, that from which it came. UFOs have a very deep but very obscure base, which through the years has been twisted, molded, and manipulated to meet the needs of whoever had a belief to promote." Now that seems like a rather skeptical statement, and it is, and I think that it really should be kept in mind that unfortunately many people who have looked at the potential that there is a deeper history of this subject they often will kind of take that and say, therefore, all the religious experiences that we read about in religious texts from over the years, these must be aliens. We can look at cave art that seems to depict incredible, extraordinary beings that quite obviously are not human, therefore aliens. I think we should slow our roll, to use a technical term. That is not necessarily the case. Often there is actually ample evidence that suggests that things that people have looked at in the archaeological record said, this could be UFO or this could be alien evidence, actually may be something entirely different. Some things are, based on religious visions. Some things may be religious visions that were chemically induced, with substances like psilocybin. If they were taking what we colloquially know today as magic mushrooms, I think there's a very strong case, especially when you got figures like the character on the cave walls at Tassel in Algeria, where some, again, we might use the expression ancient astronaut theorists would say spaceman. I look at a guy, a human, an anthropomorphic figure with little mushrooms going all over his body, and I'm thinking that's probably actually a good trip or a bad one, depending on how you see it, on mushrooms, by effectively a caveman who later represented what he saw on a cave wall. There are also the possibilities, though, that some of these ancient epics, like the Vedas of ancient India and the like, maybe some of these are also just imaginary. Again, I wonder if future anthropologists will look back at our UFO commentaries of today, or maybe more importantly, our science fiction of today, the things that we have clearly written simply as science fiction novels. If they read Stephen King novels or Arthur C. Clarke, are they going to look back at that and say, was this evidence of astronauts visiting, right? It's very possible that people in the ancient world, again, modern Homo sapiens sapiens, human beings just like us, anatomically indistinguishable from modern people, I don't doubt they had the same faculties for imagination. So we should certainly be very careful when we look at evidence presented in the past and try to say, therefore, aliens. But I think if we are careful and discerning, we certainly may find evidence of very similar UFO-like phenomena in the past, which may help us place the UFO phenomena as we know it today into the proper historical context. Again, this statement that I lead off here, my own, our tendency to ponder over unidentified aerial phenomena is a time-honored tradition. And as I note, yes, you look back at historical documents and you do see religious texts, philosophical tracts, broadsheets, especially from just a few centuries ago, that seem to show things that are very similar to what we would call UFOs today. Are they really? Something I also notice, and this is something of a paradox to me, the majority of the written literature that addresses the history of UFOs today starts in 1947 or thereabouts. Some may go back as far as 45 or 1943, but the majority of the books that are written on this topic, they start in the 1940s. And, the authors, and many of them are great authors I highly respect, but they'll say, there is, I should say, they will acknowledge, rather, that there is probably a deeper history of this phenomena, but, there's only so much that we can learn from studying it, and really, apart from the things that we can look at in the modern era, what may be UFOs from earlier times, they really are nothing more than good stories, and will best be served by starting in 1947 and moving forward. I can't help but wonder, really, is that necessarily true? Now, I've already kind of touched on what historical ufology, in my opinion, is, and just to kind of clarify, it is not to try and find evidence of extraterrestrial visitation since ancient times per se. It is rather trying to recognize whether experiences very similar to the modern human experience of looking up into the sky, seeing a phenomena we can't identify, ascribing agency to it and projecting our own ideas onto what it may be, which in truth we still have not reached any kind of conclusions, let alone a consensus on what UFOs might represent and what their origins may be. But I think that experience of looking up in the sky and saying, what is that? That's been with us since time immemorial. And really, I think that that's the best way that we can kind of frame the idea of historical ufology. But as I mentioned earlier, it's not trying to find proof of ancient astronauts necessarily, nor is it necessarily saying that aliens exist. It would be hard to look into the ancient past and look at historical records of experiences similar to our modern UFO experience and say that somehow proves the visitation of extraterrestrials has been occurring since time immemorial. I mean, some people do say that. Personally, I think we would need more evidence. I think most modern scientists would say so also. I also don't think that this necessarily means that UFOs all have natural sources. Some scientists might even acknowledge that there were UFO-like experiences going way back further into history. And they would say, obviously, predating the modern scientific era, what this must mean is that, well, natural phenomena causes UFOs, and that indeed Hynek was not incorrect when he said swamp gas that time, got him in a lot of trouble. But yeah, I don't think that necessarily is a conclusion that can be drawn from this either. Again, I've got a lot of friends and colleagues who are very interested in fact, many of them are actually religious studies professors or people who have written on religious studies from various world religions. They inevitably look at the UFO phenomena as something that can best be explained as religious visions. And although I will maintain that indeed many UFO-like experiences from antiquity, even up through maybe the 19th century, sound very much like and probably are or they would equate to being religious experiences, I don't know that that is the best explanation for all UFO experiences, or that is necessarily the sum total of what the phenomena may be. So again, when we're talking about historical ufology, I just want to make sure that we're careful about what we say it is, but we're really clear about what we say it is not. And in his seminal work, Anatomy of a Phenomenon, Dr. Jacques Vallée, who some of you guys, by the way, may have seen recently on the Joe Rogan podcast with filmmaker James Fox, of course, whose recent film, The Phenomenon, I think also does a fine job presenting the history of the phenomena. And if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. And also shout out to Joe Rogan, because right there, I think in the first 5 minutes, they were mentioning the debrief and an article that we had published, even though they didn't say the debrief, but they were certainly talking about one of our stories. And so that was certainly flattering. But it was even more important to me to see Jacques Vallée sitting there in the studio with Joe, talking with him, one of the world's most popular podcasts. And here's a man who I know both from having watched him do it, but also having corresponded only a little with him. I know that Vallée likes to keep basically, out of the limelight anymore. He has a lot of frustrations with the hype that is put behind the UFO subject these days. And really, if you read his journals, which he published years ago under the title Forbidden Science, he has always been frustrated with these kinds of things and thought that really people need to spend less time on stage talking about this stuff and more time in the lab studying it. But how do you study something that you can't grab? I can't just reach up and grab a UFO, bring it into the laboratory, put it under a microscope and look at it. That's a tremendous problem, is it not? I think Vallée recognized this problem, and maybe today still does, better than most. And in that first significant scientific work written by a scientist, but significantly his book, Anatomy of a Phenomenon, was one of the first major books on the subject written from a scientific perspective, but one which was in advocacy of the idea that there was a phenomenon. There had been, prior to this, Donald Menzel's book, I think, A World of UFOs. He'd written a couple of them, co-authored with another. His co-author, her name was Lyle, or her last name slips my mind, but the name, you wouldn't guess that his co-author and ghostwriter was a female, which was rather interesting for its era. Nonetheless, though, Lyle and Dr. Menzel's books, they took the typical scientific approach toward this. They were very dismissive of the UFO phenomenon. And Vallée's book was kind of a counterpoint to that, also by a scientist, but very much in advocacy of the phenomena. And I think he said it best right there from the outset. The phenomenon under study is not the UFO, which is not reproducible at will in the laboratory, but the report written by the witness. This report can be observed, studied, and communicated by professional scientists. Thus defined, the phenomenon we investigate is obviously real. Again, the UFO observation, in other words. Or as he phrases it, the report written by the witness. Our problem, therefore, he concludes, is no longer to explain, but to analyze. Well, now he was saying that about scientific approaches towards studying UFOs. Again, bring that over into the historical context. What do we do when we go back through antiquity and we read what people have said that they've seen since time immemorial? Well, we look at the report written by the witnesses, don't we? And that's what we shall do over the course of this conversation. Now, a gentleman who, the late Richard B. Stothers, who has really fascinated me for the work that he has done. Stothers formerly of the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies, wrote a very interesting paper that looked at the possibility that UFOs might have been observed in classical antiquity, of which he said, if more information were available to us, we would perhaps find that conventional scientific hypotheses could explain most, if not all, of these classical reports. But as he contended, and this has been echoed by others, the late William R. Corliss had been one, many others too. He says, nonetheless, there remains a small residue of puzzling accounts, and regardless of what interpretation one places on them, these constitute a phenomenon that spans centuries of time and widely different cultures. So again, what Stothers is saying here, let's break this down for just a moment because there's a bit to unpack here. As he notes, even though we can probably explain most of these, no matter, he says, what interpretation one places on them, this phenomena that we recognize, in which Vallée had said very much was the report of the UFO, that thing which we can actually study, we can analyze, right? Stothers is saying the same thing. The aspect of the phenomenon that we can study certainly exists, and there is a historical record of it. Let's look at some examples. One of my favorites that he provides is 217 BC, during the Second Punic War. And we have the report given to us by Livy of fiery globes. And the translation, again, keep in mind that that Stothers was a classical scholar. Wonderful to know that there were classical scholars working with NASA who also were interested in UFOs and whether they've been around for a long time. But the brief quote here, at Capena, 2 moons rose in the daytime, and at Capua, a kind of moon fell during a rainstorm. Now, that could possibly be anything, but Stothers gives us a bit of a breakdown. The Capuan moon may have, it sounds almost like something from The Mandalorian, doesn't it? That Capuan moon, right? But he says this moon may have been a manifestation of ball lightning, but the 2 moons at Capena most likely were not. Mock moons, as they are known, are seen only at night when the real moon is very bright, but a bolide seen together with the real moon in the daytime, or a bolide split in 2, is a possibility. Again, if you go online and you search for UFOs in historical antiquity, Richard B. Stothers, you can read this entire thing for free online. I highly recommend that you do. And it's only one, this account that we feature from Stothers' paper is just one account. But again, Jacques Vallée, who we mentioned earlier, co-authored a book with Chris Albeck a number of years ago, which I'm sure many folks watching at home will be familiar with. And that, of course, is Wonders in the Sky. Yes, as some scholars have pointed out, there are some issues with some of the translations and a few other minor details throughout that book. And this actually inspired Albeck and Vallée to produce a second, lengthier, updated version of the book, which is a little more expensive, but also it was quite a lot to produce, as I understand, too. And I would highly recommend that people who are interested in this phenomena look at that book, but you'll notice immediately, as I did, if you actually trudge through it, it takes quite a great amount of constitution in order to do, because they present 500 accounts that they think prior to the 19th century bolster the case for the UFO experience throughout time. But, some of the critics who have taken issue with the book, I think, have completely missed the point. If you know what Vallée is trying to do when he's studying UFOs, of course, a person who, throughout his life, has been an advocate of the idea that there is a phenomenon. But if you look at the statement from Anatomy of a Phenomenon and the way that he tries to say we should go about looking at it, if you look at the similar perspective that Stothers and others have taken, Stothers and others, that was an unintentional rhyme. I guess that makes me a poet, even though I didn't know it. But if you take these things into consideration, it certainly bespeaks the idea that what Vallée and Albeck are trying to say is, yet again, as I've argued, here is an experience that people have seemingly had throughout time, where they look into the sky and they see things they can't explain. Were some of them meteors? Were some of them, again, what is referred to here, ball lightning, mock moons, parhelion, sundogs, astronomical, or simply atmospheric phenomena that might give the appearance of lights in the sky where they don't belong? Certainly, maybe, as Stothers said, a majority of them could be explained in that way. But are they all necessarily that? And again, Chris Albeck, a fantastic researcher, wrote a equally fantastic book called Return to Magonia, which looks at UFO accounts from antiquity, but it also brings in modern astronomical software and things in an effort to try and determine if some of these classical accounts can be solved, and some of them can. And Albeck will be the first to tell you that, but there are still others, as Stothers correctly predicted, that residuum that seem to be less easily explained. Another interesting one, as far as my favorites, you might say, and this one, which we have a visual of as well, dates to 1479. The Arabian rocket, as it's known, and the general description is of an aerial object described in the original text as a comet. It appeared with a sharpened front portion. It had features that included a protrusion resembling a scythe, which was said to have been observed over Arabia. And of course, I give the source from Conrad Lycosthenes, published in 1557, which dated the actual observation to 1497. But this is the image that was included in Lycosthenes' actual writing about this and the original Latin. What's particularly interesting about this to me is what is quite obviously a scythe right there, just like, the Grim Reaper might be seen carrying, or, the farming tool from ages past. You can quite evidently see a scythe running along the edge of what we in our modern eyes, again, most would look at this and say it's obviously a rocket, right? But I think where we have to be really careful is, projecting onto imagery from centuries ago our modern space age ideas. Is this indeed a rocket that is depicted in this woodcutting? Probably. I doubt it. I strongly doubt it. And of course, if we take into consideration the imagery involving blades, sickles, scythes, swords appearing in the sky, that may be a clue, because often when meteors or comets appeared in the sky, they were described in literature as, appearing like a long sword in the heavens. So it very well may be that this depiction of what again appears to us very much in the technological world of today, in this era of Elon Musk and SpaceX, like a rocket flying through the clouds, it very well may be something else. But I think that we certainly have a clue in terms of the symbolism that the scythe and its prevalence in that image may provide. I have seen many people, especially in recent years, talking about the fact that Columbus purportedly saw a UFO. Well, is that really true? I'll tell you this, he certainly saw a light. But what was the light? Is this another famous historical case that maybe we can solve? Now, what we do know is that actually in his personal journal, but it was published thereafter, I actually have the source there, Ferdinand Columbus's Vita del Ammiraglio, the Life of the Admiral. This actually features this account from Columbus where as they're approaching landfall at Guanahani, in the night, or the early morning rather, Columbus says that he sees what he said resembled a little wax candle off in the distance. And so he actually brings this to the attention of a couple of his shipmates there, Pero Gutierrez and Rodrigo Sanchez de Segovia. One of them saw it, the other did not. But there was additional witness corroboration that, along with Columbus, said that they saw this little light out there in the distance. And for some reason, many people have looked at this as being one of history's earliest UFO sightings. Is it necessarily? I would argue it probably is not. Again, the way that Columbus described it, he said it looked like a little wax candle. Perhaps the likeliest explanation is that it was either a torch being carried, or maybe it was actually a fire on one of the neighboring islands that was inhabited by the native Taino. But yes, Columbus certainly did see a light. But again, this is an important one to look at, because although there was a mysterious light certainly seen, and it was certainly recorded, and there is in the historical record a actual testament to that experience having happened, and a multiple witness sighting of this mysterious light, because I think that it is a historical mystery involving some sort of illumination, many UFO advocates have kind of gravitated toward it and said, therefore, aliens, right? Kind of talking about what we were saying earlier. We should be very careful and discerning in what we interpret to be possible evidence of UFOs. And in this instance, there isn't really much evidence that this light was ever really seen above the horizon. Even if it did appear in the sky, there may be things that would account for that. This is a far more interesting historical account, in my opinion, though. And we now look at John Winthrop's journal, The History of New England, from 1630 to 1649. There are a couple of very interesting accounts that Winthrop gives us from around 1639. This first one from the Muddy River, and this is maybe one of my very favorites. And I'll just read briefly from the description in my notes here. John Winthrop gives an account of James Averill and two other men's encounter with an unusual light. And this is the actual account from his journal. In this year, one James Averill, a sober, discreet man, and two others, saw a great light in the night at Muddy River. When it stood still, it flamed up and was about 3 yards square. When it ran, and this is most strange, by the way, the description he gives, but he said it was contracted into the figure of a swine. It ran as swift as an arrow towards Charlton, and so up and down about 2 or 3 hours. They were come down in their lighter about a mile, and when it was over, they, again the boatmen, found themselves carried quite back against the tide to the place they came from. Diverse other credible persons saw the same light after about the same time. Now, I wouldn't be the first to notice that, again, there are some very unique phenomena being described here. The description of the swine is strange, but perhaps most significant is the fact that the men who observed the light seemed to feel that they had found themselves further back up the stream than they had thought that they were. And some have likened this very much to sort of, you might call them artifacts of missing time, or again, what is purportedly the abduction experience, is recognized in modern UFO research. Now, is that what happened here? We can't say that. But again, fundamentally, I think it's important to recognize that similarity. As I briefly touched on talking with Smiles earlier, anthropology and archaeology are two of my great passions. And of course, some of you guys out there may be familiar with the 7 Ages Research Associates, which is another project I'm involved with. You can see that at 7ages.org. But my colleagues, Jason Pentrail and James Waldo, and I, primarily look at Native American archaeology in North America. And of course, we're fascinated with stuff all around the world. But I think that what's really interesting is that if you look in ethnological literature and you read, for instance, in the journals of ethnology and the journals of American folklore and things from over the last several decades, which can be read online at jstore.org, I've found very similar accounts in indigenous American traditions that describe people who had gone out on a hunt and they find themselves up in a tree and they have no recollection of how they got into the tree, but they wake up in the branches in a tree or something along those lines. So these kinds of strange missing time-like experiences do turn up from time to time. Perhaps this is one such instance. Another that comes to us from Winthrop's journal. This one also very interesting. January 18th, 1664 is the date of the journal, or 1644 was the date of the journal entry. This time, an observation made near Boston Harbor there near Massachusetts, where John Winthrop gives the following account of lights that had been seen coming up out of the harbor. And he said, about midnight, 3 men coming in a boat to Boston saw 2 lights arise out of the water near the north point of the town cove. He says this time, rather than a swine, in the form like a man, and went at a small distance to the town, and so to the south point, and there vanished away. They saw them about a quarter of an hour, being between the town and the governor's garden. The like was seen by many, a week after, arising about Castle Island, and in 1/5 of an hour came to John Gallup's Point. Now, what's really interesting about this one is, again, we seem to see over time several observations of lights rising up out of the harbor. Now, Winthrop, in his journal, gave further suppositions about what might account for the sightings, and there had been a shipwreck, essentially, where a man had died. Winthrop and others had thought that perhaps the lights were the presence of the man's spirit, which, yet again, gives us, through the lens of a cultural interpretation, one reason why people might have ascribed a human-like form to the light. But of course, what really interests me is the fact that the phenomena known as UFOs, lights being seen coming out of, going into water, being seen below water, that is by no means a new phenomenon, and it's certainly something that has apparently come to the attention of the current Pentagon efforts to study UFOs, i.e. the UAP task force. And my colleague Tim McMillan, in his article there at our site, thedebrief.org, touched on the fact that USOs, or these underwater UFOs, seem to be a primary interest right now, and something that I think we're going to be hearing a lot more about in weeks and months to come. But it very well may be that Winthrop gives us here from 1644 a sighting of effectively what we could at least call a USO, or what appears to be a UFO arriving out of the water over Boston Harbor. Now, fairly, actually, it's about time. It would be apropos, I think, it being a Saturday, for a little scotch, don't you? One must wet the proverbial whistle from time to time. Now, the 1890s airships are going to be pretty well known to most people who have looked at the history of this phenomenon. And I'll call back to David M. Jacobs' book, The UFO Controversy in America. This was the first serious historical look at the phenomenon. Although there have been a lot of people who have written about the history of UFOs. Again, Laura and Denault's book, Mysteries of the Skies, was an earlier history, and theirs significantly also tried to look at pre-1947 UFOs, one of the first books that really committed to doing that. I obtained a copy from my dear friend Beth Arzy, a fantastic musician based in South London. But if we look again back at the history of this subject, you do see that there have been many commentators who have talked about the airship component, and David M. Jacobs in his book certainly did. He actually begins in the first chapter with the 1890s airships, and then he skips all the way ahead to 1947 and picks up the narrative there. And that's always been interesting to me, and we'll talk more about these other kinds of sightings that occurred in what I call the ufological dark ages, because many historians of the subject, with all respect to David Jacobs and others who have chronicled that history, many have seemingly overstepped from the airships to 1947 as though there were no UFO sightings during that period. I think quite the contrary, there certainly were, but we had a significant wave of sightings that occurred between 1896 and 1897. And as an example of that wave, I give this newspaper clipping. Again, I'm a newspaper hound. I love to get on newspapers.com and search for old articles. And, the world of history has really opened up to armchair researchers. Even though I love spending a lot of time in the field, some of the best research, you don't have to leave your office to be able to do it. And I love spending hours digging through old newspaper archives and finding accounts like this one. Significant because the engineer, this conductor of this rail line, who was quoted in this article, Captain Jim Hooton, actually provided a sketch of the alleged landed airship. Now, the thing we have to keep in mind, and the reason I find this significant, is because we had here a character who, again, I've found references to Captain Jim in other newspaper articles from the era. The rail line that he worked for actually existed. Many of the stories from around the 1896, 1897 airship wave are quite obviously newspaper hoaxes that were kind of cashing in on the popularity of these stories. Unfortunately, there are many modern researchers who have tried to make the argument that therefore all of them were probably newspaper hoaxes, that or mass hysteria or something similar. But perhaps to the contrary, I think that if you really are careful and discerning in how you look at some of the cases, there is at least the implication. Now, for all we know, Captain Hooton here might just have been pulling our leg. It could be that he was part of the, he thought maybe that it was all a joke and in good fun and he wanted to get in on it. That's very possible. Nonetheless, though, I think that we have at very least a stronger case when we have a person to whom the quotes can be attributed and we can find evidence that this person might have existed. And of course, that he seems to have drawn a representation of the landed craft that he claimed to have encountered, the occupants of which he saw and which he actually went up and spoke to. Now, does that prove that there was some sort of nascent technology that appeared in the 1890s and that there were actual airships being flown around? No, it doesn't necessarily. But there has been some very interesting historical research done looking at this period in history, looking at whether there was perhaps an actual technology behind some of the reports. Thomas Eddie Bullard, of course, has done incredible research into this and spent a lot of time back in the day chronicling these newspaper reports before these newspapers were archived online and one could log on and pay $5 a month and read to their heart's content. No, he traveled around the country reading and digging for these kinds of reports. And again, I think that Dr. Bullard would, like many, say that really the best we can say is that whatever the airships of the 1890s constituted, they were a cultural predecessor to the modern UFO phenomena as we recognize it today. But it's interesting sometimes, I think, and if we're going to step over into the realm of speculation here for a moment, it is interesting sometimes to think, what if the UFO phenomenon is unlike what most of us take it to be, i.e., visitation to Earth by extraterrestrials or something like that? Wouldn't it be interesting if, looking throughout history, the phenomenon seems to change and maybe even improve and become more technologically sophisticated over time? Interestingly, one perspective on historical accounts, for those who dig deeply enough, does seem to sort of suggest that sort of trend, that the phenomena itself actually is progressing, even as we are observing it over time. And even though it's always a few steps ahead of us, the noted changes that historians of this subject have seen does somewhat bespeak the idea that maybe the technology isn't so far ahead of us as many would contend. Now, again, that's just speculation, but it's interesting sometimes to entertain ideas like that. We're kind of getting close to the primary lecture here, and I do want to leave a little time for open discussion here at the end if we have any. and also, of course, questions if there are some. But I'll kind of leave as far as the actual reports that we discuss here. There's one more I do want to touch on, which I don't think I have a slide here for at the moment. But as far as pre-1947 UFOs, and actually to borrow that term that Smiles Lewis had used as the working title for this lecture, we're talking about, again, in the years immediately prior to 1947, and significantly, I think, also around the same time as, or maybe even before, the Foo Fighters of the Second World War are really coming to our attention. And yet again, Barry Greenwood gives us this excellent example. On April 5th, 1943 at 9:50 a.m., Jerry Casey, an aviation writer and flight instructor, and he has actually a student flying with him at the time in a BT-13A trainer, they see a strange, what, again, for lack of any better term, and as I mentioned earlier, using the parlance of their day, right, what they knew to exist, if there's what appears to be an object, an aircraft flying, I mean, it's a plane, right? So they say this weird plane was observed over Long Beach, California. But now listen to how they describe this plane. It was brought to his attention once he sees a kind of peculiar flash out of the corner of his eye, and he looks over there toward the east, and he sees this craft coming into a dive and headed in their direction. There aren't any windows or propellers, no kind of propulsion mechanism. It doesn't look like a plane, but this plane, he said, was elliptical in shape. It was glowing orange, and it had a rounded sort of hump toward the center on both the top and the bottom. And to our very much to our good fortune, he also sketched what he saw. 1943. Now, to my way of thinking, what we're seeing right there looks like one of two things. It certainly has the appearance of maybe some of the swept wing type stealth aircraft that we recognize today as seen in profile. But at very least superficially, it also resembles a classic flying saucer, does it not? 1943 over California. Now, for those who have said that the UFO phenomenon began in 1947, and for those who have further argued that perhaps one interpretation of why the phenomenon begins around that time has to do with the idea that after the world exits the greatest conflict, global conflict in living memory, World War II, and we have brought nuclear weapons onto the battlefield. And that, again, has been this incredible technological achievement, but also a horribly devastating one. Many, and again, the late, great Stanton Friedman, who I counted as a friend, and I, got to hang out with him many times and have lunches and dinners and hang out at conferences and things with him over the years. Stanton, I think, had been very much of that mind. And again, really, that makes all the sense in the world. He being a nuclear physicist and someone who had worked on developing nuclear propulsion systems and things like this, for, big companies that were involved in this, and someone who, of course, getting interested in UFOs, and he's looking at this nuclear component, it no doubt would have made sense and still does to many today. Add to that, of course, the work of Robert Hastings and many others who strongly argue that, and I think that this is a very accurate argument, that the UFO technologies, whatever the presence may indicate, it seems to indicate to us that they have taken great interest in nuclear facilities and our weapons systems, and may also be capable of shutting those down, which is certainly something that should give us cause for pause. But again, it makes all the sense in the world that many researchers would say these things, the phenomena, the UFOs, were attracted by, our dropping of nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was those incidents that put our little world out there on the map, so to speak, and got eyes from elsewhere on us. But if we actually look deeper at the history, what we seem to find is indeed that there are reports from prior to the Second World War, even prior to 1943, which is really right in that time frame, and that would still kind of work in terms of the model we're discussing here. But there are plenty that go back even earlier. Again, Charles Fort talked about super zeppelins and was talking about those in the early teens. We've got all kinds of other reports that were cataloged by the Fortean Society, which followed in his footsteps. There are fantastic historical perspectives that the researcher Lauren Gross wrote about in his Fourth Horseman of the Apocalypse series, which can be read online, I believe, at the Project Sign historical project online that Thomas Tullian and a number of other fantastic UFO researchers have contributed to over the years. And I highly recommend that people read these. Yet again, bringing it all full circle. Why read all this oldie moldy stuff when we've got videos being released by the Pentagon that seem to show the best maybe representation of these things that we've ever seen? Well, I would argue if you want to understand what these things may be, as Barry Greenwood said, and as I quoted him saying at the outset, it really helps to know the history of the subject. And so a few general takeaways, and I've got a general note structure I want to follow here. One, as we've already addressed, did UFOs really first appear in 1947? They may have, the UFOs as we recognize, but I would think that a better, and it's certainly a different way of looking at things, but I do think it's also a better way perhaps of accounting for the apparent appearance of the phenomena during the Second World War era. What also happens during that period? Yes, of course, we have the innovation of new kinds of technology, and during the Second World War, we, of course, develop radar. The United States, Germany develops it. Canada also picks up the game and develops it fairly shortly thereafter. The UK had also developed it around the same time that the United States had. So after the Second World War, and even during the Second World War, we all of a sudden had a nascent technological capability that when someone said that they saw something off in the distance, we could also now look at the scan and say, oh, wow, we got a bleep here on the radar. There is actually apparently some object out there in the same direction as the light that we're looking at. And so what I would argue is that the advent of new technologies during that era may have aided us in perceiving technologically something that had perhaps been here longer, but which we were not as well equipped to observe. And I would, in fact, point out the very necessary corollary to that here in the modern era, using the Raytheon's at-FLIR forward targeting pod, the Navy seems to have been far more successful filming UFOs than other military or civilian groups have in past eras. So again, one might argue that it is the way that technology progresses over time that enables us to see more things in nature. There was a great report that I touched on my podcast the other day, the Micah Hanks program, where astronomers are very excited about the fact that new developments in technology are allowing us to see peculiar phenomena out there in space. And they were very surprised by the fact that they said, we thought that we would gather a bunch of data and then artificial intelligence, machine learning would help us find phenomena that we hadn't expected to find. Within a few months after we actually implement the technology, we're already seeing with our own eyes things we hadn't expected to find and things which we can't fully explain. So I would ask, how many more times will the advent of new technologies broaden our awareness of nature and make more apparent to us things that may have been here all along, but which we simply weren't capable of sensing with the innate senses that we as humans possess? Again, we didn't know about a lot of the mysteries of the cosmos prior to the invention of the telescope. We didn't know about microbial life, right, prior to the invention of the microscope. Maybe the invention of radar helped us begin to put a finger on something that people have been talking about for decades, perhaps centuries.
Yes.
Maybe new technologies are taking us even further in that direction. And that's, I think, where we will leave things in the context of history and UFOs for today.
Well, thank you so much, Micah. Lots to digest there. And as we've said after previous lectures today, it is a historical understanding of these subjects that's all important to move us forward and to not repeat the mistakes of the future and to try to come up with some new ideas to help us understand these things. I'm afraid we don't have any time for questions, but thank you so much for everything you've done. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to having you on again and talking to you again very, very soon. Folks can go to all your websites, micahhanks.com, the debrief.org, and the other is the 7ages.org website. And of course, they can go to anomalyarchives.org and see all the links there, as well as links to your books. So thank you so much, Micah. You have a great day.
Yeah, my pleasure. Hope to see you again soon.
I will. See ya. Bye. All right, folks, that's Micah Hanks. And coming up very quickly here is going to be Ed Conroy. So sit tight.
Up next, Ed Conroy presents What's It All About, Orfeo? Reflections on 5 decades of anomalies, local and global.
And welcome back, folks. This is Smiles Lewis, and you are still tuned into the 4th week of our Streamathon emergency fundraiser series that we're having every Saturday, starting back in November 21st and ending December 26th. We've got a lot of great content lined up for you, and coming up right now is the latest board member to the Anomaly Archives. We are so happy and proud to have him as a board member for our 501c3 Scientific Anomaly Institute Anomaly Archives nonprofit. Ed Conroy, in early 1987, at a MUFON meeting in San Antonio, was shown a Reader's Gallery copy of a new book by author Whitley Strieber entitled Communion, A True Story, by his friend Dennis Stacy. Dennis, who was at the time the editor of the MUFON Journal, suggested to Ed that he might want to do a story on Strieber in his new book in the San Antonio Express-News, for which he was an arts writer at the time. He turned Stacy down and did not take the galleys of Communion. As fate would have it, though, he changed his mind, and the result was his book Report on Communion, the result of his year-long investigation into not only the story of Communion and its place in UFO-related literature, but Strieber's life and novels. Like many a writer with a family to support, Ed has found his professional success as an administrator and development director for several arts organizations in San Antonio, including the Carver Cultural Center, the Guadalupe Cultural Arts Center, San Antonio Symphony, and for the past 20 years, Southwest School of Art. We are very proud to welcome Ed to the board of Anomaly Archives and look forward to utilizing his professional experience and guidance to help Anomaly get through the hard times we are all experiencing at this time and to grow in many ways that will be beneficial for our community. And without further ado, hey, Ed, how are you doing today? Oh, sorry. Now, Mike is muted. There we go. It's working now.
Yeah, right. Okay.
How are you doing?
Yeah, hi, Smiles, and thanks for having me, and thanks for everybody who's donated. You know, we've come a long way, so this is awesome.
Well, without further ado, I'll let you take it over, and I'm really curious to hear about your reflections on this strange world that we inhabit. So,
okay, thanks, Miles. It's really great to be here. Again, I want to thank everybody who has donated to Anomaly Archives. I love the place. It's just like heaven for a researcher like me. And I want to thank everybody here who's joined us to listen to me tell about some of the extraordinary experiences that I've had. I'm going to give you my testimony, my testimonio, as my friend John Philip Santos says in Spanish, about not only some of my anomalous experiences, but about the future of humanity in relationship to all of this business. That's why I call it What's It All About, Alfie, this talk. So what is a testimonial? A testimonial, according to sage research methods, an academic source, is generally defined as a first-person narration of socially significant experiences in which the narrative voice is that of a typical or extraordinary witness or protagonist who metonymically represents others who have lived through similar situations and who have rarely given expression to them. A metonym, by the way, is a word that substitutes for another, such as crown for king. So I hope that you will momentarily, with me here before you, standing in for you, that my testimonial may perhaps inspire you to write your own or expand one that you may have already started. I'm able to give you this testimonial today because for several years I have been engaged in a period of recovering and reintegrating into my present personality lost parts of myself, especially those related to my experience as a reporter on UFO-related matters. For 3 decades, I have devoted myself to my family and my work. My relationship with the San Antonio Express-News came to an end in 1991 after I profiled Henry B. Gonzalez, our representative from San Antonio for Mother Jones magazine. Now, I've decided to re-engage with a community of people who are searching for answers to questions to which I've devoted myself with energy decades ago, so that perhaps we may simply learn how to have intelligent conversations about some of the most anomalous aspects of human experience and grow as a result, as persons, couples, families, society. In this process of personal rediscovery, friends are very important. Smiles deserves my special thanks for inviting me to serve on Anomaly Archives board, and I am confident that we will make progress growing our audience and growing our services in due time. I'd like to also give thanks to John Philip Santos, now a professor at UTSA after a distinguished career in television journalism, with CBS News in New York and worked for major foundations, for his friendship and encouragement over many years. His invitation in 2019 to tell my story of many of my anomalous experiences related to my research of Whitley Strieber to his class at UTSA helped me to regain my voice as someone who was and is both a professional reporter and what we would call in today's parlance an experiencer. I also wish to express my heartfelt thanks to my friend of 40 years, Jonathan Paul de Vierville, PhD, who encouraged me to make a presentation on my long-distance love affair with crop circles for the 2020 Temporary Temples Crop Circle Conference this summer at the invitation of Karen and Steve Alexander. I'm also grateful to my newer friends, Frank Dauenhauer and Andrew Linnell, for inviting me to give the keynote address for the Mystech 2020 conference, in which we address humanity's challenges and opportunities in the face of the increasingly immoral use of digital technologies. Dr. Jeffrey Kripal of Rice University also helped me regain my voice when I accepted his invitation to write a paper on how I would write a history of anomalous experiences for a symposium on UFOs, consciousness, and retrocausation at Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California in early 2019. In recent years, Whitley Strieber and Drs. Diana Pasulka, Sean Esbjorn Hargens, Michael Zimmerman, and Michael Briggs, together with Mark Barash, Jane Burns, and Therese Madrid, plus my friends Masauki, Lupita, Rocio, Nikita, Lucila, and Galileo, and above all, Bridget, have taught, encouraged, and supported me in many ways during this time of personal rediscovery. I would particularly like to express my profound appreciation and respect for the works of RD6 Killer Clark, who, in my opinion, is without question the best reporter of anomalous human experience whose work I have ever read. Her books are a great inspiration to me, and I hope to do work as good as hers in the remaining years of my life. I am grateful to all of these people and to many other wonderful people whom I have met along the way in this new path of time, too numerous to name. So now, at the age of 67, I feel a great resonance with Burt Bacharach's haunting song, What's It All About, Alfie? So beautifully performed by Dionne Warwick and Barbra Streisand back in the 1960s. Here's a little of the lyric. What's it all about, Alfie? Is it just for the moment we live? What's it, Alfie? As sure as I believe there's a heaven above, Alfie, I know there's something much more. Something even non-believers can believe in. I believe in love, Alfie. What I love about that song is that it unites the big question in life, the question of the meaning of our experiences, with choosing, in the face of life's harshness and even cruelty, to believe in love. It chokes me up. For what, especially, excuse me, are we to learn from, and what meaning are we to make from, excuse me, our life experiences, and especially our anomalous experiences? How can they help us have prescient moments of insight into ourselves so that we might become better people, become wiser and more understanding, more capable of loving others and ourselves? Can they even help us survive the looming, digitally born challenges to our freedom, to our humanity, and to the earth itself? Such questions are very much in my heart as I share these stories and reflections with you. On a hot summer day in San Antonio in 1965, when I was 12 years of age, I stepped out of my optometrist's office wearing a new pair of contact lenses made to a new prescription. I immediately noticed they rendered the features of the world around me on North Main Street in sharp, crisp detail. I was up on a small hill just north of downtown San Antonio, near office buildings in San Antonio College. I intended to wait for the boss to take me home to 1610 South Florida Street, where I lived with my father, mother, sister, and maternal grandmother in a cute little Queen Anne cottage. As I walked toward the bus stop heading south on North Main Street and facing downtown, I spied something that today I would call cigar-shaped, of a dark red color, apparently floating above the office buildings that were clearly visible on the immediate horizon. It appeared to be about the size of a small airplane, but with my new lenses, I could see that it had no wings, no tail, no cockpit. Entranced, I watched it wend its way slowly across downtown until it moved into the west side of San Antonio. My view was blocked by a Buick dealership just down the street, and to my right, the beautiful multi-story Aurora Apartments building, where mafia dons in their malls from New York and Chicago would spend their winters back in the Roaring '20s. I was stunned, enthralled, mystified, not at all sure of what I had seen, but quite certain that it was out of the ordinary, that it was indeed anomalous. I had no fear, only fascination. On the way home on the bus, I resolved I would never tell this story to anyone in my family, nor to my friends at school. And indeed, I have kept quiet about this story for quite some time. I did so as I didn't want to be dismissed in any way, and I think I wanted to keep this experience safe, sacrosanct, distinct, just for me. The next day, there was nothing about that very strange object in either the San Antonio Light or the San Antonio Express. Was I the only person who saw it? I wondered about that, but did not obsess about it. Soon I was back to my routine at school, marching in junior ROTC, serving as an acolyte at St. Henry's Church, playing French horn in the San Antonio Youth Orchestra, getting a crush on a very beautiful girl named Leticia. Life went on, but I was very much changed. I didn't realize just how profoundly changed I was by that experience until I started reflecting on it as an adult. Today, through the microscopic vision into my own past that I find comes with my advancing years, I find the following reflections flooding into my consciousness. First, I was not at all surprised to see something that might be called an unidentified flying object hovering over downtown San Antonio because, in my imagination, UFOs in the form of flying saucers were already very firmly established. Flying saucers were hovering in the back of my mind because, from about the age of 8 until the age of 10, I frequently watched such B-movie science fiction classics as The Day the Earth Stood Still, Invaders from Mars, Teenagers from Outer Space, and of course the original production of The Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which I found to be utterly terrifying. I remember watching them in the little breakfast nook we had in our home in Youngstown, Ohio, where a small TV perched on a shelf where I did my homework after school, sometimes with my friends, with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk. Today I recall that it was after I had seen that floating object over San Antonio that I decided I would seriously start reading science fiction. I went to the local branch library and took out a copy of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, which I loved. Soon I was on my way into devouring Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy, Robert Heinlein, and other great authors throughout my childhood, and then into my teens. It was not until I was 20 that I would pick up a copy of Flying Saucers Have Landed by George Adamski, but I am sure that had I found a copy in the library or at a bookstore, I would have read it. So when I saw that cigar-shaped phenomenon floating over downtown San Antonio, I was not at all surprised. It seemed to me that finally I was being led into on a secret that, it seemed to my young mind, screenwriters and directors in Hollywood and perhaps some novelists already knew a lot about. I'd like to convey to you two other additional stories of anomalous experiences from my childhood that profoundly shaped my consciousness throughout the rest of my life, and I think prepared me to do my work with Whitley Strieber. During my childhood years in Youngstown, Ohio, my family and I were fortunate to live in a beautiful neighborhood near a small forest that surrounded a sizable dammed lake that in turn fed a small river with a rocky riverbed, all within walking and biking distance of our family home. I was also fortunate that my best friends Nikki and Johnny, who lived in the neighborhood, all loved exploring the creeks with me, hunting for fossils and crayfish, rowing and fishing on the lake, or just ambling through the woods in our free time. We were passionately in love with Mother Nature. One day, I think the year was 1962, while I happened to be walking alone through a section of the woods near the lake, I came across a clearing in which I was immediately struck by the sight of a circle of flattened grasses arranged in a beautiful swirl. It was relatively small, perhaps no more than 5 feet in diameter, but I was transfixed by the beautiful way in which the swirl was constructed with the blades of long grass woven into one another. It seemed to me, moreover, that there was something special about the atmosphere in the clearing, as though the air were sparkling with energy. I had no words to describe it. I was just awestruck by the feeling that the space had become somehow sacred. I sat down next to the circle so that I could contemplate the wondrous nature of it for some time. I do believe it was my first spontaneous experience of meditation, for I had a feeling of being outside of time. Nothing seemed to matter for that indeterminate moment but the circle, being near it, and sensing the energy that seemed to be in the air all around me. In due course, being a boy, I snapped out of it, feeling a little bored and hungry, desiring to return home for a sandwich. I walked a little farther, though, and found a small hillside which had a hole in its side. I looked within and saw, even more to my amazement, a mother rabbit in her den with 2 baby rabbits by her side. I could feel the motherly love of the mother rabbit and the special nature of what was happening as she protected and nurtured her babies until they were old enough to emerge into the world. I felt at that moment as if I had just been given 2 glimpses into secrets of nature which most people never see. I could not help but feel that my encounter with the circle of world grasses was special, rare, and somehow just for me. The emotional impact of those experiences was very deep, for I felt there was something holy about the place of the circle and the mother rabbit's den. Even so, only a year later, for which reasons which I will explain momentarily, I forgot about those experiences as they were just too painful to remember. Today, of course, thanks to a comment by my good friend Jonathan de Vierville, I am struck by the symbolic significance of encountering a rabbit hole near a circle of swirled grasses. Perhaps it was in that very moment of discovery of the swirled grasses in the forest clearing by the lake that I began my journey down the rabbit hole that has become a metaphor for much of the rest of my life. The next anomalous experience from my childhood I wish to relate took place in that very same breakfast nook, at that very same table where I watched my beloved science fiction B movies. The date was November 24th, 1963. It was noontime, and I was watching the news while eating my lunch of a fried bologna sandwich. Yes, that's what we ate back then. I was observing the news feed that showed Lee Harvey Oswald being moved through the basement of the old Dallas police headquarters, when suddenly a man stepped forward and shot Oswald with his pistol. I'll never forget the look of intense pain on Oswald's face as he gripped his stomach and doubled over, nor will I forget the chaos in that tight little space that ensued as Jack Ruby, the shooter, was apprehended. It was the first and only time I have actually seen a person killed in front of my very eyes, albeit on television. Later that day on a television news broadcast, I learned that Ruby was a nightclub owner, and my first thought was, it had to be a mafia hit. Now, why would a 10-year-old boy in Youngstown immediately assume that the mafia was involved somehow in that incident? Well, it just so happened that Youngstown was a mafia town, and my father was educating me about the mafia. As city manager of New Rochelle, New York, and in his position as the executive director of a nonprofit urban redevelopment corporation in Youngstown, my father had experienced plenty of mafia influence. He was grooming me to become a public official one day, and he inculcated in me his very strong sense that elected and unelected officials should have a very high degree of personal integrity and resist the efforts of organized crime to corrupt them and their communities. He told me that mafia captains and their foot soldiers were involved in a whole range of shady enterprises, from prostitution and gambling and loan sharking to drugs and the purchasing of politicians to do their bidding. I learned from a courageous article in the Saturday Evening Post headlined "Youngstown, Crime Town, USA," much more, for the reporter named the names of the mafia chieftains in Youngstown and reproduced their mugshots. And many of them were indeed prominent businessmen whom my father knew in his work. Moreover, on November 24th, 1963, our family was in the process of packing up everything we had to go into storage, for my father had resigned from his position because, as he had anticipated, a majority of mafia-related businessmen had assumed control of his board of directors. We moved to Bethesda, Maryland briefly to spend much of December with the family of one of my father's very best friends from the Navy, and my father was interviewed through his help for employment in the federal government. During that time, our families participated in the candlelight memorial service for JFK held at the Lincoln Memorial on December 22nd. We also visited Kennedy's grave at Arlington National Cemetery, where the eternal flame that Jackie had requested burned above the freshly turned earth, dusted with snow. I remember my mind and heart being permeated by the constant feeling that something had gone very wrong in America. I felt, indeed I intuited, that the same kind of people who had taken over my father's organization in Youngstown, because they were actually opposed to real economic development, as it would have cut into their business control of the city and their nefarious practices of loan sharking, etc., were involved in Kennedy's assassination, and there was far more to what was truly going on than what met the eye in the news. My father was crushed by his inability to find a job with the Agency for International Development, even though he had been highly recommended by his friends. As a result, we had no choice but to return to San Antonio, where I was born, where we all were born, by plane to take up residence in the humble cottage home of my grandmother. That is why, after I saw the cigar-shaped phenomenon, I was returning to 1610 South Florida Street, a home bordering on a warehouse district surrounded by a predominantly low-income Mexican-American neighborhood just south of downtown. I mention this because the experience of going from a position of relative affluence to poverty and to living among people who were also poor profoundly sharpened my eyes to the social structure of my natal city and to the world. It also put me in a position of being what Colin Wilson in his classic book called an outsider, not fully accepted by the Mexican-American children at St. Henry's School at first, nor by the children of the few affluent families who remain friends with our family in Northside San Antonio, who never visited our humble abode on the wrong side of the tracks. I classify my viewing of Oswald's murder and the transformational events that occurred in my family's life in the ensuing months as anomalous because they most certainly fit the definition of deviating from what is standard, normal, or expected. In Youngstown, I expected I would grow up in our lovely home, enjoying wonderful summer vacations, and perhaps go to Annapolis and serve as a Navy officer as my father had. I admired him greatly. I don't think my father expected that the mafia presence in Youngstown would be so strong that it would be the end of his career. Yet it was precisely those anomalous experiences, including my encounter with the circle of flattened grasses and the rabbit hole, that set me up, so to speak, to become a reporter. Some with an urge to dig deeply beneath the surface of things, unwilling to accept the official pronouncements of either state or church as true, simply because they were delivered by people in positions of authority. Now, in retrospect, I see that these fundamental experiences of my childhood, which I've just related, changed my consciousness of the world in many significant ways. I knew there was evil afoot, and I knew that it was up to people who value personal integrity, such as my father and indeed my mother and my grandmother, who saved our family with her loving kindness in taking us into her home. People who made a difference. I felt I had to make a difference in my life, that I had to dig to find the truth, and that I needed to have the courage to tell it and stand up for what I believed, as my father and mother had done. So before moving into sharing my most recent reflections on the work I undertook to research Whitley Strieber, I wish to describe another anomalous experience that took the form of an exceptional teacher who transformed me and for whom I'm very grateful. Susan Huxell, who in 1965 was an English student at St. Mary's University, took me aside one day after a class of the advanced reading group to which I had been assigned at St. Cecilia's Catholic School, where we were reading Oliver Twist, and advised me that I should read the novels of Aldous Huxley and George Orwell. She specifically advised me I should first read 1984 and Brave New World, and I did. I would have never gotten that from any other source in my world, if not for her. The impact of reading those novels was nothing short of revolutionary for me, for they expressed the fears I felt deeply in my mind for the future of humanity. Also, remember, I was among that generation of kids who used to have to duck and cover in school and go into bomb shelters because we believed that atomic war, as we used to call it back in the day, was just around the corner. Both authors depicted worlds in which all trace of human freedom, and hence our humanity, had been wiped out in the interest of the presumed common good. They are masterworks, among the greatest novels of the 20th century, in my opinion. While they used to be taught widely in high schools, they have fallen out of the literary canon for young people, and hence I would wager might be unknown to a large number of young people growing up in our world, in which totalitarianism is now not being implemented through the brute force and party structure of 1984, or through advanced applied eugenics and psychedelic drugs, as in Brave New World, but rather through our addiction to our digital devices and the algorithms running through them that are shaping our thoughts, feelings, and desires. I mention this concern because I observe today that one of the big questions facing all of humanity now, as so many people are pushing for official disclosure of an alien or extraterrestrial presence, is the question of who we, as humans, really are. What is to become of us in the coming decades as we deal with the coming onslaught of governance by social credit systems run by artificial intelligence through the 5G Internet of Things? Will aliens to save us from that? Will disclosure save us from that? But forgive me, I'm getting a little ahead of myself deliberately. Let me turn to speak then of courage. If there was any one thing that I can say finally convinced me that I needed to dig deeply into the life and work of Whitley Strieber, it was that I could see that he had courage, a lot of courage, to tell the truth of his experience to the best of his ability. And I'm very grateful he agreed to let me investigate him. My decision to do so and his agreement profoundly changed my life and consciousness in many new ways. I certainly didn't tell Whitley Strieber about my 1965 sighting of the red cigar-shaped aerial phenomenon over downtown when I did my first interview with him for a profile in the San Antonio Express News that was published on May 17, 1987. At that time, his book Communion, A True Story, was soaring to the top of the New York Times nonfiction bestseller list. And Whitley, being a native son of San Antonio, was of great interest to the readers of the San Antonio Express News with his gripping story of an apparent abduction from his country cabin by wild, untamable, magical beings he simply called the Visitors. I had no intention of telling him my story because I was a professional reporter and I was writing the story about him, not me. While I specialized in arts and culture with a special emphasis on writing about the performing arts, literature, and the emerging world of what we today call Latino arts, as I am fluent and literate in Spanish, I decided that Whitley Strieber very much needed to be taken seriously, not only for his courage, not only for the story of Communion, but for his fiction, and particularly his novels Nature's End and War Day, which in my opinion are two of his best, most important, and today least known works. And I highly recommend in particular that people today read Nature's End, which way back in I believe it was 1985 that it came out, 84, predicted a world ecological crisis because of global warming. Little did I realize that immediately after I had made a firm decision to investigate Whitley Strieber in depth and to write a book about him and his stories of enormous experience, I would find myself dropping down a rabbit hole of continuous imaginal and anomalous experiences that became part and parcel of my very investigation of my daily life, from out-of-body experiences to an infestation of mystery black helicopters around my residence in the casino club building downtown, and of course telephone and mail surveillance. I made that decision in July of 1987, just before the death of my father, and it led to a complete transformation of my life. I described that transformation and some of the extraordinary experiences that resulted from my decision in the epilogue to my book, Report on Communion, which was published by William Morrow and Company in 1989, and then by Avon as a paperback in 1990. As I went around the country on an 8-city media tour to promote the book, I was a little annoyed that most of the talk show hosts wanted me to talk about the anomalous experiences that I described in my book, rather than delve into its meat, which of course was my investigation into Strieber. And I had done a lot of original research into him, his childhood, family of origin, his friends, education, and career. And I had attempted to place his work in the cultural context of then contemporary ufology and the works of other UFO-related writers. Because he mentioned that a certain Irish fairy story based upon events recorded by monks was analogous to his experience, I devoted 2 chapters to exploring the fairy faith in Celtic countries. I was, in short, trying to provide anyone who wanted to delve deeply into the meaning of Strieber's story and to know his character better with the information they would need to have an intelligent conversation about this man, Whitley Strieber. I had found, not surprisingly, of course, that most talk show hosts were not interested in having an intelligent conversation about the intellectual meat in my book, or indeed the UFO phenomenon in the realm of paranormal human experience. No, they wanted to largely know if I believed Strieber was telling the truth, and if I now believed in UFOs. I replied then, as I still do to such questions, that I was never interested in finding out whether I should believe or have faith in Whitley Strieber, or whether I should believe in UFOs. I was in search of knowledge, and I had made a firm commitment to myself to follow through my investigation to the end, whether I found any evidence of fraud, or whether I found evidence that supported Whitley's story in Communion. I would also sometimes say, as I do today, that if I believed in anything, it was in the value of asking good questions for their own sake. Indeed, one of the things that that originally had attracted me to giving Whitley serious attention was the fact that he believed in radically testing himself and his experiences before starting to make any public statements about them. I documented that in my book, how he had consulted Donald Klein, a prominent New York psychiatrist, about his experiences in mental health, took tests for temporal lobe epilepsy and a lie detector test. I also noticed how he refused in communion to use the loaded term alien or extraterrestrial and preferred to use the term visitor. Most of all, I noticed in the course of my investigation how Whitley Strieber stood on his own, telling his story, and began to gain the respect of hard-boiled talk show hosts such as Larry King or Phil Donahue, who engaged him in in-depth conversations about his experiences. Yes, some talk show hosts back then actually were capable of really good conversations. Whitley was making television history because these prominent men and others were suddenly giving him their full attention, and so too then did millions of viewers. Many people among those millions of viewers were directly affected by Whitley Strieber's powerful testimonial, and they began recounting their own stories to family members and friends in their own extraordinary experiences. While the meme of alien abduction was definitely in the zeitgeist, there were undoubtedly many people who started reporting experiences that to them were other than traumatic abductions, experiences that involved contacts with apparent beings who took very different forms from the gray beings in the dark, with the dark slanting almond-shaped eyes made famous from the cover of Whitley's Communion. Many of those accounts came to Whitley and his late wife Anne Strieber in an avalanche of thousands of letters, which he and Anne edited with the help of the late Laurie Barnes and published as the Communion Letters. In speaking to you all, I know I'm saying nothing new when I express my opinion that Whitley Strieber was one of the several key people who participated in catalyzing a major shift in American popular culture and, in due time, the popular culture of the world. It was a shift that opened up communication not only about the question of whether there were other highly intelligent beings on this planet who are not human, but also made it possible to start to conduct research into such questions and into the higher powers of the mind. Still, I think it is important to acknowledge Strieber's very important impact and also to briefly remember some of the other thought leaders who also participated in creating that cultural shift at that time. Mentioning names is a dangerous game because someone important will be left out of the list. But suffice it to say that back in those years of the early 1980s and early 1990s, others who were having a considerable impact on shaping public consciousness regarding the mysteries of the UFO phenomenon and its related anomalies were, as we know, Lyndon Moulton Howe, a pioneering journalist, one of the first television journalists ever to take the phenomenon seriously, John Mack, MD, of course, at Harvard, and above all, Jacques Vallée, PhD. Then came The X-Files as the first television series entirely devoted to the dramatization of investigations into the paranormal, entitled with The X-Files. After X-Files came to the New Age movement with Shirley MacLaine as its standard bearer, and for a while, it was very cool in the United States to say you'd had an anomalous experience. And as we know, John Mack at Harvard, together with Dr. Michael Zimmerman and others, were seriously studying the experiences of people who said they had had abductions, making that the first time such a study had ever taken place in any academic setting. After I had finished with all the work of researching, writing, editing, and promotion of both editions of my book on Whitley, I had to assimilate and come to terms with the extraordinary experiences I had while in the flow state that I was fortunate to be in for many months. I call it a flow state because it seemed that I had caught hold of a tremendous current of physical, mental, and even erotic energy which carried me to the people, places, and information I needed to visit and assimilate in order to write my book. I had numerous out-of-body experiences as well as instances of being filled with coherent light, during which I experienced visions regarding my life and future, and apparent visitations by shadow people who sometimes playfully mocked me or encouraged me at 3:33 a.m. or 4 a.m. As I related in the epilogue to my book, I had an experience which, for all practical purposes, had all the signs of being an insertion of an implant into my brain through one of my nostrils in the summer of 1987, immediately after I had decided firmly that I would do the book. The experience came as well only a few days after my father's death, and shortly after my then wife and I decided to divorce. We had a major disagreement about my decision to do the book and other matters, and opted to go our separate ways. By the way, I must say that I decided at that time to just take whatever had happened whether it was an implant or not, and not have any fear about it. And in fact, if it was a communications device, I asked it to help me. So it can be said then that when I undertook the work of writing Report on Communion, I was in something of a raw emotional state, experiencing grief at the death of my father and from my divorce from my first wife. During the work on the book, while at the same time holding down my responsibilities as a freelance arts and urban affairs writer and critic, helped me to overcome my grief. The anomalous experiences I described in my book became to me the equivalent of an initiation into a new way of being, a new state of consciousness. Naturally, in the course of reading a great deal of UFO-related literature and in the course of speaking with many people who came to me for the purpose of simply sharing their anomalous experiences, not to mention, of course, regularly communicating with Whitley, who would tell me of new spontaneous visitor experiences over the phone, I came to see that there was an intensely psychic and indeed spiritual dimension to the experiences that so many people were testifying to in relationship to UFOs back in the 1980s and 90s. Unlike people who made investigations into the supposed craft that are the UFOs, Whitley made the decision that his experiences with him were his primary area of inquiry. In my own case, I was finding that after so many experiences took place in an imaginal realm halfway between waking and dreaming, that so much information was being transmitted to me in images, I decided I needed to educate my imagination in a new way. I say in a new way because I had already devoted a fair amount of my education to understanding works of the imagination, works of art in my days as a student in the School of Critical Studies at California Institute of the Arts. Moreover, as a journalist, I had spent a great deal of my time interviewing and profiling accomplished artists with remarkable imaginations. Prior to undertaking my work on Whitley, I regarded the imagination as sort of a catch-all for all the sense impressions of my daily life, which, like a collage artist, I rearranged into dreams when sleeping, and that in one way or another reinterpreted my life's experiences or expressed desires I had repressed. However, I decided that there was also a state of consciousness that some writers were starting to call imaginal, a state in which one enters into contact with the larger forces of the imagination as a dynamic creative force in the universe, which is transpersonal. It is a state in which one enters into a relationship with the intelligences who were implanting, it seemed to me, such extraordinary experiences that I was having. I needed, I believed, to learn more about this imaginal realm and the forces that were in it to grow and use the experiences that I had been given. So I did so initially by reading a book that kept calling to me from my bookshelf, The Wisdom of the Tarot by Paul Foster Case. I was struck by Case's emphasis on making the Kabbalah understandable through truly clear writing. He was introducing, as he said, a system of practical wisdom. Gradually, in looking again and again at the images in his book of the 22 keys up to the tarot, also called the major arcana, the classic images of the fool, magician, high priestess, empress, and emperor, and so on, it dawned on me that the tarot was a system for educating and training the imagination. Education and training for what, you may ask? It is a system, in my opinion, for drawing down knowledge, understanding, and wisdom from the higher intelligence that reside, we are told by tradition, and as we can discover for ourselves, in the planetary, cosmic, and elemental spheres, or sephiroth in Hebrew. Those spheres are located on the points of the geometric design formed by the intersection of three vertically aligned circles of equal circumference known as the tree of life, sometimes also called the talking tree. All those intelligences we are given to understand are expressions of the one power, the life force that animates all life. As my father was an electrical engineer, I look at the tree of life as a diagram of a spiritual step-down transformer, which takes the extremely high voltage power carried on transmission lines down to a vibrational frequency we can employ in our homes, and in this case, in our bodies and minds. So over the last 30 years, as a student of the builders of the Adaitum, which Case founded after leaving the Order of the Golden Dawn, I have internalized the 22 keys as images in my subconscious mind through coloring the cartoons provided in the monthly lessons. I have also memorized those images in association with the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which correspond to their places on the tree of life. Another realization which came to me as a result of my initiatory experiences that came when researching Whitley's life was a new and deeper sense of connection with nature than I had ever had, even as a boy when I played in the forest near our home in Youngstown. Suffice it to say here that through reading the works of Michelle Small-Wright, I had a realization that it is possible for all of us to directly communicate with nature and the various kinds of beings who assist Mother Nature in her work. Michelle teaches people how to use simple muscle testing with the fingers of our hands to receive yes or no answers to questions. While Michelle originally applied her insights and method to the art of gardening with plants, something she learned while a student at Findhorn in Scotland, she gradually applied herself to helping people to create what she calls soilless gardens for projects of any kind. It is a method for articulating and amplifying any intention one may have, cultivating that intention as one would do with a garden until it bears fruit. I used this on my home in San Antonio, and I've used it for many projects. I should also say that Michelle is quite fascinating because in her autobiography, she describes experiences which took her into another dimension, in which she lives in another body in a parallel Earth, in which she is in relationship with a gentleman by the name of David, who is head of a special group that is in charge of maintaining the energy in the ley lines of the Earth. And they have this global supercomputer that shows the energy levels of all the ley lines throughout the Earth. She makes it clear in other places that David is the reincarnation in this other world of Dwight David Eisenhower. So, and in addition, she's written an extraordinary book called The Mount Shasta Mission, which describes a UFO-related adventure orchestrated in part by David and people on the other side for the purpose of helping to stabilize world governments through taking a UFO, a mothership, down to Mount Shasta. Great reading, might be a little wild for you, but let me tell you, I've used her methods and her essences for years, and they have been of great help. So I give her some credence. In short, I've learned that my consciousness is the greatest gift I have in my possession. And I learned a few tools which I've decided to share with you here for my benefit and for the benefit of others. Time does not permit me to mention my other studies of shamanism or my interest in Celtic shamanism particularly, or my practice of Chinese martial arts, but I recommend all those things to you too. Let me begin my concluding remarks then, which deal with our current global situation by telling you about a brief question and answer session experience I had with John C. Lilly, MD, at the old Palmer Auditorium in Austin in 1981. For those of you unfamiliar with John Lilly, it should be said that he was one of the great pioneers of human consciousness in the 20th century. As a neuroscientist, he became fascinated with the communication styles of dolphins and became globally famous for his work on them through his book, The Mind of the Dolphin. He was also widely read by young people of my generation, including me, who had experienced psychedelic and entheogenic experiences, especially for his later book, The Center of the Cyclone, in which he talked about his travels out of his body to speak with cosmic intelligences while in an isolation tank, and The Scientist, a metaphysical autobiography. When I drove up from Austin to San Antonio to hear John Lilly speak, I had just read The Scientist and was very struck by a passage I had read in the book in which he relates an experience of receiving what he felt was a telepathic communication from an anomalous vehicle, a silvery disc, flying alongside a jetliner in which he was traveling. Lilly described it, as I recall it, to be an experience of receiving information about what he called solid state entities, conscious beings based on the element of silicon, who were locking themselves into a life or death struggle with carbon-based beings on this planet for dominance. He said that this download of information also conveyed to him that the whales and the dolphins were holders of the deepest memories of the evolution of carbon-based life on this planet. He went on to assert that he had been told that if we as human beings were going to survive on this planet, that we must learn to communicate with all cetacean species and work together for the survival of not only one another, but to defeat those solid state entities which were slowly wending their way into our lives in such a manner as to make it seem that we could not survive without them and their technology. I found that message, coming from a man of such intelligence and scientific eminence, profoundly disturbing, so I wanted to ask him about it myself. There were several hundred people in attendance at Palmer Auditorium to hear John Lilly speak, and I was glad that so many Austinites and perhaps others like myself from out of town were aware of him and his work. A stark, gaunt, and austere man, I found myself feeling a little intimidated by John Lilly when I got in line to ask a question at the end of his talk, in which he gave a resume of his life and work. I somehow found the nerve to ask him to please tell the audience more about what he had written in The Scientist about what I nervously called silicon-based life forms. He gruffly interrupted me to say, "They are solid-state entities," and went on to say that, in his view, if humanity was not going to lose its humanity, we needed to defeat those entities, affirming to the audience what he had said in the book. He was very much in earnest and grave in delivering that warning. He was way ahead of the transhumanist movement we are seeing advocated today by Ray Kurzweil and others, promising that we will have a better life when we are all hooked up into the AI cloud by chips in our brains. I highly recommend you delve into John C. Lilly's works if you have not, for more information on a man who described openly his contacts with what he considered to be extraterrestrial intelligence in the context of the scientific study of human consciousness, and he affirmed the importance of our destiny being linked to the cetaceans. It's an idea that's no longer current in our times, but that doesn't mean it's not worth renewed attention. I bring up this warning about the future of humanity in relationship to the growing dominance of the world by digital forces because it seems to be that much of the public debate and dialogue about the UFO phenomenon in recent years has been dominated by excellent journalism that focuses primarily on the national security implications of the UFO phenomenon, which at least some elements of this world defense establishments are willing to admit are real. We now even have a news report that some people in intelligence services are in communication with the Galactic Federation, pushing the envelope of what's making it into print. And the recent excellent documentary, The Phenomenon, written by my friend of 3 decades, Mark Barash, reminds us of the deep and hidden history of the UFO phenomenon in the US, the need for an end to UFO secrecy, and provides an example of how some UFO-related beings may be expressing their own concerns for the future of humanity and of the Earth. Against the background of all this news, we have other old hands who remind us that the UFO has long been a vehicle for the manipulation of human consciousness and our beliefs. At the same time, however, that we see increasing media coverage of the UFO phenomenon, we are also seeing a very interesting new development in the emergence of people who are calling themselves hybrids. Many of us are aware of the groundbreaking work being done in this area by new researchers, and we must recognize the extraordinary work of people such as Ray Hernandez, JD, Barbara Lamb, Miguel Mendonça, and others who work with the Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial and Extraordinary Experiences, as well as, of course, the Institute for Noetic Sciences, also founded by Dr. Edgar Mitchell, and other new organizations around the globe. I've recently become aware of the work of Rebecca Hardcastle-Wright and her new Institute for Exoconsciousness, and others that are seeking to create a new context for understanding and conversation. I also want to deeply thank and recognize my teacher, Dr. Sean Esbjorn Hargens, director of the Institute for Exo Studies, as he is creating a new institutional context online for education about these matters, and is part of the team that put together the new website, What's Up with UFOs, which I highly recommend. So here's a thought. If we humans are discovering that we have a mix of DNA from various sources, not just from the Earth, then perhaps the future of humanity may be more rich and complex and potentially more successful than we may have previously imagined. I will conclude by saying that just as I learned that the major arcana of the tarot are portals to accessing information from higher sources and bringing it into practical use in daily life, so too am I coming to see that the crop circles, the ones that are authentically anomalous, are indeed temporary temples that in a way are portals through which higher intelligence may manifest through us in our minds and hearts, just as such intelligence manifests through the Holy Kabbalah, through the Tarot. They bear considerable study. I highly recommend, if you have not, that you check out temporarytemples.co.uk and many other crop circle sites to learn more about what is happening in this field, which has been unfortunately so misunderstood and mischaracterized for so long. There are so many paths to personal and spiritual development and happier lives and relationships possible through the study of anomalous phenomena. Let us not allow ourselves to get caught up in the intrigues and ego trips of people who claim that they have the final answers for anything. Such people are usually running cults of one kind or another, and they take everything, our lives, our money, our sanity, if we give them too much power. But all of us, in my opinion, have far more power than we think they do, and the capacity to tell truth from falsehood. To do so, however, we need to commit ourselves to be educated in the development of the use of our imaginations, of our whole consciousness in ethical ways. Such schooling, such education will come to us in ways appropriate to each one of us if we make the decision to move forward in our evolution and not slip back. I hope that you will decide to make a difference with your life, dig to find the truth, and then have the courage to tell it. Thank you for your attention. I wish you safe travels. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have in the few remaining minutes for my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I really enjoyed that talk, and I look forward to many more conversations. There's so much that I want to delve into with you in an environment like this. I apologize for the really tight schedule today is not allowing for much in the way of questions and answers, but I did want to make sure you realize that folks are enjoying your talk, and
thank you.
Red Pill Junkie, again, UFOs as a vehicle to manipulate human consciousness and beliefs. But really, thank you so much. I really want to explore these reflections and on the past and how we proceed in the future with you in more depth in the near future. So really appreciate everything that you've done for the Anomaly Archives. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. And thanks again to everyone for everything. Adios.
All right. Folks, just real quick, here is the scoreboard, so to speak. We're still creeping along. We've gotten up to $10,154. We could use your help with these tax-deductible donations to our 501c3 organization. Really appreciate all the help so far, but we need a lot more. And we're going to be coming back with a pre-recorded lecture that I gave a couple of years ago on a very strange experience that will give you some context as we go into more discussion with some special guests in a little while on the Mystery Hum experience. So stay there.
Up next, a special screening of Smiles Lures on his Mystery Hum experience.
You have the floor, sir.
All right. Well, thank you. So yeah, I'll create a brief slideshow to act as a stimulus for discussion about an experience that I had at the beginning of 2016 here in Austin. I live in South Austin, and that's where I was mostly experiencing this. I'm going to go off in a couple of different directions, and I have a bunch of videos that I can play both during the presentation as well as there's some stuff that we might want to watch afterwards, maybe. Leave that up to y'all.
Yeah.
So let's begin. And I'll explain the Smiles stealth blimps. All right. So yeah, I'm going to talk about a mysterious experience that I had at the beginning of last year that lasted for about a month. And I'll use it as a springboard to talk about possibly related phenomena. Most people know this phenomena as the Taos hum, or just global, the worldwide mystery hum. This phenomena has a lot of different names that typically are connected to wherever the geographic location that people are experiencing it is named. And I jokingly refer to it as my stealth blimps experience, which I'll explain at some point. So now this probably has nothing to do with this. So like I say, this probably has nothing to do with the mystery hum phenomena, but it does have to do with mysterious audio-related effects. Can we save the questions till the end? You've probably heard about the American embassy workers in Cuba who've experienced
that's what I was going to talk about.
very severe, well, that's what this is. These are screenshots from the news reportage on that. Interestingly, in these particular quotes from the Daily Mail article from a few days ago, a week or so ago, one of the victims describes the high-pitched chirping-like noise, as well as screeching, other noises, grinding, blaring cacophony, that they jolted out of bed and it ceased, but then when they got back in bed, it started again, almost as if it was directed at a location, and that when they were in that location, they experienced this. I recently, in thinking and talking about this recent incident, and of course, apparently this became known late last year and had been going on for some time, and now they're saying there's up to 25 victims, not all of whom are actual embassy workers, but some of their family members, so it's kind of sinister in the sense that it doesn't seem to have been as targeted as they initially thought. But it reminds us of the infamous case of the American embassy workers in, I believe, Moscow in the 70s and 80s that had been apparently bombarded by microwave or some other type of electromagnetic energy for 15 years and have this high incidence of death from leukemia and cancer. WikiLeaks also did a release and cited that case in connection to this one, implying that what actually had caused that cancer may not have been like them directing these beam weapons to harm them, but that it may have just been a byproduct of their surveillance of the embassy workers. This also reminds us of the LRAD system, these other acoustical assault and quote-unquote non-lethal weapons technology that our governments and other military establishments are using increasingly for domestic crowd control as well as in wartime. You've probably seen photos and footage of these LRAD acoustic devices. There's actually two types. There's the LRAD, which is an acoustic device, and there's another one that's actually, I believe, microwave radiation. One creates the sensation of a hot light bulb on your skin and is used to disperse crowds, and if abused, could easily cause harmful effects. Yeah. And the LRAD is acoustically based, and it basically just is bombarding people with loud, horrible noises to disperse crowds and that sort of thing.
That's your eardrums.
Along the lines of that Cuba attack and the idea of directed sound in a specific location is a technology often referred to, well, I think the commercial company is called Holosonic Sound, HOLOSONIC, Holosonic Sound. If you look at that picture there up on the top left of those little black triangle, or rather rectangle squares, that was part of an ad campaign for the TV series Paranormal State. And those are the directed energy antennas. They're basically just focused beams of audio so that if somebody walks into that beam, they'll hear whatever's being played. And in the case of this and some other TV shows, they literally were having the people hear things like, have you ever thought about killing somebody? You know, just crazy stuff.
They have those on a building between 4th and 5th Street. You know,
interesting. I'd like to experience it because I've never actually experienced it. It's a great thing to play with people's heads with, obviously, because if you can basically induce a voice in the head type of experience. Somebody could, believe that they're communicating with their deity or something, or their loved ones. And this is one of their caricature advertisements to promote the sound, because a lot of museums like this technology because they can keep the quiet atmosphere of a museum, but when you step in front of a painting or a sculpture at a certain spot where they've got the audio aimed, instead of in the old way where you put on the unhygienic earphones or whatever, or have a little dome that they're playing an audio related to the exhibit, this is just a focused sound in that one area. Now, this is, again, non-lethal, though you could get a little creative with it, obviously, and probably hurt people. But that image has always made me laugh, because I think it's supposed to be like, oh, there are people on the dance floor, and they're dancing, and they're the only ones hearing the sound. But it kind of looks, aside from the musical notes, it looks like they're kind of in distress.
And have long noses. Or those caps.
I'm not sure if those are caps or big noses.
Could be horns.
So I'll really quickly go over what I personally experienced, and then we'll go into the variety of weird mystery sounds. So the weekend of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 16th, 17th of 2016, I don't remember when I first started hearing it, but it was that weekend. It was probably either in the morning or the evening when it was really quiet in the house and I hadn't turned on any music or TV or anything. And I started hearing what I would describe as a low, bassy, droning tone that vaguely reminded me of like when I've been in large corporate buildings, their HVAC, their heating and air conditioning system, but it wasn't just like the blow or the kind of mid-range, high-pitched blowing noise, but a very low sound. And in trying to describe it to other people, I likened it to that HVAC system, or kind of the droning of if you're in a vehicle on a long trip on the highway, the sound that the high-speed tires make. But more what it reminded me of is an airplane sound, specifically not a jet engine, but the turboprop, an actual propeller plane engine sound that you might hear, like if you're in the house and you hear an airplane approaching outside. But in those cases, you hear the Doppler effect. You hear it approaching, and then the pitch changes, and you hear it receding as it goes away. Similarly, blimps have those kind of turboprop engines, and so it was the blimp sound that I kind of kept thinking, because I was not hearing that Doppler effect of it coming and leaving. It seemed like it was just a near constant with just kind of a slight alteration in tone occasionally, but not necessarily like some others have described as an idling diesel truck or a construction equipment, though I did consider that as a possibility. As I paid more and more attention to it, I started trying to pin down where it was coming from. I started going from room to room. I would listen in various parts of the house. I live in a 2-story house. Our living room has big vaulted ceilings, but there was the 2 rooms that I heard it the most in were my bedroom and my office. It was ridiculously loud to my perception in the office. And I didn't really hear it quite as much when I went upstairs to the second floor rooms. And I could actually kind of hear it if it was a quiet enough part of the day, like in the morning or the evening. I thought I could hear it a little bit outside the front door and the back door of the house. And so, this became a situation where I was trying to find the source of it. And I kept kind of wondering, is this some kind of internally generated sound that I'm experiencing? Or is there an outside source? And I was kind of hoping that it was an outside source, that I could find it and stop it. It wasn't particularly annoying, but the longer it went on over days, it became a little more disconcerting. And it was only like during quiet times that I could really hear it. And so like when I would go off to work, I wouldn't hear it at work. And I did think that I might have been hearing it elsewhere. But by that point, I started thinking that perhaps it was sensitizing me to other low bassy sounds that were then becoming similar or reminding me of it. And I think my paranoia was starting to get the best of me. I did a couple of attempts to locate it in the neighborhood, thinking maybe there's some kind of nearby source. Austin, there's a lot of construction all the time, and again, so many of these mystery hum descriptions center around people describing diesel engines or large construction equipment. So I tried riding my bike around the neighborhood, but that really was not effective because there's just the normal environmental sounds would drown out anything I might have been hearing. So I started to get in the car and I drive like in a grid around my neighborhood to look around to see if there was anything that could have been causing it, but also so I'd drive and I'd stop and I'd turn the car off and I'd close my eyes and sit there. And I could just imagine my neighbors going, why is this guy scoping out our house, or just sitting there with his eyes closed meditating. And it did seem like I could hear it, but less, it didn't seem as loud to me in certain areas. But ultimately, I did feel like I kind of heard it elsewhere. There was at one point where I came to a meeting here with Catherine, and I can't remember the other woman's name, but it was a very small meeting that day, and I was still experiencing this, and it was starting to really get to me. And I left the meeting and called one of my coworkers who is an audio engineer. And I should add, as background, in my day job, I work with audio. I work in a recording studio doing audio book production. And over 10 years ago, when I got into this position, I had developed the reputation of being able to hear things other people couldn't. I've always had really good hearing, despite also always having high frequency tinnitus ringing in the ears since going to rock concerts and listening to loud music as a kid. But despite that, I was still able to hear certain frequencies that nobody else could hear, but then we could hook up an oscilloscope or some kind of audio spectrum analyzer and see, oh, there's the tone, and we could get rid of it. And then I would be, oh, good, it's gone. So I got this reputation in my day job career as having really good ears. We'll come back to that kind of a little later, or in a second here. So as I was going around, I was looking for anything that I thought might have been a source for this. There are a number of things that could potentially create this kind of a sound. I mentioned here cement tubes or other potential aeolian harps, and I'll show you some aeolian harps in just a minute if you're not familiar with what those are. But I also noted that there are near my house some underground gas and natural gas and oil pipelines, and it occurred to me when I was driving around that I was like, well, I don't ever hear about this, but I bet the fluid or the air going through those could create some kind of a resonance and a sound that maybe some people could hear. I kick myself now because I never went to the trouble of trying to record it. Here I am, an audio guy, and I never actually tried to record the sound. And the only people who ever were in my house who I had tried to see if they could hear it while I was hearing it were my wife and a good female friend of hers. And they couldn't hear it. Now, when they were in my office where I was hearing it the loudest, they were like, no, we don't hear any low sound, but we hear a lot of high-pitched sounds. And I was like, really? And it's all the electronics in my, like the computers and monitors and stuff, which I don't really hear. And I know that there are some kind of gross differences in male and female hearing that do tend towards high and low frequency. So I kind of assume that there must be something to that. But it still really galls me that I didn't, A, try to record it, and B, didn't get any of my male friends to come and try to hear it. But at some point, so I started searching on YouTube for sounds to try to compare it to, and I'll go into that in just a second. And I also, at some point, started thinking about the idea of low frequency tinnitus, because as I mentioned, I've always had high frequency tinnitus, which is a high pitched ringing in the ears. But I thought, well, then there's probably such a thing as low frequency tinnitus. So sure enough, Googling that, discover in all the tinnitus forums, there's people who say, yeah, I've got high frequency in this ear and low frequency in this ear. And what I also seemed to find was that people who were experiencing low frequency tended to find that a lot more distressing than high frequency for whatever reasons. That it's like with high frequency, you kind of learn to live with it, as I've learned to live with my tinnitus. Most of the time I don't hear it until it's really quiet, and I suddenly notice it, and then you can't stop noticing it. But this lasted for about 26 days. I started keeping a log of what days I was hearing it, what days I didn't, and when it seemed louder. And it seemed to end sometime around February 12th or 13th of 2016. And I got to say, by the end of it, I was really glad it was over. As interesting a mystery as it was, and as much of a interest I've always had in like the Taos mystery hum and other mystery hum phenomena, which I'll go into in just a minute, it really worried me. It got to the point where I was like, what if this doesn't stop? Will I have to move? Well, what if I move and it doesn't stop? And it hadn't gotten to the point of like pain, but it was very disconcerting. So, and then at some point I did, oddly, after it had stopped, I was at work one day, and we're digitizing all the old analog reel-to-reel audiobook recordings, and we do this at high speed, so that they're being digitized at faster than normal playback, and so it's like chipmunks. And at some point, I happened to just grab the headphones and just to kind of listen to make sure it was still going, and I heard the tone. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. And I got really excited, and I was like, called all my staff over, all male. And I was like, can you hear this? And they're like, yeah, we totally hear that. And I was like, that's the closest thing I've heard to this sound. So I do kind of have a recording of it, but and I think in some ways it may just be like what they call 60 hertz frequency, what's in the electrical system. But I need to do a lot more research on it. So moving right along. So I mentioned trying to find YouTube videos about this. And one of the interesting things when I was trying to find propeller sounds, I discovered that there are like 6-hour YouTube videos of propeller sounds for people who are trying to go to sleep or trying to drown out their tinnitus. I also looked at blimp sounds because of my thinking of that as being similar. But this one here, this propeller sound effect sleep, which I think that's the one that's like, it doesn't say link there, but it's really long. That one actually was the closest, and you really won't be able to get the bass effect here, but I mean, that sounds like a plane, but and so there's a little bit of oscillation there, but it's pretty constant. And again, there's no Doppler effect. It's not coming and going. It's almost as if you're in the plane on a long journey. Have you ever heard the tones? It's like a tone. So how do I exit? Oh, there we go.
Oh, phew, this is my name.
Wow.
So
That's impressive.
So I started jokingly referring to these as my stealth blimps. So like I would joke with my wife. I'd be like, I can't hear the blimps today. Just playing with the idea that, for those of us, I know most of us have probably, post 9/11, heard and seen lots of information about the Homeland Security and military industrial complex, developing all sorts of new advanced blimp technology that's going to be used to monitor everything from the border to battlefield communications, and even in Alex Jones' documentary Martial Law 9/11 Rise of the Police State, you've got the blimps there because he was reporting that Homeland Security and even New York Police Department in the early 2000s were deploying these high altitude surveillance blimps because You
can see those out at the border.
Yeah, and those are the kind that they have at the border that are tethered, and those have been used in wartime for a long time. But so I just started joking around with the idea of like there's this invisible stealth blimp that's up there hovering and harassing me with the sound of its engines. Now, for most of us, you probably became aware of this in the mid '90s because of shows like Unsolved Mysteries. The original series aired in 1995, an episode that focused on the Taos hum and the worldwide mystery hum. In fact, I have both versions of this show that we could watch later if you're interested. The first one is the one hosted by Robert Stack. And then in 2009, they repackaged it and they had a different host. And they used the same footage, but kind of wrapped it with different beginnings and endings with the new host. I think his name's Marin, or I forget anyway.
But it's on the topic.
Yeah, it's specifically on people experiencing that, and they have a representation of the sound. So we might want to watch that.
Yeah.
Later. It's a little long, but that was most people's introduction to this idea. Local newspapers were covering this sort of stuff. I just, in doing research for this presentation just a few days ago, again, a week or so ago, somebody did one of these top 10 lists. In this case, it's 27 things you probably didn't know about the TV series Unsolved Mysteries. And here they're talking about the different locations that have experienced it, the Bristol hum, the Bondi hum. And they described this as one of their most popular episodes. It got a lot of reaction from people. They also described that it was tough to shoot because it was all sound-based, but to me that's kind of silly because it plays just like every other episode. They actually have actual experiencers and reenactments, and they do some interesting stuff in that episode. So I was also curious, how popular of a search term was Taos hum, and according to Google, this is a chart of its popularity, I guess, in articles and search terms from all the way back to 2004, which is as far back as their trending software goes, to the present. And strangely, I don't know what caused that. There was a spike in September of 2009 of interest in that term, Taos hum. So there's a number. There's so many places around the world that have experienced this. It does seem to mostly start in the 80s and 90s. Most of these incidents seem to center around the early 90s, 1991, 92. But then there's places like in Indiana, the Kokomo hum, British Columbia, and Windsor, and some of the Canadian ones are going to be we'll come back to because there's some interesting developments there into what the possible source might be. And here's some references to hum in Oregon. High-pitched noise keeps Oregon town awake at night. And here's the big difference, too. In my case, I seem to have only been the only person to hear it. As far as, I don't know if my neighbors were hearing it. I didn't want to go knocking on their door and saying, hey, we don't ever talk. But by the way, have you been hearing anything strange lately? But when I looked for anything South Austin mystery hum, I did find that there were some reports to the TexasUFOsightings.com. Hey, Texas, do you hear that hum? And as I did more research, I found that just like pretty much anywhere, any urban environment seems to have reports of this. And I will get to the worldwide nature of this in just a second. So how far back does it go? Researcher and radio talk show host Micah Hanks did a really good article, The Rumbling Below, Strange Sounds of Engine Noise from Underground. And again, this is where, there's a lot of different subcategories of this mystery hum phenomena, but he covers in this article the kinds of stuff that I was partly already aware of, but gives some even older citations, like from William Corliss's archival science files about some campers in 1970 hearing a strange sound that they perceived as being like an engine-like noise that seemed to be coming from underground. And that's something I'd come across again in UFO books and references. Here again, in the same article, is something that I was in foremost in my mind is some of the weird stuff that happened in Yakima Indian Reservation in Washington State. They have these fire watch towers where, interestingly enough, a lot of these people were seeing balls of light, UFOs, also reported, Bigfoot sightings, and they also recorded weird sounds that seemed to be coming from underground. And this is there's always a variety of sonic and audio effects that are associated with weird encounters. I've heard UFO cases where witnesses, after they've had the UFO sighting, will experience almost paranormal-like phenomena where they'll hear like the sound of footsteps on gravel, like as if somebody's walking up their gravel driveway, but when they look, there's nobody there. But again, this underground turbine, and as this person says, unsynchronized propellers on a multi-engine aircraft was how this lookout person described it. This person also said that their dog seemed to display anxiety when they were hearing this sound. Again, 1970, 1978, some of the earliest references. Now, as many of you know, I used to publish a zine called ELF, Infested Spaces, ELF being extremely low frequency, the radio energy that's been associated with claims of mind control research and military communications. And in fact, this UFO researcher, Ron Holtz, back in the early 90s, I posted this article in my summer 1998 issue of my magazine, in my Mind Control Corner section of the magazine, his article, ELF and the Hum, and where he talks about since 1991 and on, hundreds of people in Taos and even for further environments around the world were describing this strange humming noise. So here again is that divergence between like one person hearing it and other people not being able to hear it, to whole communities hearing it. And that, obviously that's a big difference there. So maybe we're talking about different sources for this phenomenon. But he also started speculating, as does the Unsolved Mysteries episode, that the hum is actually somehow connected to the military's communications program that utilizes ELF, extremely low frequency radiation. And so this is a telecommunication system that a secret communication system that was designed to communicate with their subs around the world. And they literally had, and still do, I think, have antennas that are basically cables that string for 25, 50, 75 miles. So the frequency of that radio wave is massive. It's it's huge and can't be shielded against, and might explain why people around the world would be suddenly hearing something that they hadn't been hearing before. There's some research that seems to suggest that might be the source, and there's other research that seems to contradict that. But that idea has been around since the 1990s that ELF might be the source of this. So I mentioned earlier aeolian harps. There's a number of different ways of creating these. On the one on the right, you see these tubes. And so when I mentioned I was looking for like cement tubes like you see on construction sites when they put in these big underground sewage lines or whatever, that's kind of what I was looking at. And there were some near my house, but I didn't like hear that sound right when I saw them. They're often used as like art and sound music installations. As just the wind blows, you get this kind of flute-like effect that creates sound. Or in the case of the one on the left, it's just wires, and that's why they call it a harp, because you can actually sometimes long high tension power lines with the wind going over them just right can start generating a sound. Now, to give you a sense of this, there's a big famous building. Well, that's not what I heard.
Is that the wind?
That's the wind.
Going through that building.
Through that building, through that part at the top, apparently.
That would be annoying.
Yes, the community hates that, and I believe no, this is in England. It's
Really?
Here I have it here.
Those people living out there?
Yeah, I wonder what it sounds like inside the building. Can they get enough people to rent it? Or it's apparently it's the largest.
I think they take that down.
I believe the architect has actually publicly apologized. It's the Beetham, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, Beetham Tower Howell. Tallest residential block in Europe, also houses the Hilton Manchester. And there's an article about it online. Mysterious strange sounds baffle residents of Manchester. I don't think they're baffled because they pretty much have identified it as that. And it would seem like they could just disconnect that. I don't know if the shape of the building causes that too, but it's, I believe, attributed to the structure on the top. Now, that's obviously very different, and that actually makes me think more about these other mystery sounds. Over the last several years, you probably heard a lot of people talking about
Trumpets.
Trumpets in the sky and other types of sky sound phenomena. There's another video I won't play, but that's a guy that was featured in some European news where he videotaped himself. He's like, oh, there it is again. And he keeps putting the camera out the window. And it's not as obnoxious as that other sound. It's more mysterious. And I think it's legitimate, but I don't have any idea what the source is. Now, there's another one called the Windsor Hum over across the border with our friends in Canada. And they actually commissioned an investigation of the Windsor Hum. And they came to a conclusion. And they held a press conference.
Second phase of the study, which used acoustic monitoring, concluded that the Windsor Hum does exist and has characteristics suggesting the source is from Zug Island in River Rouge, Michigan. Pinpointing the source of the disturbance is a complicated task, and the myriad of factors can affect the results of the research. This study, however, is a concrete step in the right direction. Government of Canada has exhausted its own options to pinpoint the precise source of the hum, and the results of the study demonstrate that in order to determine the source of the Windsor Hum precisely, further work must now take place on the U.S. side of the river.
We're quite satisfied with the findings that there is a Windsor Hum, and we're very happy that there is scientific and official recognition by the Government of Canada and backed up by solid scientific evidence. And so I thank the Government of Canada for undertaking that. But there still is a very big challenge. There's a very serious challenge ahead, is that we need to know the exact source. There's a hypothesis, a scientific hypothesis, that is coming from the U.S. steel blast furnace. Many people have already concluded that just based on the evidence of standing in front of it or being in that vicinity. So it's a shame that it's not backed up by scientific evidence, and that is the actual core of this. We still don't know what the potential health effects are, and that's something that's very disturbing. So, while I applaud the Government of Canada and the efforts of my friend Jeff Watson, who's probably been a champion of this file as well, there's still a lot more work to be done. So
Zug Island is the alleged source that this scientific inquiry allegedly determined was the source. And so I don't know what a steel blast furnace could do, but I know that these are massive, industrial operations. And again, a lot of the speculation over the years has been, maybe it's some kind of, huge HVAC system, that, like these kinds where, you literally have turbofans you could drive a truck, through,
right.
That are feeding the airflow and heating and cooling for a massive underground complex or a above ground complex. So that's kind of some of the most, to my mind, that's the closest thing to government acceptance of it. And it's, it says a report released by the federal government, the Canadian federal government. They're basically like, it's the Americans, it's their
problem.
It's up to them now to go further with it. So, but there continues to be obviously a lot of interest in the subject. It's a very popular topic, and in recent years, it's kind of gone in a dark direction. Obviously, people have claimed to suffer at the hands of this mysterious phenomena. A particularly good article that I recommend by a writer named Jared Keller for Mike.com, Mysterious Sound is Driving People Insane, and Nobody Knows What's Causing It, goes into a lot of the different speculation and research and efforts to identify the source, and he cites a lot of the same sources that I've been mentioning. But it also goes in a darker direction, and that is the possibility that some people might be driven so far over the edge that they commit acts of violence. And for those of you remembering the Aaron Alexis Navy Yard shooting of a couple of years ago, it was reported, and a lot of the media were very confused by this, but anybody who'd been following this knew what this meant. Allegedly, he had scratched into the metal surface on the shotgun, my ELF weapon, my ELF weapon, and better off this way. Now, this text that I have here is from that same article from Mike.com by Jared Keller, where he mentions a researcher who I've tried to reach out to, but we haven't connected yet, but his name's Steve Kohlhase, or Kohlhase, and he's been researching a similar hum in Connecticut, and he believes that it's connected to natural gas pipelines, kind of like what I think I must have read this before I thought when I came across the pipelines in my neighborhood and started thinking about that as a possible source, but maybe I had that thought independently, I'm not sure. But he was so compelled that he actually wrote to the Newtown, Connecticut investigators, because he believes that it was that kind of phenomena that could have led Adam Lanza to commit that act. And interestingly enough, as it says here, while law enforcement officials field a flood of calls from conspiracy theorists and pranksters following any major incident, investigators deemed the information Kohlhase provided, quote, appropriate for inclusion in the 7,000 images, audio files, videos, and documents they released to the public. So there's another interesting case of a governmental organization including reference to theories about the source of a mystery hum, but in a much more exotic and frightening possible implication. Now, so I had this experience in beginning of February 2016. I didn't really talk about it much publicly. I mentioned it when I was experiencing it here at the meeting with Catherine and to a few friends here and there. And then in the Anomaly Archives newsletter for June 15, 2016, I mentioned it in the article for the newsletter that you see there, where I just kind of offhandedly said, oh, and I had my own experience with this earlier this year. And linked to some of these articles, like the one by Jared Keller that is linking this to the idea of mind control or people who believe that they're being harassed possibly by these kinds of technology.
Have you ever heard of any with the high-pitched tone?
Yeah, there's in the many different literature of self-professed mind control victims. There's
I'll
a number of.
I'll ask like my roommate or whoever's there with me, do you hear that? And they're like, well, I hear it. So it's like, oh.
Yeah, I generally mystery hum phenomena tend to be described as low frequency, but I believe that there's been some sufferers who've described it as being higher frequency. So in researching the subject, I discovered that there's this researcher and experiencer, Glenn McPherson. He's a former school teacher. He's not technically a scientist, but he's approaching this from a scientific perspective. And he created the World Hum Map and Database Project, where there are now, I think, over 13,000, maybe it's less than that, but thousands and thousands of cases now that you can submit your report. And so I did that, and I submitted my report. But here is another mainstream news article, news coverage. Al Jazeera.
Not only a very beautiful environment here, but it's also a very quiet environment.
At his home in the rainforest along Canada's Pacific coast, Glenn McPherson researches something that science says shouldn't exist. But it does for him. He hears it every night.
When I first moved here, on my first night after the house quieted down, I was actually taken aback at how loud the hum was.
A worldwide hum is usually described as a low-pitched rumble, like a car or truck engine idling nearby, with electronics pulsing. This is a simulation.
We'll be finding out soon enough. whether or not the world hum is as prevalent in Asia as it is in the English-speaking world.
Now, after 4 years, his worldwide hum and database project has found nearly 13,000 people on 5 continents who've emailed to say they're hearing something. The number's too large, McPherson says, to dismiss as hysteria, delusion, or belief in the supernatural.
Given that people arrive at this independently, and now looking at the hum map and looking at the distribution of the geographic distribution and the distribution in age and gender, what these people are reporting is something that is certainly real for them.
This paper from the University of Oklahoma 12 years ago links the sound to a U.S. military program that uses VLF, very low frequency radio, and aircraft to communicate with nuclear submarines underwater. It's the first of 4 explanations that Glenn is pursuing.
Second, the hum is the grand accumulation of human activity at low frequency sound and infrasound. Third, that the hum is a terrestrial geological phenomenon. And fourth, the hum might well be an internally generated phenomenon by the body. Let's just throw this off.
Using a specially built steel box that's supposed to block radio waves, Glenn wants to eliminate all outside sources for the sound. Yet so far the hum is still there, even inside the box. That means new approaches and trying different technology, trying to, as he puts it, give himself and thousands of others around the world the quiet life they deserve. Daniel Lack, Al Jazeera, on Canada's Pacific Coast.
So is he crawling in that steel box?
Yeah,
Faraday cage.
Basically, it's a Faraday cage, but yeah, it really looks like a flotation tank, isolation tank.
So is there a physical vibration?
Some people do describe a physical vibration associated with it. In the Unsolved Mysteries episode, some of the experiencers describe the vibration. Also, that early report from 1978 from the fire worker in Yakima, she described a sense of vibration for coming through the floor. So, like I said, I did submit my experience to the database. It was not successful the first time. I had to resubmit it, and it did seem to finally take. I don't have a screenshot of this, but there are plenty of reports in Austin and South Austin, even where I live. But they don't all. There doesn't seem to be a grouping in like the same period of time as my experience. And as I said, I didn't really talk about this very publicly, but then come April of last year, my friend and co-host Mac White and I decided to talk about it on our radio show, PsyOp Radio. And the thing is, all right, everybody. This is Smiles Lewis, and I'm going to go ahead and interrupt this recording. You can that lecture is archived at our Anomaly Archives YouTube channel, and we're going to be. I'm going to play the intro video here, and so we've got about 4 minutes before we start with our special guest, Steve Colhays. And I'm really looking forward to talking to him. As I mentioned in that video, I hadn't at that point made contact with Steve, and in the years since I have, and I'm very glad that I did, and I'm very happy to finally get to hear him speak about his experiences directly tonight, as well as our upcoming special screening of Doom Vibrations by director Garrett Harkowick, who is also going to be joining us later. So hold tight, and here we go.
Up next, Steve Colhays presents Mystery Hub, the GPS hypothesis, gas pipeline syndrome.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us through this fourth week of our Saturday Streamathon Emergency Fundraiser Series. This is, of course, a fundraiser to raise funds for the nonprofit 501c3 Scientific Anomaly Institute, aka the Anomaly Archives. As you saw from that video a couple years ago, I had my own experience with this phenomena, and I know that I am one of the lucky ones in that it did not last for whatever it was. Whether or not it was related to what is described as the global hum phenomena remains to be seen. But I can tell you, it made me empathize even more with folks who've had this experience and who continue to have this experience. And I keep my mind open to a wide variety of possibilities about the nature of it and explanations for it. And one of the researchers whose investigation of this I find very compelling and intriguing, and I want to continue to keep an eye on, is that of the previously mentioned Steve Kohlhase. Steve is a mechanical engineer by degree for 45 years in the design, construction, and management of plants and facilities in the process and refining industries. For the last 15 years, managing real estate and facilities for the company and investigating this problem on his own time. Since he started realizing having hum-like conditions and experiencing many of the typical symptoms of chronic exposure, like interrupted sleep and uneasy feelings in late 2009, he has searched for answers that led him to the gas pipeline syndrome hypothesis that includes the well-known hum as one of the symptoms. He believes GPS explains many of the reported hums since the mid-1970s. And without further ado, I'd like to bring on Steve Kohlhase. Steve, how are you doing?
Good, Smiles. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a great day. We've had some great presentations on a wide variety of topics, and I'm just so glad to finally be connecting with you and giving you the chance to speak to this phenomenon and as you've experienced it and as you've researched it. As we said earlier, we've got coming up after this a special screening of the documentary that is focused on you as an experiencer and investigator by director Garrett Harkowitz, called Doom Vibrations. And so as we get towards 6:30, we'll do a little brief break, just like that intro video, and then we'll bring on Garrett and have y'all briefly engage and discuss. We'll kind of discuss this thing, and then we'll have a screening. So if you don't have any questions or comments before I'll give the floor to you.
No. This is the first time I've done a podcast, so I've got some notes I'm going to follow. So I'll be looking down, and but I do appreciate the opportunity to share learnings since 2009 and what I've been working on. But first of all, hopefully your audience has not been affected by this COVID too much, and at least there's some hope with it. But unlike this hum and what I've learned dealing with the administrations and government, things of that nature, and FERC, I don't think there's much hope of actually solving this problem, but from my work, at least many people I've talked with that have followed up on watching the documentary from Garrett, it brings relief to them. And so anyway, going on forward, it was interesting that you mentioned Jared Keller. I have talked to him, and obviously I think it was mentioned in his article. Obviously the important stuff for the media is kind of the sensational things that are out of my work. I'm not going to be going into those tonight, but I want to go into the basis of what my journey's been to get to the point where I'm smoothing this around a bit here, to basically have confidence in what the gas pipeline syndrome is. And I'll shed a little light on within half an hour, because I can go on and on and on. And I promise not to, because I'll bore everybody to death. I'll shed a little light on maybe how some of the findings extend beyond just the facts of the science and my work on my type of hum, which is, I believe, because I haven't done a lot of travel on it around the country and around the globe, based upon interview with people and emails and pen pals and whatever you call it on the internet. That used to be pen pal, internet pals. I think the original reason that I started to get involved in late 2009 was the disruption of my sleep, a low frequency sound while obviously trying to sleep, and it got worse and worse and worse. The typical comments that you hear that the other spouse did not hear it, or anybody else in the house, at which point basically the only other thing in the house was our dog. And you'll see a little bit of her in Garrett's documentary, which is interesting. So besides myself starting to sense this and being really bothered by it, ear pressure, obviously keeping me up at night. And I think once you start focusing on what a problem is, you start getting anxious about it. And at that point, just maybe it was kind of like dumb luck that it fell into a timing aspect of what put me on to look at the gas industry, the gas pipeline systems were. At that point, 2 large natural gas compressors were installed behind our neighborhood, not to our liking. And they were started up early 2000. The second one was started up in early 2009, and probably by the time it got on stream and maybe became sensitized to the sound and sensitization for different people, I think from what I'm understanding from people that do vibroacoustic disease and other things, is it's a built up aspect over time if you've been around low frequency things in that nature. The pipelines came into the compressors themselves became a focus of monitoring that the company was abiding by their good neighbor talks with us, and that they're meeting the requirements of their operating permit, and only people that live nearby are going to do that. So anyway, make a long story short, on this particular aspect, it turns out that after time, started looking at the compressor station as a point source, then started looking at all of the other sources around after meeting with the company, the gas company. This is a transmission company, it's not a local utility, to look at other things like highways, water pumps, railroads, a little manufacturing, and anything else in our quiet neighborhood area. And we have power lines behind us, and I was able to go out and evaluate that it was possible that it might have been power line hum. Everybody knows what that is. You can hear it buzzing on humid days, and and I'm not an electrical engineer, I'm mechanical, so I said maybe there was something coming off of those lines. So fortunately, in my position, I had contact with our business agent with the utility company here, Connecticut Power and Light, which is now Eversource. And they actually funded, they brought an acoustic scientist and an associate in January 2019 and did in-house acoustic monitoring. And they showed a low frequency signature that looks like a diesel engine, and not a power type of electric power type of hum. So fast forward, ended up turning back to take a look and pursuing the operations of this new installation behind us. It got to the point where there was some cooperation, and I ended up, and another neighbor, we were trying to figure out what was going on a localized little basis because of these compressors are behind us. Because what you see is what you actually think is the problem. So it finally got into FERC's hands, and talking with the folks down there, the environmental engineer, the gas company had to do a testing for their permits. So they did some low frequency testing in the area, mainly for the purpose of assuring that the compressors that weren't always running when the hum was still occurring, because these are transfer compressors, they're not mainline compressors, the hum was still occurring. But the data that came out of their report and the other report from the electric power company were very useful in the work that I did later on, including my unsophisticated measurements, because I'm not an acoustician, and my equipment is for repeatability and things of that nature. So that ended up going into a passion to figure this out, tracing pipelines around in this part of Connecticut, northern part of Connecticut, measuring, listening inside of a car, because I don't know if the folks on the podcast are aware that you can actually hear and feel the hum on a parked car with your windows up if you're in a hum affected zone. So using my unfortunate sensitivity to it, plus the tools, was able to establish that yes, the lines, all one lines, 15, 20 miles away, were radiating what I call infrasound low frequency noise. The signatures on the spectra actually do show that it's very low frequency. And so I fast forwarding also without going into the weeds, I ended up coining the problem as gas pipeline syndrome. And in doing so, I also started to get pushback on nothing was going to be done if one or two people are complaining about this. As you can see around the country, there's lots of complaints, and probably the only one or two times anything's been done is Tahoe's hum with the governor down there, I think it was Bill Richardson, and where they came up with an inconclusivity down there, and then maybe the Kokomo hum. And Windsor hum has gotten some notoriety. Two universities looked at it, and I've actually looked at the reports, and I do have a difference of opinion of what the residents there have, but that's not the purpose of this call either. So the gas pipeline syndrome got put into place because of that. And part of the gas pipeline syndrome was looking at the possibility beyond my particular problem with it, which I was pretty rest assured from measurements and doing attenuation measuring and spending hours driving around computer programs, a new computer and all that. I started to look around on the internet to find out what other people were having problems. And I think the first article I came across was this guy in Sunnyvale, California, along the same line as San Bruno. And he was reaching out to his buddies and things like that. And I don't know how it got posted, but he was talking about this low frequency sound. And so that's when I finally started to learn you can find out points, look at where they are on the government maps in the United States. It's simple to do, and I focus my work on the United States, but check randomly outside the country. That typically, in almost all cases, these hums were within proximity of these high pressure natural gas transmission lines. These things operate, some of them 800 pounds, some of them up to 1,400 pounds, and they're changing the way they operate since especially 2005, where Bush and Cheney went in and put the EPAC energy program together for developing the use of natural gas. Now, I want to make something clear. I'm not against energy development. I haven't had any funding on doing any of this work, and I acknowledge that there are other sources of hums, probably other sources of sources for this particular type of hum, but this hum is different than a lot of other hums, which are power lines, but it's not intermittent, so you have to have something that's constantly operating. You have to have something that's powerful enough, and you have to kind of understand the industry that it's in. And I don't claim to be an expert, but I've got enough input from folks in the industry of how they run, which is real hard at night, pushing gas. And so that kind of brought a lot of credence into what my problem is all about. But now extending it out to beyond my area, in 2010 or 11, somewhere in there, and that's 10 years ago, and I'm getting old at this point. I started to go around collecting data points and plotting it against the map from the Energy Information Agency of the U.S. government, and you'll see pictures in Garrett's documentary reflecting that. But it'll look like something. It'll look like this. I'm not going to go crazy on it, but it's got the points that I collected and cataloged onto the map with little dots. And my daughter go around at the end and put a spreadsheet together of all locations and stuff like that. And lo and behold, what I had a hypothesis of and working on was starting to come together. It was very interesting. So I finished that map up, probably sent it into FERC and others, and circulated it around 2012 and let it lie. And it would have been great if Dr. Glenn was on, because I have used some of his mappings to further proof out my work. So you'll see also in the documentary an older version of the hum.info locations in the United States with an overlay of the U.S. pipeline maps on it. And it reflects the same outcome as I had in 2012, and I just I just re-looked at the maps because the History Channel has actually asked me to talk to a piece that they're going to be putting on in a new show in early January. So, fortunately, folks like Glenn and others actually do follow up on it and are interested enough to take the information and bring it to audiences like this, or anybody that has an open mind that this could be part of what they are having as a problem, known as the hum. Except I call it the gas pipeline syndrome because it extends farther than just one thing. It's not just sound. It's the radiation, and I won't tell you, without cooperation from the industry and an investigation, as I've been asking the government for 10 years to do, I'm not going to know exactly what the root cause, the mechanism inside these pipelines are, but it could be carried through noise from the compressors themselves. It could be the higher pressures. It could be the gas. It could be in turbulence. It could be these things that they call pipeline loops that they put in the side. They end up being like Coke bottles when you're blowing over, so they can get extra capacity within the right-of-ways for demand of gas when they need it. Because they're not allowing in certain areas, they're not allowing a lot of new pipelines to move all this fracked gas and the feeling that it's a great green energy fuel. But that's I'm that's not my I'm all supportive of energy development, but I have my own opinions about certain other things. The primary reason behind why the onset for me occurred was change. There's 3 lines by me. I'm not going to mention the company's names, but 2 different companies, and they're very large, and they supply much of the gas back and forth up here in New England and down to New York City and Long Island that comes down from Canada. The other ones are from New Brunswick and then up from Texas. And gas is changing the way they move it. What brought this all on was the amount of change that occurred at that period of time, and I started sensing this problem. And typical problem sensing, problem solving techniques are you have to ask yourself what the problem is and then go get the data, which took a lot, and then start evaluating it. And it comes to be that in case even in many other areas, the gas systems have been changing and how they operate and what they do. And systems that were as quiet for years and decades, all of a sudden start to act up. I was going to say the lines by me were, one of them was a 24-inch line installed in 1966, and another one was 1959, and another one was 1991, I think. And to shed a little bit of clarity on the change and what's going on in Britain. And there's this guy by the name of Hugh Witherton. I may be pronouncing his name wrong. Back in the late 70s, he hypothesized, or he thought it could have been the pipeline grids that had been starting to be installed and operated to bring North Sea gas into England, getting away from the way they used to have gas, which was local coal gas that they would make and distribute it, within a region. So now they have this humongous gas industry up there from North Sea gas. Plus, I believe they bring a lot of LNG into these lines. So they're probably pushing these lines, and that's when the hum started up there in England. So the change of that is what I believe is leading to all this. Now, mapping efforts and all that, you got to always suspect yourself of, that you may be wrong. And I'm sure I'm not right on everything, especially the consequences of it on human health and mental issues and the nature. I think I saw you mention one aspect about Newtown in there with Lanza. There's a lot of work that still has to be done, regarding that, to see if, in fact, there's some contributor factor to this line that was 500 feet from this kid's house. But there's also a lot of work being done by a lot of other researchers on the effects of infrasound and low frequency noise in a chronic exposure setting in residential settings. Back in the maybe 25, 30 years ago, some scientists, including Mariana Alves Pereira, out of Portugal, did a lot of work on aviators, where they came up with the coined a phrase called vibroacoustic disease. So my work pulls off a lot of subject matter experts and touches on it. And I haven't become an expert in it, but there's enough that I study to raise a lot of questions about what is this causing on mental health. Obviously, people are having, they're losing their sleep. They're having migraine headaches. There's many more people have migraines. There's an epidemic of vertigo. Ear ringing. How many advertisements we see on TV about putting juice in your ears, or this stuff's going to fix your ear ring? Well, to address, I think it was the gentleman or lady's comment about the high pitch. My wife hears it as a buzzing sound. She doesn't hear the low frequency sound. She hears it as like ear ring, let's say. When I'm in a situation where the conditions get very intense, I'm looking at my clock over there, where it gets very intense, my ears will start ringing. And the thing is, tinnitus, from my understanding, doesn't go away. This, if I go to a different setting, especially out of the area, but definitely out of the home, or my office where I was 15 miles away, where this really started to come together, this problem is a lot more widespread than just our little local neighborhood here. But get out of those areas, the ringing goes away, or if the hum becomes less intense. The conditions of hum are low frequency sound, but there's also vibration, chest pressures on your ears. There's many different aspects to it. And really, so the chain of causing the hum is the radiation of low frequency sound. Everybody knows elephants can communicate 100 miles away by low frequency sound. Raleigh waves carry across the earth, the surface of the earth, and then they interact, they resonate hollow structures, homes, buildings, wood structures, concrete structures that are in their path. And this stuff I've measured 20 miles away. Within the first mile, it attenuates down, so obviously it's going to be the worst. But so anyway, the buildings resonate, and a lot of people will say you got the tingling vibrations in your feet. I think the hands are less sensitive, so you don't touch anything and feel it that way. Bed springs, at times when the conditions are just right. You'll see in the video thing of my pool when it's covered up, but if we have time after the video shows, I'll show you another it's called standing waves that are caused by the interference of sound waves, or the bouncing within the structure that is there. I guess I'm going to say the natural frequency, but causes standing waves. And they have that in California, where pools, when they have earthquakes, will start having standing waves, which basically the waves go like this. They're not pushing like you see in ocean, or if you hit the side of a pool, you get vibration. So it's interesting what I've learned about all this, but there's still a lot more to do. And one of the key takeaways for having, being able to attend something like this is there may be somebody out there that actually has some authority, some pull to actually have something done investigative-wise on this problem. Right now, a number of folks have called me, and one gal in California, and an old lady up in Massachusetts, who are really suffering from what appears, they fit the model. I call it the gas pipeline syndrome model, being that if you're within 10 to 15 miles of these lines are shown on the map, and they're active lines, and you have the right explanation of what the conditions are, but they're being seriously bothered by more than just this, more so by vibrations and pressure on their bodies, and are obviously sensitive to it, than actually the sound. The sound you can mask, as I participate in a lot of forums, and one of the forums somebody said you listen to 747 sound aircraft cabin noise on YouTube, So I tried doing that. It worked. But then on YouTube you get commercials and stuff like that. So I found something on mynoise.net where there's aircraft cabin noise. And every night I just put it on because at times it's not bad, but it might as well just mask it. And it takes care of the annoyance of the droning, tonal sounds that really were keeping me awake. Let's see, this has been going on for 5 decades. Sufferers, like people like myself that actually hear it, and I think also Smiles and maybe some other folks that are on the call, we're kind of like mind canaries and sensing something that's wrong. Now, I've pursued a lot of agencies and my local, state, federal representatives. I've gone to FERC, CDC, EPA has nothing to do with this. And the regulations are so antiquated for basically hearing protection and community noise based on higher frequency standards that this low frequency never gets measured by regulation. So if anybody's complaining about the low frequency on making noise, this will never get picked up. So nothing's going to get done until there's let's say a critical mass of sufferers that come out and speak up and get in the media and contact the representatives and refer to the guy in Connecticut who's taken this all the way through FERC, who's actually gone in and spent a lot of money, filed legally, and then was dismissed based upon regulation, with FERC basically saying that they don't dismiss the fact that it may be occurring, but based upon regulation, who I was accusing of causing this, they don't have to do anything, and they won't until they're forced. So I see I'm running out of time here, Miles. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
If we get a little bit after, I'll give you 1 or 2 things you can show. If we don't have enough time, I'll sit around and air any questions, because I've aired a lot of questions with a lot of folks that have contacted me. So.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back with you and Garrett Harkowick, and then we'll talk briefly, and then we'll have the screening. And if there's questions afterwards, we can take those. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your coming on and taking the time, both of you. And we'll be right back.
Thanks, Paul.
Up next, a special screening of Doom Vibrations with special guests Steve Coles and director Garrett Harkowick.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the finale of this week's Streamathon Emergency Fundraiser series. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm Smiles Lewis. I'm the founder of the 501c3 nonprofit Anomaly Archives, aka Scientific Anomaly Institute. And as you've been watching, we've had on Steve Colhayes, who has been experiencing and investigating this strange audio phenomena that is often referred to as the mystery hum, and which he identifies as being probably a gas pipeline syndrome as a way to describe the possible, probable, in his opinion, source. I find this a very compelling interpretation of the data, and I think it's worth looking at further. And so without further ado, I do want to bring on our new special guest, that is Garrett Harkowick, the director of the Doom Vibrations documentary that we'll be screening momentarily. Hey, Garrett, this is our first time meeting. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. We've had a nice day of interesting information, very anomalous data from a bunch of anomalous researchers, and I think Steve is definitely an interesting addition to that. And I'll go ahead and add him back into the stream here. Hey, Steve, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and rearrange this. So yeah, there y'all are. Hey.
I like your backgrounds better.
Oh, well, thank you. It's a little jumbled, or too much stuff in some people's opinion. But yeah, I love a lot of stuff on the walls. But thank you so much for joining us. So I do want to start with some basics. Like Garrett, obviously I don't really consider this phenomenon to be paranormal, but you've done some work. We screened your other documentary, Remote Viewing Memories, which of course touches on this idea of psychic remote viewing, and you've of course done a number of other pieces. Oh, and I totally failed to read. I wanted to read your where'd it go? Your what I have for your bio here.
Okay.
An Emmy-nominated documentary filmmaker whose work has been screened internationally. He's been video making professionally for over 10 years, during which he has produced, directed, and edited everything from music videos to feature films. He lives in Wilmington, Vermont, with his wife, daughter, and cat and dog.
Now 2 daughters.
Oh, well, that's right.
Recent acquisition. Yeah, now 2.
That's great. Thank you. Congratulations. So I'm curious, what did you always have an interest in these kinds of what some people consider strange subjects?
Yeah, I mean, my first true documentary was a short film called We Will Forget, and it's about a guy, Robert Fitzpatrick, who was a follower of Harold Camping, who believed the world was going to end on May 21st, 2011, and it was sort of this whole biblical prophecy type thing. And I just kind of stumbled onto that whole story. My wife and I were actually on a cruise, and the people in front of us in line were wearing these T-shirts that said, "Get ready, the world's ending on May 21st, 2011." And this was like, I think April or March or something. And I just thought that's so fascinating. And so I tracked down a bunch of people who were believers, and one of which was this guy, Robert Fitzpatrick, who he was notable because he had spent $125,000 of his own money on Subway ads. So that was sort of my first true documentary. And I think what really interested me in him was he was there was a lot of media about him at the time that was kind of like, look at this guy, he was obviously wrong. And I think what interested me was just sort of looking deeper into his story and really just sort of giving him the space to talk about why he believes what he believes, and that sort of thing. But I also make films not necessarily about the paranormal or what people would call conspiracy theories. But the film of mine you showed last week, Remote Viewing Memories, was an entirely archival documentary that I made basically because I was in a thrift store and I found a VHS tape that had this long, unedited interview with Ed Dames, the founder of SciTech, And that was sort of like the first step in amassing all this archival materials to sort of tell his life story in about, I think it's like 16 minutes long, trying to condense 30 years of history into a short period.
Well, interestingly enough, at least one of our attendees had been like, "Hey, I got trained by him," and was very excited to be.
Oh, really?
Seeing this, and this, of course, was followed. We followed. This was following a presentation by former military remote viewer, good friend of ours, Paul H. Smith. And, I'll just say, Ed Dames has a reputation that is not necessarily very positive. And this person was like so excited, like, oh, I got trained by him. And then by the end of it, they're like, I think I need to reevaluate my thoughts on this person. But it was, I really liked, I thought that video was a great accoutrement to the kind of 80s retro style that we've been using for the those intro videos with the neon grid and everything. And I totally see here, the arc of, and this is obviously something documentarians are always fascinated with, and we as the audience are fascinated with, is the beliefs of people who believe or experience things that seem out of the ordinary to the rest of us. And as I have said, I feel very empathetic more than I did before. I was always fascinated by these stories of geographic locations, of mystery hums. Sometimes they were, occasioned by masses of people hearing it, which makes it easier for those who are hearing it to deal with it, in so much as they're not just feeling isolated by being the one person or the few people. But sound being what it is, it can be very individualized, and this phenomena seems to, as with my approach to all these other strange phenomena, I tend to look for a multidisciplinary approach and try to often think in terms of, well, maybe there's not just one cause or source for all of these experiences that people are having. And I think Steve kind of touched on this as well. So what Garrett, what led you, how did you meet Steve, or how did that partnership come about for this film?
Sure. Yeah, so I don't remember when I first heard about the hum. I think it was probably just some article I read, and I remember thinking, oh, that's interesting. I think it'd be a really fascinating subject for a film, just because I love sound and exploring sound and that kind of thing. But one issue that I constantly have as a documentary filmmaker and as someone who makes my work entirely independently is that we're in this sort of renaissance of documentary film right now, where Netflix and all the big streaming services have found that people like to watch documentaries, and so there's a lot of content being made all the time. And so all the time I will find a topic that I'm interested in, and then realize either someone's already made a film about it, or there's a film being made actively. It even happened, like my down the street neighbor is he makes interesting displays in his front yard, and I was thinking I should just do a short doc about him, and someone had already done it. So so I initially thought there must already be a film about the hum, and I kind of put it aside for a while, and then I think I made Remote Viewing Memories, and then after that I was thinking, sorry, my phone keeps going off. I was thinking, maybe I'll look back into that and see if there hasn't, if there has been anything made. And to my surprise, there have not been any large scale documentary projects made about it. So I started researching, and Steve's name came up, just Googling it, and I thought, he lives relatively close to me, which is always a big plus when I'm trying to pick a subject. And I just emailed him, and he said, yeah, absolutely. And we talked, and pretty early on in the process, obviously I could have made a much larger view film and interviewed a lot of people, because there are obviously other theories about what causes the hum, and there's a lot of people who hear it. But I thought his research and his story was so compelling that I wanted the film to be entirely from his perspective. And so rather than interview a lot of people, I just decided I'm going to interview him, and it's going to be, him telling his story and give him the space to really try and articulate it in an interesting way. And just allow him to have that space to really lay it all out.
So, Steve, when you were contacted by Garrett, I mean, I would imagine you were a little trepidatious. How did your thought process go, and then what was that meeting, or how did that all unfold?
Well, let me do a little side note for you right now, because one of the aspects of doing all these sidebar research projects, including the thing with Newtown and Aaron Alexa and a whole bunch of other things. It goes all the way into honeybees and stuff like that. But you remember I said infrasound, low frequency noise in the paranormal world, and I've never experienced it, but apparently there's feelings when you go into certain places that sound very similar to somebody being exposed to infrasound, low frequency noise, and having the knowledge that this is being widely distributed around. There may be something to look at there, maybe a little different spin on it. But
indeed, yes.
And apparently, infrasound, low frequency noise will make your eyeball. This is others' research. I never experienced it, so that's why I'm not going to go into a lot of the sensational stuff. But it'll make your eyeball shake a little bit, where you actually can see images. So maybe there's an aspect to this that, in the expansive view of looking at paranormal, somebody would be interested in, take a look at it.
In fact, there's a really classic British TV documentary called Haunted House, Haunted Mind, and you're right, though. Infrasound is often referenced in the cryptozoology Bigfoot research field. Like, that's become like that's infrasound. Like, it's just like this throwaway now. Like, they learned about it, and they're like, that's our excuse for everything as far as why these creatures are able to do what they do. But no, absolutely. I think this is why my zine in the 1990s was called ELF Infested Spaces. It was about this idea of extremely low frequency and the voluminous research that so many governments and militaries have done into the psychotronic effects of electromagnetics. But the thing is, it's all about sound, vibration, and electromagnetic radiation. All of these things can be used to affect brain waves and physiological effects and consciousness. So I think you're absolutely spot on.
Sorry to divert you. A question.
So back to that question about
since probably I really realized that what was going on, and my problem with it is, I live in a home that this thing started, and who's going to do something about it. And once I became pretty confident in my findings about the source and what was going on, I tried to get it in newspapers and things, and the New Haven News, the New Haven Register ran it, but the local paper wouldn't. I think there's a lot of influence with monies and stuff like that. People are afraid to run things like this. People are afraid to speak out about it because, the people getting, they want to be ridiculed for, thinking they're out of their minds. So anyway, when Garrett contacted me, it was like, I just looked at the email, the date on it, because I'm writing the book, in my words, which is a chronicle of from soup to nuts of everything. And I wanted to check the date. It was like April 2017. I wasn't intrepidated at all. I had been approached once or twice before. Actually, did some interviewing in the front yard with somebody from California, a known producer. It didn't go anywhere because I guess they couldn't get funding. So I was ready and roaring and willing to help him. I even fed him Subway meatball sandwiches when he came down. So he's welcome in my house anytime.
Well, about, I guess, I'm curious, what was the length of time for the shooting schedule? Is it pretty tight?
I think it came down twice. I know it probably took on and off. Took 2 years to put together, maybe, because it released.
It was 2 days of shooting. The first day was just I interviewed. I think it was like maybe a 3-hour interview, and then just got some B-roll, and then I think the following summer I came back down just to get more shots. But in between that period, I was mostly editing it. So typically when I'm working on something, I'll shoot a super long interview and then just go through and kind of edit that almost as like a radio broadcast, and just focus on the words and try and boil the story down. But yeah, I mean, obviously I wasn't working on it 8 hours a day every day for 2 years, but that was sort of like my main project for a while. And then, I score all my own films, so making the music was, a whole other step. But yeah, it was about two years.
I forgot. Yes, the music in the stuff that we've played, I really enjoyed in remote viewing memories. And
well, it's gotten interest. It's up to I don't know the quality of views. Garrett filled me in on how views are on YouTube, but it's up to like 500,000 views. So
yeah.
Actually, I was gonna ask. I mean, I was pretty amazed when I discovered that the Atlantic publication had screened it and was publicizing it, and I thought that was quite an accomplishment, and not in the normal venue I would have expected it to be getting attention in. Did that result in a lot of feedback, or how did that come about?
They had a long-running series of short documentaries called Selects, and so I got in contact with them and just pitched them the film, and they really liked it, which I was like really pleasantly surprised by that. Obviously, I think it's probably had the biggest reach of any film I've done in terms of like people actually seeing it. And then the response, for months I was getting a ton of emails, ranging from. I think I forwarded all the best ones to Steve, but
constructive ones, yeah.
Yeah, saying thank you for making this film. I suffer from I hear the hum, and it's great to know that all that stuff. And then on the other spectrum, I was getting a few emails of people being like, "You're an evil government, shadow op or something."
Yeah, this is not. This is not. You're a theorist thing. It's for real.
Yeah, for the most part, it was a really wonderful response.
I'm glad to hear it, and I take it. Well, I don't want to put anybody in an awkward situation, but Steve, I mean, you seem very satisfied with the end result. You seem to think
I was thrilled by it. My wife told me I said something in one of the shots when I was a little noisy, and I said something, so I got in trouble for that. But that's okay. It gives the flavor that it's. I'm just kind of a renegade, not a professional at doing this, but I got enough knowledge to, put pieces together. What it comes down to in this whole aspect, it's so fragmented, is you have to have somebody that can kind of facilitate, pull a lot of stuff together to make the story, because there is no book on this. And as far, they try to do it in Australia, and there's, over in England, you got Jeff Leventhal, and nothing's ever come out of anything conclusive. Tahoe's, nothing came out of the Kokomo hum when they felt that and I've actually talked to the contractor, the consultant who did the work up there, and was going to have them down here, but I couldn't get the funding from the town to do it. But they thought that they had solved the problem in Kokomo with some sort of foundry or a fan. Well, the Kokomo hum is still alive and very, very active to today, so they didn't find the root cause. It was great to see how well received, and I'm not used to being on TV or whatever this format is called. And
Garrett, again, not wanting to put you in an awkward situation, but I mean, what do you make? I mean, obviously you found Steve to be an interesting subject and the subject matter to be interesting, but what was your takeaway with regard to this phenomenon on a greater scale?
So I don't hear the hum myself, and as I was working on the film, anytime I would hear a rumbling sound, I'd be like, "Oh God, I'm finally hearing it. It's here." But I think ultimately for me the heart of the story was how I related to it was Steve spent 10 years working on this gas pipeline syndrome, putting this all together, and just hoping someone would listen and care, basically, and he hasn't had a huge wide, there isn't wide acceptance yet, but he has helped a lot of people on an individual level. And I definitely responded to that in terms of my own process of filmmaking, where I'll spend years working on a project, a short documentary that, doesn't get a huge amount of, distribution or whatever. But what keeps me going is like the one email I'll get that's like, this film really meant a lot to me, or something along those lines.
Well, and that's part of why I really wanted to include this in the Streamathon is I mean, again, not to drag in all of my paranormal subject matter, but I mean, to me, part of my mission in life, as I've been fascinated by these various wide array of anomalous phenomena, is wanting people to feel comfortable speaking about strange experiences and not being ridiculed, to try to pull away that laughter curtain, to try to get people to be more empathetic to others' experiences, especially since so much of this stuff can be very disconcerting and very upsetting, and have very significant mental and physiological effects. And I think, again, Steve's referencing of VAD, vibroacoustic disease, and my referencing of all the psychotronic research that governments and corporations and the military have been doing for so long. There's long been plenty of research into deleterious effects and positive health effects in some cases of these various types of phenomena, and I think it's just really important to do what we can and to make it easier for people to have these conversations, and to hopefully get authority figures to be more engaged in trying to come to a solution for that will help people. So, this is a subject that I would love to continue on discussing with each of you, and I'm sure now that we've opened the doorway to knowing each other, that I will be pestering each of you with more comments and questions offline. But I just want to thank you so much for participating, and for donating your time and donating letting us show your works, Garrett. And of course, I'm very interested. So, Steve, you mentioned that you're working on a book.
My private chronicles, because it's a lot of copyright stuff. You could never publish this thing.
Okay. And then, Garrett, what's next on the horizon for you?
Earlier this year, I put out a new short documentary called A Very Large Gesture, which was about a guy up in northern Vermont who had a long-standing feud with his local development review board, which is the local government body that approves building permits. He wanted to put a large garage in his front yard, and they wouldn't let him. And it was a small town. There was some personal beef. And so eventually he installed a giant middle finger, a wooden sculpture in his front yard. And so the film is sort of like looking at this sort of unusual sculpture. But then I also went a little deeper and explored the long-standing feud between him and the town. And, he had made some threats in the past, and the story, and then just sort of the goofy, like, local news angle.
Wow.
And then I'm also working on another documentary that I think I'll have done next year that I don't want to say too much about, but it's about someone with a local government conspiracy that turns out to be completely true.
Wow.
Yeah.
Conspiracies, they're real. They are. Yes, we're colluding right now. So the documentary is about 25 minutes long. So you're welcome to stick around. I don't know how much feedback or question and answer they'll be at the end, but if you're around for that, we'd love to engage a little bit on that. And thank you again so much for participating. And I guess I'll go rev up the virtual drive-in and get the screen ready. So thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate your participation.
Yeah, thank you. This was great.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, folks, stay right there. We are about to enter the virtual drive-in, and we'll be getting this going here, I think, any second now. And yeah, there it is. Okay, here we go.
quiet, dead still night now. Little cloud cover coming in. Seems a little strange. Birds at 9:30 at night chirping away.
I have to think that the dog started to sense something wrong at the end of September, early October of 2009.
This is totally unlike her. She won't go upstairs. She's fearful of something.
She was always very sensitive to thunder. So she's one of these dogs that shakes and fears when you don't even know it's coming.
She'll move from spot to spot. 1 minute, one spot, another minute, another spot. Trying to get away from whatever she's afraid of.
The symptoms that she was experiencing inside the house of her with her tail between her legs, walking around at 11 o'clock at night, just, in kind of a fearful position, was not like her. So it changed something in her demeanor, yeah. We took her to the vet. The vet couldn't find anything wrong with her because you couldn't touch her. We ended up putting her on doggy Prozac to calm her down. We came up here from Jersey in '94, and between '94 and 2009, I can't remember having a problem like this. First of all, your ears are ringing real bad. Second of all, it's nauseating. And third of all, if it's a real bad day, it actually feels like your brain is being squeezed. My name is Steve Callhays. I live in Brookfield, Connecticut. My wife, Debbie, lives here also with me, of course. My background is mechanical engineering and industrial facilities. Anything that has to do with chemical plants, refineries, or infrastructure like a sewage treatment plant. I was even in the nuclear industry for a while in the late 70s, but I got out of that.
All right, I'm in the corner here, and the rumble is apparent. As far as data goes, this is part 1B, let's say. You got the buzzsaw hum in the house, and you got this low frequency rumble, which is what's contributing to the sitting in that chair and den that you can't sit in, as other people are also having the same problem.
When you end up having issues that are really strange, vibration problems in systems, getting them resolved, corrosion problems and things that you say shouldn't be corroding, but they corrode. There's weird things that happen, and this whole thing that we're talking about here is a weird thing that's happening. And it's called the hum, so we'll just say the hum from here on in. The sound that we're hearing started off as a very faint, low-frequency diesel engine sound. It was occurring in the bedroom at night. Probably 4 or 5 nights of a constant issue going on. You start saying, gee, I wonder what that is. I mentioned to my wife, I said, I'm hearing this thing at night, and she said, well, I don't hear it.
The window panes are shaking. I'm not sure this is going to pick it up or not.
Somebody doesn't hear something and I hear it. What could it be?
Maybe it's up here that's vibrating. It's not the window pane.
There's something in the area. I need to check it out. So at that point, you start going out and you start searching for what it might be in your little area. Walking out in the backwoods and all around.
It wasn't anything just a simple walk in a park through the phragmites and through the swampy areas and through the skunkweed, the ferns, branches, trees down. Ended up taking a bat with me.
Lo and behold, outside, you weren't picking up anything, the human ear. So at that point, I started to say I needed to get some sort of acoustic measuring tools, some software programs and some sound meters. All right, so with the computer, there's a number of different programs on it for measuring sound and the properties of sound, basically frequencies and the intensity. And you can use a spectrograph such as this is showing right here. On the internet, you start finding people are all around the country, actually around the globe. They're experiencing the same things. And I'm saying, gee whiz, there's an awful lot out here. There's a lot of people that are hearing this. All that white is, I'm just going to hold this right here. That's how I started to realize that it's a lot wider problem than just this little neighborhood here. There's the Tahoe's hum, which was the early 90s. And then there's another one called the Kokomo hum. So what you're seeing there is a lot more intensity in this room than that one that we were just looking at a second ago. Now we'll take this over to the... Honey, can you be quiet? There's one in Seattle called the Vashon hum. It's an island. There's lots of them. Not seeing much of a difference here. I think the oldest one I can find is the Bristol hum, besides I'm holding everything. It started occurring in England in the mid-70s. It caused a lot of commotion in the media over there, and people had theories. And there's even one guy, Hugh Witherton, who suspected it might be the newly installed gas transmission grids that they were installing, or high pressure gas lines. A lot of the media started covering it that people putting tinfoil on their heads. Some of the theories are out there are radiomagnetic waves from cell towers, from cell phones. There's even been claims that the ocean is causing it. What is changing that all of a sudden we're starting to experience it here in Connecticut, that we're starting to experience it other places? Why is it growing and getting bigger and bigger? And a lot of those things, like the ocean, has been around forever. So a lot of these things you can start dispelling.
Yeah. Moving up towards the edge of the proposed site, I just want to make it quite clear to you, if we construct it down there, you will see that many of those buildings, and people confuse them for a farm. We do that deliberately. If you're flying over our most all our stations, you look down and say, oh, that's a dairy farm. We do that deliberately. May I summarize what we have here?
No, we're not summarizing yet, sir.
May I tell you?
No. We're addressing the issues that are here.
Take a question. Well, one of the things you can see is their gas line.
We can get to that at the end.
Okay. I'll wait till the end.
Okay. Let's go on to.
You're talking about the more that we know about you, then we're going to feel more comfortable.
Yeah,
when you talk about your track record, you're talking about the $22 million fine in the poor people that went to jail within your company, and also taking up Newtown piece where you had boulders onto the actual line itself.
And I think if you followed that case to its conclusion, we would feel extremely comfortable.
Good.
I would say this to you, unless we can demonstrate that this can be built safely and environmentally sound, we're not going to get a permit.
And operate it safely.
They had built these compressors behind the house. I was thinking that because of the timing of that occurring is why we were starting to sense the low frequency sound.
This is June Lee's house. Okay, we're recording. What numbers? Tell me what you're reading.
We'll record it here.
Put your light on it.
This is 62, now 55.
Okay.
That's 73. Oh, hold
Okay,
on.
we have to stop talking. Put your flashlight quickly on it. That's what I need right there.
When I visited with the compressor people over here, we went to the site. The day there was hum occurring in my home here, but they weren't running the units. So they suggested that, gee whiz, you got power lines here, you got a railroad line here, you got a pond there, maybe they got some pumps in it. You've got maybe some industry, a little light industry that's up the street, and you've got Route 84, which has traffic on it. You know, you need to go take a look at all of that. The area had just gone through a major change in the gas pipeline system here, the high pressure natural gas systems as part of the expansion. So I started to follow the gas line.
It was a suspicion that it had something to do with these systems and them changing their operating conditions. And it was a matter of, maybe it was dumb luck, but I'm an engineer and I'm in somewhat of an allied field. So I kind of had an idea of what was going on.
You would look at the maps where the information is available from the government, and you pick your points out and make a little grid. You would just randomly even stop, safe places, of course, where it is, and you do your measurements. And you find out where there's repeatability, and you find out there's a lot of repeatability, but in that repeatability, you find out where the intensities are. Yeah, so you basically get out and you do a lot of driving.
I gotta adjust this deep thing. This is on Donovan. The house over there. Just met Dan and his wife, and they live along the line. Nice folks. Confirmed they have the hum in the garage. I didn't put them onto it too much. I don't want them to hear it at this point.
I was probably getting up at 9 o'clock in the morning, getting on the road at 10, going around northern Fairfield County, over into New Haven County. 6-7 hours on Saturdays and Sundays. And then during the week, you know, spending an hour or two collecting and putting the data together, trying to pull data off of the internet of where the hum was going. Everybody thought it was weird.
It became pretty apparent. It wasn't just this little localized point source of the compressor station here. It was all these linear sources of pipelines around. And I did a lot of pipeline chasing, a lot of measuring.
28 degrees out this morning.
This is under the deck. Let's see. Okay. We're getting the noise playing now. Let's go to A.
If you were to go out and be on top of these lines, there's no vibration, and you say to yourself, gee whiz, I'm not hearing nothing.
Playing in the background.
Low frequency doesn't shake a line like you would think, you know, you shake water. Sound will radiate through a pipe without vibrating it. What you need is a structure.
When you make a small knocking on the deck, the water, about a second or so later, actually reacts as far as a surface wave. Maybe it's not the ground that's driving the water to shake and vibrate. It may be the resonance of the house at the different modes.
Houses and vehicles, they all have a natural frequency. They have a frequency that they'll resonate at. So what will happen is these long wave sound waves interact with the resonant frequencies of structures.
It's not a stand. In the living room.
I'm not making this up. This is studied by, you know, people who do acoustic design for homes and all this kind of stuff. The panels in the house, they'll act like bending beams, and they'll generate a low frequency sound. This particular one has understanding, explained the problems and concerns in a collection of everything. Major works, the hum and analogous sound heard around the world, the data from the consultants that when they were in the home and when they were in the area, the draft reports of sound measurements around here, the massive amount of paper between these volumes is huge. being exposed to this chronically definitely it works on you. It makes you think different. It gives you a malaise. It's like you don't feel good. A vendor of ours at work, his son was experiencing the symptoms of withdrawal in the home and things like ear ringing and headaches. And the kid was taken to a psychiatrist, was taken to health doctors, and there was no diagnosis. They couldn't find anything wrong with him, nothing. Father was crying because they didn't know what to do with the kid. And I said, well, is he on drugs? And it was, no, the kid was not on drugs. He was just pulling away from his friends and wouldn't leave the house. So I asked him where they lived. The areas where the pipeline systems come together up in the West Hartford area. So I visited the home, did the measurements and things. There was intense low frequency hum in their home, not outside, but in their home. The onset of when this kid started to have these problems is right after they fully re-insulated the house. Insulating a house is negative to improving the hum conditions in the house. It basically takes away the other ambient type noises. And then his wife started having problems. She started having the withdrawal issues and stuff. Now, if this is a family issue or not, I can't get into that. I joined a couple of these forums when I started doing my research to collect data and collecting locations and people's experiences with the hum. This gentleman, Dr. McPherson out in Vancouver, started setting up a self-reporting global hum collection map. I took that map and figured out how to overlay it onto the gas line maps. And if you look at it, you come up with a conclusion or an evaluation that these locations are almost all along pipelines and they're within proximity of them. When I was doing it with my map, I was sitting there with holy shits. I would tell my wife, I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's just matching right up. What changed in 1970 in the United Kingdom? They started installing these lines. They started using the high pressure natural gas. That's when they started hearing the hum. Tahoe started to hear the hum in the 90s when they started making humongous changes to the natural gas operations in New Mexico. So change here began when they started to change the pressures and the flows, and the type of gas is different. So you're starting to put the stuff through old systems that are designed for dry gas. Gas pipeline syndrome is a whole life cycle that I've looked at of the hum from what I believe to be the source, through the symptoms that people are experiencing and collecting it, to the concerns and consequences it is causing, likely causing, possibly causing. This is research into mental health and brain and tinnitus and vertigo and schizophrenia, how it is tied in with low frequency oscillations. So this is a mental health issue. What is occurring in society as this hum seems to be worsening? With all of the escalation of Alzheimer's in the last 10, 15 years, all the escalation of autism, and we all know that there's rage and there's all this other crap going on that's not good. And then you also look at what's going on in nature. What's happening to the things in nature, such as the bat problem, the bee problem, the colony collapse disorder, the fish dying in Arkansas, the birds crashing together, the lobsters in Long Island Sound. That takes you through the full cycle of gas pipeline syndrome. Gas pipeline syndrome is something that needs to be reckoned with. This one over here has to do with when I came and supplied a bunch of information to the state police as part of my data research and chasing the pipelines around the area. In 2010, I did the mapping of the pipelines. I did the measurements, as I mentioned before. Went all the way from up in Litchfield County, all the way down into, to here in Brookfield, down towards Danbury. Fast forward, we go into 2012, and had been kind of easy, low levels, as my logs will show, until about the beginning of December of 2012. And then all of a sudden, like around December 6th or so, the conditions were horrendous in here. And I can remember texting a pretty bad, worded email to FERC saying that, these conditions were so extremely bad, it was unbelievable. And on December 11th or 10th, I sent them another email saying, well, it's a little bit better, but it's still horrible. These conditions, they had dropped off a little bit. And then that infamous day of December 12th came by, and Sandy Hook happened. 2 days later, I said, gee whiz, I was around that area, did a lot of testing, and let me check my records. So I checked the records, and lo and behold, in the neighborhood where they had done all this, the hum conditions were bad. Maybe this kid was affected by something like this because those lines and problems were going on in that town. I sensed it, and the measurements are all there to, I wouldn't say prove it, but somebody's gonna say, how can you really prove it? So for a month and a half, I basically I pondered, what should I do? Should I get a hold of anybody, do anything about this? Do I think I'm crazy or anything? In early February, I put a summary together with all the evidence and the facts and dropped it off down at the state crimes unit. And they looked at it and they didn't throw it out. The only other information outside of what the state police had developed themselves that was released to the public was my information. It was all part of the release to the public. And the Newtown B wrote a whole article on it and stuff like that. And there were a lot of positive responses about maybe we really do have a problem. But that didn't even excite anybody that it needed to be looked at.
Hi, Dee. Steve Colhays. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. How's the weather there?
It's beautiful today, sunny and not humid. 72. That's fine.
Yeah, just kind of checking in to see how things are going, and
Right. I started to hear the hum in the later part of 2009. And 2012 was a particularly scary year. There was a lot going on that year, a lot of different sounds, and I was terrified. And I asked so many people about it, and all I got was, what noise? I don't hear any noise. And it was, it was right in my own house. That was the most terrifying part. And I had no idea what it was.
so have you been using any of that sound masking that we talked about?
I did. I used the My Noise. I prefer to listen to the ocean waves. I did that for a long, long time. I would put the ocean waves overnight, listen to that, put it up a little bit louder.
And mask it out that way.
It helps, especially since the ocean is so soothing to me because I love Cape Cod so much. So that was what I used. I didn't want to use the sound of the airplane because to me that was just another hum. I didn't want to hear another hum. Well, it feels like I'm expecting an earthquake any minute. I'm starting to do better with it, but so many nights I said, how am I going to sleep tonight with the bed shaking like this?
Right.
How can you feel well when you're always stressed out? And the worst part is that I had nobody who heard it, nobody that I could talk to.
And
That's why it was such a milestone for me when I found you. Some people will come in and they'll talk to me because they know they can.
Right. We're open, and they know we're not going to criticize them or poo-poo them.
We know what it is. I feel sure we know what it is. We just have to get other people to listen to us and believe us and do something about it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hey, Steve.
Hey.
This is probably the fourth or so time I've watched that, and it really does get to me. Hey Garrett. It gets to me. Like I said, I was definitely more empathetic, I think, because of my own experience. Whether or not it has any relation to this, though, there are gas pipelines right near my house. But as I've explained, I thankfully only experienced it for a very short period of time, and I'm hesitant to say that I experienced the same thing as Steve or these other folks, only because that's my kind of agnostic approach to everything. And I said I wasn't going to touch on the Newtown aspect, but
Yeah, so did I.
yeah, and then you did, and then I forgot it was in the film. And
yeah, I did too.
I just will say, I'm sensitive to that issue for a variety of reasons, not least of which is I am a survivor of a mass shooting from 1979, a very little known San Antonio parade shooting. All that aside, I do really thank you, Steve, for submitting your data to the local authorities. I don't know whether it's relevant or not, but it seems like it should be considered, and that's what you, I think, were moved to share that information with them. And I know, I think you say it was partly to see if because you think that there could be a connection, and because it seemed like that. Surely that would get people to think about this. One of our listeners, and actually our tech assistant volunteer, is there any current ongoing research into how these sounds might harm people either physically or mentally? And I think I know some of the answers to this, but I'll leave that to you, Steve.
I think there's a lot that's going on about the research into it. If people are skeptical about the outcomes of it, it's another story. As I mentioned, there was this research work that was done by this Portugal group, who I do stay in touch with. One of the principals that was on that team, and it was about low frequency sound, vibroacoustic disease. They ultimately termed it, but it was chronic exposure to it in an industrial setting with in aviation and pilots and things of that nature. And they've recently, were working in other, the few that are left doing it, I think, are working in other arenas, wind turbine, and they're like me, they're not against things. It's just, if you got a problem, it needs to be investigated and fixed. And there's all sorts of other research that how the brain is, the way I read the technical medical, which I'm not a medical person, and I do abstract reviews and things of that nature. It was mentioned about schizophrenia in there, where the university, the campus of Davis, I guess University of California, they're doing research on how the brain is affected by disruption of the synapses or something like that. And it could be and I have to stretch it and say, well, if you have these inanimate mechanical forces, which sound is, affecting your body all the time, it is getting into your senses. I've heard where deaf people actually will sense the hum. So it may not only be through the ear, maybe through the bones. One gal out in California has pressure on her. It's vibrations that bother her. But I do believe there is work going on with infrasound and low frequency noise, how it does affect the body. But the revelation about this is, you can do all the research you want in a lab setting, but how is it getting into people's houses? How is it getting into people's lives where it might be affecting them? So the research could say, yeah, we're going to a lab and all this stuff is going to, have a problem on your body, short-term and long-term, cortisol levels and things of that nature. We all know cortisol affects your heart rates and things of that nature. But the revelation on this is, what's the delivery mechanism for putting this into people's lives. And that's, I think, where my work really comes in to say, this is what you need to look at. And there's enough evidence that I was forced to do to try to convince the authorities who could care less. Who really, I don't know if they cared less, but I think there's pressures not to go after this for whatever reason. So there is work on it, and there's lots of publications, and there's more. And I have in my work, I've actually found where on an annual basis, the amount of papers, good or bad, that are published on low frequency sound research have exponentially escalated in the last 10 years. I don't have a copy of it in front of me, but just trust me, if somebody put me on the spot, I can pull it up real quick. So I don't know if that answers the question. I hope it gives a little light on it.
I think it does. I think, what I was going to say is I feel confident, as you've expressed, that there is lots of research going on into this. I don't feel like, other than the few specialized people who are experiencers who have a vested interest, so to speak, with investigating it, like yourself and was it Dr. McPherson that we've both referenced, and McPherson has a very different interpretation, and he's come to a different conclusion. Actually, I've been surprised at where he's gone with this, and I had submitted my own report to his global map hum project, and unfortunately it got deleted in various updates. Not really sure the nature of that, but I think there's a vast difference between I think that I'm very curious to know more about that I think you said Portugal research, but I know we exchanged some information about people who were just there was I forget the podcast that I sent you the link to that was about environmental noise as a health.
The one in New York City, yeah. Yeah, I tried to contact the lady. I got one quick contact back, but then she lost interest in me. I guess.
Well, and that's it. If I mean, on the one hand, she clearly was interested in this either for this episode or I forget what her connection was, but for people who aren't experiencing it on an ongoing basis, it's just a passing interest.
It's a novelty.
Yeah. And I guess, Garrett, I wanted to ask one last question for you. I know, like, since I published I've posted 2 videos about me describing my experience. The first one was a radio show that I did with a friend, my co-host, and then I did that formal presentation. And not unexpectedly, I've had a few inquiries from people through those videos, and I don't want to, mischaracterize people. And I certainly understand that folks who are undergoing stressful situations can come across as a bit out of sorts. But there was a quality to some of the communications that made me go, I don't know if I really want to respond to this person, because I'm just afraid of opening that Pandora's box of whatever issues they're going through, and that is not to discount the possibility that they are experiencing this exact same thing, and that it's
and the conditions are causing their demeanor.
This is a problem, and all these strange phenomena that I traffic in and am interested in is you just never know chicken or the egg when it comes to these the mental issues and so that's why I've been very pleased to see your rational approach to this, Steve. But Garrett, did you similarly? Have you had a number of people? And I guess the question goes to you as well, Steve. But Garrett, have you been? I know you mentioned being accused of being an agent and whatnot. That's just kind of par for the course, right?
Yeah, that was just a few emails. For the most part, it was a lot of people. I think most of it was people asking. There was actually a surprising number of emails I got of people who thought that I was Steve. Asking for help. How do I get rid of the sound? And I was kind of like, well, I'm not Steve.
Pass them along.
the whole point is you can't do anything about it really. But I got like one really nice email from a guy in France who had watched the film and was hearing the hum and took a lot of comfort in it. I got an email from a guy who was working on a music project about the hum. So yeah, it was a pretty big initial flurry of emails.
I know Steve had asked me to be able to present some other data that he wanted to share, and I have we created an animated clip of those two maps.
Okay, cool.
Steve.
All right.
I think this should play here, and I think it's going to oscillate between. I see our volunteer is. Let me.
Look at that.
There we go.
There's Glenn's map from like 2015 or something, and there's the a map. This is all public. It's all on the internet, and I just said, well, let's see how much it matches up where the hum is and where global energy is occurring. And those are pipelines on the one map, and where natural gas is being moved, and other liquids probably. And I think you'll see a relatively correlated picture.
So, and then there was also the video, that clip that we have. This is yet another video of the infamous pool.
Yeah. I wanted to show the standing waves that Garrett had the pool being flat there, but I wanted to show the interference pattern of standing waves without the cover on it that I've filmed over and over and over. Now the pool blew out 2 years ago, so it won't happen again unless I put a 24-foot diameter. Garrett knows the pool. But anyway, it's just another effect saying something weird is going on.
All right. Well, here's that clip.
This is being caused by the ground waves coming off of the pipelines.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and so we were all muted during that. Sorry, and I forgot that it was going to overlay on top of us, but I thought it would take us away. Yeah, it's water is a great medium to illustrate acoustic phenomena. Just as a random aside, another vibratory sound related phenomena that I am fascinated by is what's called cymatic, CYMA. If folks have never seen,
I referred to it in my paper. Oh yeah, shapes and things. Absolutely.
It's amazing. I've seen some amazing videos of old cymatic experiments where you see these amazing patterns in. I guess the most famous video is this lycopodium powder. I don't know exactly what that is, but on a membrane. And but the point being, again, that we are saturated in vibration and energy waves, and whether they're auditory or electromagnetic or some other types, and these can have beneficial or deleterious physiological effects. This is why I've been fascinated by this subject for so long, even before having these experiences myself, and learning so much more about other experiencers like yourself. So I don't think there's any more questions in the chat, but I just, again, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. I really look forward to our continued conversations and the continued work of Garrett. I can't wait to see what you do next. And Steve, I really want to keep in contact and see where this all leads, and hopefully it will lead to authority figures taking it more seriously and perhaps actually coming to some conclusions about the nature of it, and hopefully getting some people some much needed relief. So
exactly. Well, thank you for having me. And Garrett did a great job on the documentary, and
thank you
for the second baby.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. All right, folks. This has been the 4th week of the Anomaly Archives Fundraiser Streamathon, and we really thank you everybody for their donations. We are still on our way towards the $20,000 goal for our annual budget. It looks like that we're approaching $10,200, and if you can give, that's great. If you can't, no problem. We understand. But we definitely need your help. We're also, unfortunately, we lost our lease, so we are now looking for a new location. So if you're in the Austin area and have leads on an 800 to 1,200 square foot facility that's inexpensive, I know that's hard to come by in this town, but hey, it's those extra eyes out there that we need to help us find this stuff. So. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Hey, I see Steve, you're still there. If you want to talk afterwards, I'm going to just close this out and we can chat. And thanks everybody for listening. Really appreciate the interaction here, and take care. Wait, where is my final video here? Gonna close out with my little. All right. Good night.